No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I'll be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. shooting star. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to bronze. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake you so discreet.
If you it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you.
Freestyler, rock the microphone, straight from the top of my dome. Freestyler, rock the microphone, carry on with the freestyler. I got to throw on and go on, you know I got to flow on. Select us on your radio players, cause we're friendly for ozone, but that's not us, so hold on. Tight as a rock the mic, right? Oh, excuse me, pardon, that's a synchronizer with the analyzer. Upcoming wipes the session, let there be a lesson question. You carry protection, now will your heart go on? Like Celine Dion, come a chameleon. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome, as the rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome, as the rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome, scandalous. So who the fuck is selling shit from back in the palace? Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As the rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As the rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As the rock the microphone. Yeah, straight from the top of a dome. As the rock the microphone.
I wish I found some better sounds no one's ever heard. I wish I had a better voice that sang some better words. I wish I found some chords in an order that is new. I wish I didn't have to rhyme every time I sang. I was told when I get older all my fears would shrink, but now I'm insecure and I care what people think.
My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Will take me back to when I was young. How come I'm never able to identify where it's coming from? I'd make a candle out of it if I ever found it. Try to sell it, never sell out of it. I probably only sell one. Maybe to my brother, cause we have the same nose, same clothes, homegrown, a stone's throw from a creek we used to roam. But it would remind us of when nothing really mattered. Out of student loans and treehouse homes, we all would take the ladder.
My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. My name's Blurry Face and I care what you think. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Fly far away, used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah, we used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah, wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out. Wish we could turn back time to the good old days when the mama sang us to sleep, but now we're stressed out.
Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, bunny. We used to play pretend, wake up, you need the money. Used to play pretend, give each other different names. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying, wake up, you need to make money. Yeah.
Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. It was a big, big world, but we thought we were bigger. Pushing each other to the limits, we were learning quicker. By 11, smoking herb and drinking burning liquor. Never rich, so we were out to make that steady figure. Once I was 11 years old, my daddy told me, go get yourself a wife or you'll be lonely. Once I was 11 years old. I'm still learning about life. My woman brought children for me, so I can sing them all my songs and I can tell them stories. Most of my boys are with me, some are still out seeking glory, and some I had to leave behind. My brother, I'm still sorry. Soon I'll be 60 years old. My daddy got 61. Remember life, and then your life becomes a better one. Once I was 11 years old.
guns, but you got the music. You got the music in you, don't you? You pull me close up, push away. I'm feeling hot to touch. You say you miss me, and you say I miss you so much, but something keeps me real quiet. I'm alive, I'm a lush. You hold me close, you say, hush, baby, hush. I can see my baby swinging. His parliament's on fire and his hands are up. I'm the balcony and I'm singing. Ooh, baby, I know.
Murder me, love. Damn, girl, I was supposed to be your man, girl. I thought we had plans, girl. I guess that all changed. Been sucking out my blood, cause I forgot to check for fangs. She a monster, cold-hearted, the female Dexter. Who next up? No, I'm not the last to get the wrath or the pressure. It seems it's all fate, but when you're living in her thrill, you might die during the chase. She's a killer.
Swinging in the backyard, pull up in your fast car, whistling my name. Open up a beer and you say get over here and play a video game. I'm in his favorite sundress, watching me get undressed, take that body downtown. I say you the bestest, leaning for a big kiss, put his favorite perfume on, go play a video game. It's you, it's all for you. Everything I do, tell you all the time. Heaven is a place on earth with you. Tell me all the things you wanna do. I heard that you like the bad girls, honey. Is that true? It's better than I ever even knew. They say that.
When the la-la hits your lyrics, just split your head so hard that your hat can't fit you. Either I'm with you or against you. Format bent you. Back through that maze I sent you. Talking to the rap inventor. Nigga with the game type fifth, that flame right. Spell my name right. B-I-double-G-I-E. Iced out, lights out, me and Caesar Leo. Getting head for some chick he know. See, it's all about the cheddar. Nobody do it better. Going back to Cali, strictly for the weather. Women and the weed. Sticky green. No seeds, bitch, please. Papa ain't soft. Dead up in the hood. Ain't no love lost. Got me mixed up. You drunk them licks up. Mad cause I got my dick sucked and my balls licked. Forfeit, the game is mine. I'ma spell my name one more time. Check it. It's the N-O-G-O-R-I-O-U-S. You just lay down slow. Recognize a real dawn when you see one. Sipping on booze in the house of blues. I'm going back to Cali. 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 If I got to choose the coast, I got to choose the east. I live out there, so don't go there. But that don't mean a nigga can't rest in the west. See some nice breasts in the west. Smoke some nice sets in the west. Y'all niggas is a mess, thinking I'm gon' stop giving LA props. All I got is beef with those that violate me. I shall annihilate thee. Case closed, suitcase filled with clothes, linens and things. I begin things. People start to flash. 818s, 213s, 313s, B.I.G. Frequently floss holes at Roscoe's. If I want a squirter, take her to Fat Burger. Spend about a week on Venice Beach, sipping Cristo with some freaks from Frisco. Ain't going back to Cali. I'm going back to Cali. I'm going back to Cali. I'm going back to Cali. Cali got gunplay, models on the runway scream Biggie, give me one more chance. I'll be whipping on the freeway, the NYC way, on the celly with my homeboy Lance. Pass ass from left to right, only got 5 blunts left to light. I'm set tonight, met a bitch at the Versace store. Said she suck it till I ain't got no more. Only in LA, bust some bitches ballet, rub it in their tummy, lick it, say it's yummy, then fuck your man. What's your plan? Is it to rock the tri-state? Almost gold, 5 G's a show date. Do you wanna see about 7 digits? Fuck hoes exquisite, Cali, great place to visit. I'm going back to Cali. 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 Cali. Similar to the Thriller in Manila. Honeys call me bigger, the condom filler. Whether it's stiff tongue or stiff dick, Biggie squeeze it to make shit fit. Now check this shit, I got the pack of Rough Riders in the back of the Pathfinder. You know the epilogue by James Todd Smith. I get swift with the lyrical gift. Hit you with the dick, make your kidney shift. Here we go, but I'm not domino. I got the funk flow to make your drawers drop slow. So recognize the dick size in these Calcanine jeans. I wear 13s, know what I mean? I fuck around and hit you with the Hennessy dick. Mess around and go blind, don't get to see shit. The next batter, here to shatter your blatter, it doesn't matter. Skinny or fat or light skinned or black, baby, I drop these. Boniqua mommy screaming, I poppy. I love it when they call me Big Pop, but I only smoke blunts if they roll prop. But look, I got ya caught up with the drunk flow. Fuck taekwondo, I told a fofo. For niggas getting mad cause they bitch chose me. A big black motherfucker with G. You see, all I do is separate the game from the truth. Big bang boots from the Bronx to Bolivia. Getting physical like Olivia Newt. Tricks up my click dick all day with no trivia. So give me a bankroll and a bag of weed. I'm guaranteed to fuck until I nosebleed. Even if the new man's a certified Mac, you get that H-Town in you. You want that old thing back? B-I-double-G-I-E with some new R-U-L-E. Notorious, known for busting in your E-Y-E. Baby, baby, just know they love to hate me. How come you come, we coming back to maybe. How close we came to coming together is crazy. How come you and your sis make similar faces? When y'all coming, y'all be crying like I'm killing y'all bitches. I know there's a bigger picture than the camera roll. Cause I don't think y'all be knowing how this shit's unfolding. Back shots to the rear, got the Mac unloading. Gotta reload like every so often. Saying I got my swagger back, I'm looking like this. My swagger never left. Don't be so hard pressed to be impressed by these new rappers. They actors and the fact is, you want that old thing back. Scarface and Bushwick, Willie D, having nightmares of girls killing me. She mad because what we had didn't last. I'm glad because her cousin let me hit the ass. Fuck the past, left well on the 500 SL, the E and J and ginger ale. The way my pockets swell to the rim with Benjamins. Another hund's in the crib, please send it in. I fuck non-stop, lick my lips a lot. Used to lick the clips a lot, but licking clips has to stop. Cause y'all don't know how to act when the tongue go down below. Peep the funk flow, really go. I got the cleanest, meanest penis. You never seen this, stroke of genius. So take off your Tim boots and your bodysuit. I mean the spandex, and hit my man next. Sex get rougher when they come to the nut buster. Pussy crusher, black nasty motherfucker. I don't chase them, I replace them. And if I'm caressing them, I'm undressing them. Fuck what you heard, who's the best in New York? Fulfilling fantasies without that nigga Mr. Raw. Or tattoo, I got you wrapped around my dick. And when I'm done, I got the split shit.
Trust van, Smalls, listen. Yeah. know what it's like to love somebody the way I love you. To know what it's like to love somebody the way I love you. To know how it feels.
Yeah, this album is dedicated to all the teachers that told me I never amount to nothing. To all the people that lived above the buildings that I was hustling from that called the police on me when I was just trying to make some money to feed my daughter.
Yeah.
And to all my peoples in the struggle, you know what I'm saying? It's all good, baby.
Shake it.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Salt and Pepper and Heavy D up in the limousine. Hanging pictures on my wall. Every Saturday, rap attack Mr. Magic Marley Marl. I let my tape rock till my tape pop. Smoking weed and bamboo, sipping on private stock. Way back when I had the red and black lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping Duke? The hard. You never thought that hip hop would take it this far. Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Peace to Ron G, Brucey B, Kid Capri, Funk Master Flex, Love Bug, Star Ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call a crib, same number, same hood. It's all good. And if you don't know, now you know. I made the change from a common thief to up close and personal with Robin Leach. And I'm far from cheap, I smoke skunk with my peeps all day. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. The Moet and Alizé keep me pissy. Girls used to diss me, now they write letters cause they miss me. I never thought it could happen, this rapping stuff. I was too used to packing gats and stuff. Now honeys play me close like butter play toast. From the Mississippi down to the East Coast. Condos in Queens, in dough for weeks. Sold out seats to hear Biggie Small speak. Living life without fear. Putting 5 carats in my baby girl ear. Lunches, brunches, interviews by the pool. Considered a fool cause I dropped out of high school. Stereotypes of a black male misunderstood. And it's still all good, And if you don't know, now you know. You know very well who you are. Don't let 'em hold you down. Reach for the stars. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. When I was dead broke, man, I couldn't picture this. 50-inch screen, money green leather sofa. Got 2 rides, a limousine with the chauffeur. Phone bill about 2 G's flat. No need to worry, my accountant handles that. And my whole crew is lounging, celebrating every day, no more public housing. Thinking back on my one-room shack. Now my mom pimps an act with minks on her back. And she loves to show me off, of course. Smiles every time my face is up in the sauce. We used to fuss when the landlord dissed us. No heat, wonder why Christmas missed us. Birthdays was the worst days. Now we sip champagne when we thirsty. Damn right I like the life I live. Cause I went from negative to positive and it's all And if you don't know, now you know. And if you don't know, now you know. And if you don't know, now you know. Let me beat down in the house. Junior Mafia, Math Flavor.
I see you,
yeah. Alright.
I ain't got no mother. shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places, but the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south, way on down south, London town. Check out Guitar George, he knows all the chords. But it's strictly rhythm, he doesn't wanna make it cry or sing. If then an old guitar is all he can afford, when he gets up under the lights to play his thing, and Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing alright. He can play the honky-tonk like anything, saving it up Friday night with the Sultans, with the Sultans of Swing. Sultans, we are the Sultans of Swing.
Absolutely.
in a way that was, you know, we sort of, again, we see Xiaohai sometimes not perform to what he can do. And that first set went along with that. So that he made the recovery and ended up taking the whole thing.
Okay, this series is over before it even begins. And then Xiaohai turns it around and he's, you know, what is that? 15 minutes later, he's opening 30K?
Yeah.
How common is that?
It definitely happens.
It does.
It
does happen.
And you know what? That's why in that double elimination bracket, you try to make sure you get to grand finals and winner's side. Because again, Xiaohai only had to win one set, right? So you give yourself those 3 extra games to maybe shake off a cold start. And that's exactly what happened for him. And so, yeah, again, the fact that he made it to grand finals on the winner's side was huge for him.
Now, I do think we've got an opportunity here. So not only is this basically an opportunity for us to just talk about the games, talk about what we've been hanging out in New York, but also there is something going down right now. The reason we're hanging out, talking about our games and talking about what's coming up, what's just happened, is because Cruella's setting up. That's right, we're going to have these guys doing a live performance. ESL One's first ever live performance is going to be going down later, so we just have a chance to just have a chinwag. If that's what we say in England. What's an American equivalent? Chinwag? A chatter? what do you say? Having a convo? I'm trying to think of an Americanism. Help me out here. There must be one.
All those all sound like they're pretty good to me.
Damn, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, so with this tournament, you just said it's probably been the most competitive in how long?
You know, Street Fighter V came out earlier this year.
Right.
And other than EVO and maybe one other exception, this I think was the strongest competitive field that we have had in Street Fighter V.
Okay. And the coolest thing about this is, I mean, if you're enjoying Street Fighter V, by ESL here, they're not stopping. Later on this month, in October, is going to be a King of the Hill series, which is going to be taking place in Southern California. It's going to be pitting NorCal and SoCal, Northern California versus Southern California. These two regions, I mean, their rivalry, their history of rivalry has gone back since the original Street Fighter II. These have always been two of the strongest scenes in Street Fighter history.
Yeah, we're talking a 25-year rivalry.
Yeah, and basically, for a few weeks in a row, we're going to have the NorCal people travel down to SoCal, and they're going to be battling out for regional pride.
I mean, I've seen you guys, you've been working away in the Street Fighter section. Did you get a chance to see what we've been up to here? Did you catch any of the CS?
I'll tell you, actually, we watched a lot of CS over about the last hour and a half before we went on. Actually, really cool to see.
So the second semi?
Yes.
Okay, nice.
We watched a bunch of that.
So you got to see the Brazilians. I mean, that's been our amazing storyline, isn't it? I mean, just seeing the defending world champions, of course, from the major. They come here and they upset across 3 maps. It was a 3-4 hour affair.
Right, yeah.
You guys just had your finals. We take
a little different.
Counter-Strike, we do. But
I mean, look, I've tried playing first-person shooters in the past. I'm not very good.
Okay.
And then I was sitting there watching that footage, and just to see how fast those guys can aim and like hit just like this tiny little dude on the screen.
Tiny little dude?
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely mind-boggling.
Well, I mean, that's funny because you look at me and I tried to play some fighting games. I'm not going to name which because I'm pretty sure I'll get like, I think there's a like a cliques here, and I feel like
doesn't matter.
I think it was something involving a Kirby. That's a fighting game, right?
That is a fighting game.
Melee Brawl, one of those.
Super Smash Brothers.
My roommates, they play 8 hours a day. They were mad at it, and I just kind of rolled my face and hands across the controller. And I'm not very good at them. I prefer to have a gun and try and left-click people. That's my style of play.
Yeah, if that was Melee, that was like a particularly bad character to try at the time too.
Oh, okay, is that not a good one?
Not the best character in the
Go
game.
and get that girl in a leotard. She's pretty sweet. I'm a fan of
She is
Cammy.
pretty good. Cammy's good.
I wrote it down. Cammy and Ken.
You know what? I agree with you there.
Yeah. Sounds like a celebrity couple, Cammy and Ken.
Yeah.
It does, actually, yeah.
Long-time Cammy player.
Okay,
20-year playing with this character.
Yeah, pretty much.
Excuse me?
Yeah, since Street Fighter 2 Super, I should say Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, because there's like 7,000 versions of every version of Street Fighter, but I've been playing Cammy since then.
Since 1994.
So okay, I'm gonna have to start asking some noob questions. By the way, just to clarify that this is, the reason we're doing this is because the streams are gonna be switching. You're currently watching on Street Fighter V.
Right.
We are gonna be moving it over to ESL_CSGO. It takes you about 20 seconds to type it in. If you want to see us continue to have this conversation, it's going to be available there, so get there now.
That's where the Cruella concert is going to be.
Yeah, you get your
right?
Cruella and you get your grand final. If you're unfamiliar, if you are from Street Fighter, you want to watch more esports, get over there now. Not only do you get to see my beautiful face, but you also get to see some fantastic video gaming. It's going to be a best of 3, and you're going to get to see some of the best teams in the world do battle in a best of 3 in front of these crowd who seem to be big fans of the game.
And get to hear your beautiful voice as well.
I have a beautiful
I must
voice.
say yes.
No, I only get away with that in New York. America seems to love my. In England, I'm boring. No one likes my accent. Yeah. It's just once I get on a plane, I get some compliments.
Hey, it's been the opposite for me. If I'm in a tube, then everybody likes my accent. They think
absolutely.
it's nice.
Yeah, for sure.
If I'm back in LA, I am as boring as could
So
be.
you're the same as me. We live that same life.
Yeah.
So basically, we should just swap for a bit.
We should switch for a
We'll
while.
do like 3 months. We just go swap and just get our accents.
You'll give me your Twitter password. I'll give you mine. We'll swap identities entirely.
I like this. This is a good plan.
Oh, man.
Okay, boys. So I think we are almost ready to get this thing going.
Yes.
So just quickly, I'm sure you would have done this before, but just because I'm sitting here now, your closing thoughts on your, however long it's been, 3 days for you now?
We had 2 days.
2 days.
Again, just the depth of field I thought was amazing. And the fact that these are the 2 players we ended up with out of a list that was ridiculous was great. And that grand finals, you had a chance to see Momochi at his best, Xiaohai at his best. And you're right that the fact that Xiaohai started out from winner's side, that was really the deciding factor.
Yeah, and you know, for me, one of the things that makes me happy, obviously, you know, ESL put on this event. It was a great event, and I love the fact that, you know, they got all the fighting game people to help produce this. You know, it really felt like a fighting game event, you know, and it's also awesome to have this in New York. New York has always been one of the strongest Street Fighter scenes. Any East Coast rivalry with West Coast is always California and New York. And New York City has so many talented players. To have one in this backyard, I think, is awesome for all those players.
And the fans turned up as well.
Yes.
What better place for it to happen than, of course, as you already head at the hub of Street Fighter. So that's awesome. All right, gentlemen, I think it's time for us to go ahead and put some live music on. I hope you've had a blast. If you aren't watching already, I told you, ESL_CSGO, that is where you'll be watching Cruella. Of course, it is an EDM duo. They're probably going to hang me and quarter me for calling it EDM. It's loud and it's electronic music. I'm uneducated, but they are definitely worth checking out. And that's going to be going down right here, right now. So before we do show them, and before they go ahead and make this arena shake, we had Josh Gray, another member of ESL. He had a little opportunity to sit down, play some games, and talk music with them. So let's go ahead and have a look at that before they kick things off.
So stoked to finally have a musical performance. First time we're doing something like this for ESL.
We're honored.
I can't think of a better group to be joining us. And the game we're going to be playing today is Street Fighter V.
First time.
First time.
First time ever.
First time.
This is foreign territory for me.
Exactly. So, first of all, we're going to jump into the versus screen, and this is where we get to pick our characters in Street Fighter.
Who's he?
That's Birdie.
Why do I just want to be the ugliest one? Is that...
Intimidation?
I actually think that the chick right here...
Jury?
She's a bad bitch.
Whoa.
Like, she's like the I wear what I want. I think I'm actually going to settle for him.
Cool. You do Dalsim? Okay, let's go ahead and jump into the first matchup.
Round 1. Fight.
Wow, how'd you do that?
I don't know. I have literally no idea. I think I'm button mashing now.
That's half the fun. So we'll jump into the next round.
We have Yasmin playing as Cammy, and Johannes playing as Rashid.
We're going to change this, though.
We got to change this up.
Cammy's not doing it for me.
So we're going to go to character stage select.
Dalsim kind of, I had a thing going with him.
Let me do question mark.
You can do random.
Wild card. Yeah, let's go.
Random.
All right.
Here we go. It's Cammy.
Oh.
Boom.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
All right.
Though?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Round 1. Fight.
You, man. Dude.
Cammy's able to get a couple kicks in. Oh, the anti-air, that was beautiful. That was pro level.
What the hell?
Whoa.
Wow.
I feel like I'm getting so marked right.
You guys just suck at
Look at her ass.
Damn. Yeah, she's got like a cool I won move.
I think you're more technical, or your sister's just more button map.
That's me. That's very typical of my personality.
Oh,
very...
and she's even doing an ult.
All right.
And that's... Oh, it's over. It is over.
It was too easy to beat me.
It is over.
Yo, it wasn't Cammy, it was me.
Yeah, okay.
It was me.
Cammy wins.
thanks so much for joining us once again. You guys can check out Cruella on Spotify and iTunes, and their latest EP, Ammunition, is available now. Cruella.
This one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stepped on. No luck, no fucks, tough luck, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking. No sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. We're always eager for so much more. Cause reality is a cancer and we discovered the cure. They took your money and your freedom and your time. They almost took it all, but they'll never take your mind. This one is for the beggars. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand now we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get it fucking way. Beggars, stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand now we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get it fucking way. Till we get it fucking way. Fucking way. Fucking way. Beggars, stand up if you're feeling. Fucking way. Fucking way. Yes, sir, you're killing it. You know what's up. You're gonna push your luck. Tell me you've had enough. I'm taking off these gloves. Get down and lick that dust. Want a piece of this, want a piece of this. Cherry pie with you, what you gonna make of this? 1 minute in the backseat, if you smooth, I'm a predator. Rapture, I am killing it. I am killing it. Sing, I'm a predator. Rapture, I am killing it. I am killing it. I'm a predator, rapture. ESL, you like to go hard? Everybody on my right, make some fucking noise. On my left. Here we go. This one's called Live for the Night.
to a dream, aching to be thrown in the ring. If nothing comes easy, as long as we're breathing, we'll go all the way or go home. If nothing comes easy, as long as we're breathing, we'll go all the way or go home. We were born ready, where the repeats, what we have is all we need. 'Cause if it's fast or slow, all I really know is I'm gonna enjoy the ride. And if it's hard or soft, before we get off, I'm gonna enjoy the ride, enjoy the ride. One more time, sing it. Fast or slow, all I really know is I'm gonna enjoy the ride. And if it's hard or soft, before we get off, I'm gonna enjoy the ride, enjoy the ride. ESL 1, we are Cruella. It is a pleasure to spend tonight with you guys. This next one is called Broken Record. You lit a cigarette as I watched you walk away, turn to a silhouette. But your words will never fade. I know I'm hanging on, and you still know the pain. I gave it everything, everything, but we still lost the way. You tell me that it's over when it's only just begun. You tell me that you're sober when you've had another one. For the memories, the silence is deafening. I can't keep living on repeat. I'm a broken record. I'm a broken record. Some things are permanent, like the ink that's on my skin. How could I forget the places that we've been? I know I'm hanging to a bullet in the wind. I gave it everything, everything. Now there's nothing left to give. You tell me that it's over when it's only just begun. You tell me that you're sober when you've had another one. For the memories, the silence is deafening. I can't keep living on repeat. I'm a broken record. I'm a broken record. I'm living on repeat. I'm a broken record. I'm a broken record. I'm a broken record. Pull my heart out of my chest, train my mind so I forget. Sink your teeth into my bones, dig me out, then fill the hole. Tear me apart and watch it burn. Tear me apart and watch it burn. All that's left is a window to a soul. Falling faster, you make my heart beat. Come and get it one more time. If you wanna lose your mind, come and get it one more time. This one is called Alive. If you know it, please sing along with us.
There's no regretting anymore.
superstar. Thank you so much, ESL. ESL, thank you guys so much. We are Cruella from Chicago. My name's Yasmin. This is my sister, Jahan. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations to everyone who played today. Much love.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Tags up. One. He's going to get... Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flick. Oh! This is going to be absolute madness. world's best Counter-Strike teams gathered in New York. The Big Apple, the Barclays Center, to do battle and to battle for not only pride, but also $250,000. Over 3 days, we whittled it down to 2. And now our grand finals are set to begin. None other than Navi, no stranger to grand finals, and Virtus Pro causing the upset of the event, dubbed by Duncan to my left as the hardest game we will see here in New York, semi-final number 2. Of course, the world defending Brazilian world champions going up against VP in a full 3 maps to give us the poles in the grand final. And gentlemen, we will be bringing the teams out. We will have plenty of time to discuss exactly what to expect and what to look forward to in this grand final. But first of all, there's plenty of new faces, both here and also over online. And so we take this opportunity to bring them up one by one. We're going to go ahead and just run through these rosters and go ahead around who these 5 players are holding those mouse and keyboards and playing some world-class CS. Duncan, let's go ahead and start with Navi.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a very storied lineup. On the left there, we've got Flamey. Was before Simple came, the young gun, you know, he was the guy where you were waiting for him to kind of inherit the throne and become a star like Guardian, and he started doing it this year. This year he's been very good, and most recently at this tournament, obviously, he's a main reason why they're in the final now. Then you've got C's to his right, now the in-game leader, formerly kind of like the support player, but he could be the insurance policy. He could take over if Guardian wasn't having a good game, Flame wasn't having a good game. Guy in the middle, Guardian, one of the best players of all time, very, very skilled player, amazing AWPer. Then we obviously got Edward, veteran player, has actually literally been in Navi lineups going back to 2010. And then finally on the right, well, you can't see it anymore, but on the right, Simple, I think destined to be one of the all-time great players right now in his prime, very, very dangerous, explosive player. And so Navi, a very skilled team, formerly a very strategical team, now more skill-laden.
And of course, in front of you now is Virtus Pro, the teams that look to go ahead and challenge Navi. Janko, why don't you walk us through this 5?
This is the Polish lineup that has been together for more than 3 years. Major champions in 2014, won 2 out of the 3 last LAN tournaments as well. We have Pasha on the left, probably the biggest personality of the team. Right after him, we have Neo, the in-game leader of the team right now, a very cerebral player, very intelligent. In the middle, Snacks, probably the biggest star of the team, maybe even the flashiest player, known for his sneaky plays around smokes. Taz on the right, along with Neo, they've been playing together for more than 10 years, the most experienced duo in the scene right now. And on the far right, we have Bialy, an incredibly strong player mechanically, and all together, they are a very, very strong lineup.
They are scary, and I think the interesting discussion we will be having later on is just how scary they have been as of late. Teams never really know what to expect with these. The tier 1 opponents have never, I don't think we've ever really seen a tier 1 opponent go in underestimating Virtus Pro. We've seen them, you know, they've conceded silly losses in the past. However, you know, the world-class teams, the world beaters, never seem to go ahead and just and laugh at Virtus Pro at any point of their peaks and troughs. There's always respect there for Virtus Pro, and I think that's something that you can't say for many teams. Duncan.
No, and that's the key thing. I mean, we always say this line, it sounds cliche, but this really would be the scouting report. This team plays up or down to the level of their opponent. So as a result, yeah, if they're playing like an underdog, like a new team, they might make crazy rookie mistakes themselves and leave the game wide open. But if they're playing a world-class team, something about the stage, something about the moment, something about the best teams kind of makes them think we can play that well, we can be as good as this. And you saw in that series against SK. Okay, SK could have won that 2-0, but they would never have gotten out of that series unscathed.
It's really, I mean, you have to remember as well, Janko, that this is the first time they've met. They met earlier in the Swiss stage, and so that's something we have to kind of acknowledge.
Exactly, but that was a pretty tricky game, if I may say so. You had VP winning both pistols on train, and you were thinking, wow, that's amazing. How did Navi manage to beat them? But Navi won the second round both times, so that good start wasn't, but VP didn't get what they were hoping for, and they made a couple of silly mistakes also in that game, seeing as how it was best of 1. That's all it takes for you to lose the game.
And we'll run with that. Good start, because that's what we're going to go ahead and do. Give our grand final a damn good start. None other than Red Eye to go ahead and get these 2 Counter-Strike teams onto the stage here in New York.
Yes, thank you very much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand final of ESL 1 New York. Our first team are already multiple champions, a absolutely iconic team in esports and Counter-Strike over the last 15 years. They're multiple champions in 1.6, of course. Runners-up this year at the Major. Underestimate them at your yellow peril. They are Navi! Okay, we have one of our finalists on stage. Time to introduce you to our second and their opponents. Also a legendary and iconic name in esports and Counter-Strike. They are the informed team in Counter-Strike right now with 2 titles in the last 2 weeks. Can they make it 3 out of 3? Let's find out as we introduce you to Virtus Pro! We have both of our teams now, Virtus Pro and Navi, here on the stage. It is time to find out who the champion of ESL 1 will be as we enjoy the Eastern European El Clasico!
Is it? El Clasico is exactly what we call this. Navi and Virtus Pro, 2 teams who have got such a fabled history and perhaps even future here in New York alone. Got to look forward to here. And now, gentlemen, we can get into the real meat of the analysis. I like that we walked through with just kind of the difference in the fact that we have got Simple joining that Navi roster. That's been a storyline that we have, I don't want to say we've beat it to death, but we've definitely covered this new arrival.
Sure, yeah.
I do want to take a bit more of an external perspective to start things off, because we have seen Virtus Pro, you know, infamous for not making any changes and solving their problems without doing so. Navi, we saw the success they found with Zeus. Is it just because of the power of Simple that this makes sense? I mean, look at Virtus Pro demonstrating that roster changes don't solve all the problems.
I don't, because the key thing about Navi is because they had so much consistent success, so many finals, they really did wait and say, we're going to play this out, you know. If we keep making finals, we'll stick with it. Eventually, maybe we win. Then they saw they didn't. I mean, the key moment for me was after the major, you saw them kind of break, and they even started tweeting themselves, oh, it's always like second, we never win. And it was multiple people saying this. So I think what happened is they realized correctly that actually they were only going to go down there. They weren't just going to maintain second place and never win. They probably were going to go top 4, top 8, as they were doing in these competitions.
Sure.
So I think they realized something has to change anyway. The one thing we could do is like a blockbuster move to change everything is bring in this guy who's just beaten us, very, very talented player. And so even though it meant, yeah, potentially you upset the whole apple cart, if it goes right though, if it worked out, I mean, you're thinking of it, you win events like this, you win the majors. This is what they've all been waiting for. So I think the gamble was worth it, whether it works or not.
Yeah, but it's also safe to assume that it was by no means, you know, a drop of the hat decision. This must have been something that was thought out for a great deal of time, to lose Zeus and to bring in Simple.
I mean, definitely so. You don't make decisions like that in the heat of the moment, but when you compare other rosters to VP, you need to realize how incredibly much of mental fortitude you need to be able to keep the same roster for 3 years. And I think that stems mostly from Taz, Neo, and Pasha, seeing as how they are, I mean, also older guys, so obviously more mature. So they understand that it's not always the roster. Even notoriously, when they were playing in 1.6, they rarely made roster changes, right?
Yep.
So they kind of brought Snacks and Bialy into that system to believe in it. And you also need to understand, Poland is not a Denmark of CS. They don't have that much new talent coming up. So maybe they, even at times when they were thinking of making a roster change, they said, well, none of the guys who we can pick up are actually better than the players we have, so let's try and work it out.
And, you know, you've mentioned already, Taz has been playing alongside Neo for over 10 years now. I saw a video recently where he stated, I will continue to play Counter-Strike until I stop having fun. He's still having fun. He's still on that grand final stage, and there is a lot to look forward to. You can see the passion in this man's eyes, perhaps not in the interviews, but when he got that mouse and keyboard in his hand. Gents, I want to start and get the vetoes done and dusted so we know how the battlefield will look. as we do delve deeper into this one. So Duncan, take it away.
Okay, so I mean, we start here with Dust 2. He's the classic VP ban. It's basically been their ban for a long, long time. Sure. It's one that's an obvious one here. Also, you take into account, I mean, we saw Dust 2 earlier, Navi playing it. That we know they're certainly capable on that map. That was a map that Simple went crazy on. So you're never going to change it up, and VP never changed their permaban in general. Even though the lineups changed in terms of the style of play, they still don't want Cash. They still don't want Nuke. These are the obvious maps. I expect it to just be a straight-up Cash ban here. They didn't want to risk it. I mean, funnily enough, if they really did, they could risk it here. VP aren't necessarily going to pick it. I think VP would go more towards something like a Mirage, something along these lines. Now, since it's VP's pick here, historically, I would say VP, well, they're most comfortable on Train, right? It's got to be. I mean, this is the map that they've already played on, right? And we've seen Navi's looking pretty good on Train.
Do you think after the showing in the semifinals, maybe VP goes for a Nuke pick here?
Ooh. That would be very ballsy, right? I mean, here's the thing. If they do that, that is pure mind games. I mean, people are going to say, yeah, but they had all the smokes and all the rest of that stuff. Yeah, they've only played it once. Okay, interestingly, VP goes with the Cobble pick now. That makes some sense. First of all, Liquid smashed the guys from Navi on that map. That was the map that wasn't that close, especially when you consider Navi got that T-half start and they had nothing, basically. So VP are fantastic on Cobble. I would say I actually have them as the best Cobble team at the moment. I saw what they did in the major, beating out SK, who's very good. They have an insane record. They've lost only maybe a couple out of the last 10 or so they've played. I think in terms of Navi now, here's the crazy thing. For Navi, it's surely going to be Mirage or Train, right? You think these two, they're classic wheelhouse maps for the guys from Virtus Pro. I think logically, it actually, believe it or not, probably should be Train. I think that's probably the one that they should go with because, okay, Mirage is good, but are you confident you really play that after what you saw against SK earlier?
There's also, okay, they go for Train. I wanted to say there's a possibility of going for Overpass since they saw a lot of rounds being played out and maybe they have a plan against it.
The thing is, I think at this point, now we're going to see VP do an Overpass ban, and we're going to see a ban from Navi. They're going to do the Nuke ban. I think when they get Mirage as the third map. So I actually think this will be a great series.
I think this is also where VP actually gets to pick the map because they know Navi now has to ban Nuke. So basically with their ban, they're deciding whether they want to play Mirage or Overpass.
It's like they're skipped over. So like we see, Overpass. So now there's no universe, I'm telling you right now, in which Navi is now going to ban Mirage and let Nuke come through. Well, let's see if they prove me wrong. What do you know? That? So we got to Mirage in the end. Now, the funny thing about this is, if we skip back 3 months, I would actually say this is a fantastic style. Like, every map here could be either team winning. But at the moment, the interesting thing is, VP are the ones who are going to be very confident in this draw because they feel like they can win every map. Navi, I don't think Navi even believe entirely in their Cobble. So for Navi, getting that Train win is a must, especially because they're going to start on Cobblestone. So I don't think they're going to be thinking they're going to win map 1.
And another big tell of their Cobble being shaky is also that they decided to pick the CT side. Obviously, VP picking the map, they get to pick the side, so you pick the CT side, which now it was never known for. It was always up to Guardian to get them like 3 or 4 rounds on the CT side. Then with their amazing T-side play, they get over the hump.
Well, the funny thing is, they sometimes used to pick CT before, but just knowing that they were going to get all the T rounds. It's almost like they wanted to know, how many do I need? Do I need 10? Do I need 11? So they knew how to play it, you know. I don't think they've done it for that reason this time. I actually think they hope we just get rolling a CT. Like I told you, Navi at the moment is a CT-sided team. They want to get Simple rolling or Guardian rolling. They want just like individual play to win out the day. Meanwhile, VP, this is why it's going to be a great matchup. They're all about the T side. I mean, we saw it on Nuke. That's where VP earns their money, is like great T sides, grinding out rounds when they're against great defenses. So I think if we can have a great defense from Navi, maybe then we see a great Cobblestone.
It's intriguing, actually, yeah. You know, if you reflect upon the 2 different ways and routes that these teams got here, we talked about Virtus Pro and the fact that it was a complete combined team effort versus SK. You know, every single member was firing on all fronts, and then you reflect upon Navi, and we were just saying, Flamey is a god, 40 bomb in regulation. You know, like there's a definitely stark contrast between how both of these teams did get to the grand final.
I mean, it was individual styles, right? It's Flamey on one map, it's Simple on the other. Here's a little detail to note, though, that's interesting, is I've never seen Simple play in a huge final and have a really good game, actually. At ESL 1 Cologne, he kind of wilted a little bit in that final. So I'm actually going to call him out here. It's his birthday today. He played very well earlier on today. I know he's one of the best players in the world, but can he actually go head-to-head with a veteran team and be the best player in the server?
Now, yes, you've said Simple hasn't had a great time in grand finals. How about Navi? I mean, is there no stranger to grand finals? But how about finding wins there?
This is how sick this is. So VP has basically only been in 2 finals, won them both, closed them both, great job. Meanwhile, you go over to the Navi side of things. This year, this is their 7th final, and they only won 1 of the 7. And the one that they won was the smallest in terms of prize money, prestige, opponent in the final. I mean, they played Astralis in the final, by the way, so no offense to Astralis, but I'd rather play Astralis in the final than your Fanatics, SK, Luminous, you know. I think that here's the difference, okay? Navi, just as they were earlier in the year, maybe they're the more talented team. Maybe they're the team who should win this tournament, but they don't win in these situations. They have to get over that hump themselves. VP, on the other hand, they're like, if you give us an opportunity, we will close the deal.
That is actually perfect. Just explain the two different mindsets perhaps going into New York in this grand final. A lot on the line for both. Yanko, while these replays do run, just some closing thoughts and even start talking predictions here for the first map, Cobblestone.
Cobble is very, very interesting as a map. You need to remember what, kind of a beating Simple gave to Navi at the previous major when he played. So there's always that X-factor potential when you have such strong individual players. Another thing is that we saw VP kind of struggle with the drop zone in their own game on Cobblestone, right? That's an incremental part of the map. So if Navi did their preparation, I didn't like their T side. They were going for a lot of defaults being spread around, but they were getting decimated by especially Pimp towards those A holes with the AWP, and that's something similar that Snack is going to go for, I feel like. So for this to be a close game, Navi has to have a strong CT side, which is extremely hard to pull off against a team like VP, but they have to find a way to do it.
I'm not sure if they will. It seems like the desk, Yanko as a lead, made it clear that...
For Cobble, I'm going with VP here for sure. It's not a map that this new Navi lineup is still comfortable with.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think the known quantity is certainly that T-side of VP, and so until they show me they can stop that, I have to say that it's going to be VP winning the map. Like, I do think that's where Simple, just as an individual, can have a huge difference, because you think of when he beat Navi when he was in Team Liquid, you think even of the odd round when he was against Team Liquid in this tournament, if he can get that AWP rolling on that B plat, that's where he can really stop the rushes, because if you let Virtus Pro out there with their smokes, you're not going to win these rounds. First, not only are they good at taking sites, they're one of the best teams we have at clutch rounds.
It may be Simple's birthday, but Navi have gifted the T side of Cobble over to the boys from Virtus Pro. It does seem like our desk is leaning towards the polls in the first one. That only does also hint at a very promising grand final. It's going to be spectacular, there's no doubt about it. Boys, are we going to see 3 maps? Are you feeling 3 map vibes?
I think we are, actually. I think even if VP wins this, I think we're going 3 no matter what. Because the difference is, if Navi was to somehow magically win this, I know VP can still win Train potentially.
There you go. You heard it here from the mind himself. It is potentially going to be a grand final here in ESL 1 New York. We're finding out who will lift the trophy in just a moment's time, but first we take the break, and when we return, Cobblestone is about to go down. And a quick reminder.
ESL 1 New York is brought to you in part by Alienware, Microsoft, CyberPower PC, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, and NVIDIA.
It's so good, yes, they named it twice, and I already can't wait to come back next year because this tournament has been nothing short of amazing. There's been storylines, skepticism, Liquid goes on another run, Optic upsets, and we've got two legendary teams in the final.
Yeah, the Swiss format has delivered lots of interesting results there, and I can't wait for this Eastern European brawl coming in. It's going to be absolutely electrifying. The thing is, though, Virtus Pro, they're used to closing out grand finals. Navi, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. We're going to see whether they can actually step up here and maybe deliver some maps. The problem I have is opening up with Cobble. That's where they've struggled throughout this era with their new edition of Simple.
And dead right. Like Yanko said on the desk, and I think accurately so, there has been issues at the drop room, a very passive drop control from Virtus Pro that they can exploit. But Navi's never had a problem on their T side. It is the CT side, it is Guardian, and we talked about bringing in Simple. He's a little bit limited in his movement because now they have the op on the secondary site. He doesn't get to be quite as dynamic. And for Virtus Pro, this is the thing. With Navi, we came in, we doubted them after some poor performances 3 weeks ago at Kiev. Obviously, crashed out 0-2, changed the roles. Their incredible run in Pro League kind of falls a little bit short. Coming into this, I wasn't sure what to expect, and I think they've got thrown a lot of individualism. But the problem is you're going against one of the most structured, disciplined teams in that sense who breaks that down time and time again. And they got the monkey off the back of being the only team to take a map off of SK at the last two majors and finally beat them to be here.
I really do think Navi get a struggle here on the first map. I just don't see them beating Virtus Pro here, opening things up. We saw them against Liquid. They looked poor on that map. They couldn't really get going. Since Simple's joined, you pointed it out, he looks a little bit limited. I think they're forcing the double orbs a little bit too much. The ruthless playstyle from Virtus Pro on the T side especially, just sticking together as a unit, taking over the middle area and long A together. They're so efficient at doing it. I feel like they'll be locking things down on the T side. That's what we'll be kicking things off as well. Going into Train, this is where they've actually played all together already in this tournament. And Navi did come out on top 69, but grand finals, that's when they seem to slip up historically. They can't really close out these huge tournaments, and this is where I'm a little bit worried for them. I think it'd be a great storyline to see this edition of Simple coming in and they finally win one of these massive tournaments, but right now I am feeling it's going to be a Virtus Pro victory.
Well, it's tough to call because there's so many things on the line. Like you say, Simple back on North American soil. We know that he was adored, obviously. He was the enemy earlier when they did take down Liquid in the semi, but Virtus Pro's always got good fanfare. I'm a little bit interested to see how that sixth man does play out. That said as well, maybe some storyline, something a little bit endearing for everyone to get behind. Simple's birthday. Maybe a curse to be broken?
Yeah, sure.
Is he finally coming of age? Is this hashtag new Simple for real now, Henry?
It could be. It could be, absolutely. This new team has seemed to have calmed him down a little bit. We haven't heard any crazy stories from him since he's joined the team. He seems like he's just reeled himself in, wants to concentrate on being a nice little professional there, and it seems to be coming together. And we've seen him at one tournament so far? We saw him at Starlight, right, and they crashed out there, but I'm feeling this is the one. This could be the chance for them to show what this team is potentially made of. A lot of people have been suggesting this could be the new #1 team in the world, and both of these guys have taken down SK and their path, the current #1 team, to get to this final. So how a fitting finish to the tournament it can be.
And there's no doubt about it. I think that there'll be some look into the ranking systems. I'm curious to see how, I mean, Thorns is based on form and what he feels is significant in certain matches, but I'm curious to see how the HLTV rankings might stack up after an event like this as well when the actual point structure comes in, because there's no doubt about it. The final three teams that were remaining, considering Liquid was the first semifinal, the final three teams are the three best teams in the world right now. And I think it's a grudge match in the current state of CSGO of which is the best. And if there's one team that's been the stable rock of all of them, considering the ups and downs, it's the team on screen right now. The longest standing roster in CSGO history, 37 months they've played together. Find me another team in esports that's ever done that. I mean, that's incredible in itself that they've been so successful, I should say, and the experience they have in these situations. Like Thorn said, 2 finals this year. very recently as well, E-League and then DreamHack Bucharest, and both of them, they made quick work of it.
This is a great start on the screen rush now. 104 rounds in a semi-final. That you may start to think, oh, that means they're going to be really warmed up and they're going to be ready for this grand final. Actually, it could almost be in the opposite. When you have those semi-finals just before a big game like this and you've expended all the adrenaline you have available, it can be incredibly exhausting. It can take a lot out of the team. I think they've had a little break now. They've had time to recover, but still, it does take a lot out of them. So it could be an interesting factor going into this one. Maybe they won't be firing on all cylinders. Maybe the adrenaline has been dumped. It's definitely going to be working in Navi's favor, I'd say. I think that's actually quite an interesting point to think about. 3 overtimes on that second map, and they gave us a really convincing map on Nuke as well. I thought they would have maybe sneaked that one in here. I thought they actually had an astonishing T-side on Nukes. We discussed it in the green room as well. Some stuff we haven't actually seen before, so I was interested to see whether that'd sneak in. But I think Cobble, that's the safe bet, and I do really see them actually running them over on this one, especially if they get the pistol, they get that first gun round going. Navi historically don't normally get more than 5 rounds on a CD half, and it doesn't seem to have improved since Simple's joined as well. The double orb setup doesn't seem too convincing for me. As the guys sit down, they are getting on the server as well.
And
there's interesting.
Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say that's the trophy they're playing for. It's just it's a famed trophy in esports. There's so much pride that goes into that alone.
Yeah, it's been an interesting 3 days here. Today, more so than ever, I think. We've seen some great performances. Liquid, we had to say goodbye to him. I think everyone in the crowd would have loved to have seen him here.
Undoubtedly. I mean, and let's talk about that. Like we said, there was skepticism coming in. The player break really did shake things up. Pimp, we've never really seen him implemented into this lineup, and it is proof. I can't remember who said it on the desk. It might have been Thorn, but there's proof that they can survive post-Simple era, and they've done an excellent job here. He himself as well played very well, and I know there's a lot of, you know, it's big shoes to fill, a lot of pressure on him. They did extremely well. It's encouraging considering the performances that they've had. And on top of that, Optic as well. Came in, took the spot from Cloud9, upset G2. There's a shocking storyline in itself.
Amazing.
Beat Astralis, who continued to struggle, and almost made it through to the semis against none other than Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that was crazy from Optic. They're showing themselves to be like the giant slayers here. They've done it before at some tournaments. We thought, okay, it's a one-off. It's an interesting event from them, but they've proven themselves. They could be a world-class team going forward, especially with the addition of Tarek as well. They're looking very strong indeed, and I hope to see more from them in the future. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them. Well then, Matthew, I'm going to push you for prediction. I've come to give my thoughts on these maps, and I feel like I feel like this one will set a tone. I feel like if VP run them over here and take the tone for the grand final, I think it could be a 2-0.
Can I pull a Moses in North America and pander to the crowd?
How is that going to work?
All right, let's see, guys. If it's Navi that's going to win, let me know, and I'll go with you guys. Come on, who's Navi? And Virtus Pro?
Okay. All right.
Well, if we said sixth man was a factor, the crowd's there. I don't think it's going to be easy for them, but I actually think Virtus Pro, being as consistent as they have been, playing a formulated style of CS, actually can break down this individual Navi we've seen. And we know that the individual skills there, they're a tactical team, but with the changes they've made, we haven't seen them be able to fall back on those tactics in the recent weeks. So there could still be something there. So Virtus Pro, I think maybe 2-1 in this.
2-1.
It's tough. I think Cobblestone's theirs for the taking.
I think definitely. I think that's one of the most guaranteed of this grand final. If we do get to the third map, Mirage, I think that's going to be absolutely amazing. I think these 3 maps could be great. Navi don't need to. I don't think they're going to win Cobble, but they need to have a good game on it. They just can't get run over. They can't have that moral blow. We know they're a very emotional team, could be heavily affected by getting 16-2 or 16-3. Need to be posting a good game here and having like some convincing rounds going forward. We haven't seen that on Cobble so far, especially this tournament. It's looked very weak indeed.
And we're just about to get ready to roll.
Yep.
So CT side Navi. T side Virtus Pro, so we'll see it right away.
Right then. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've been amazing the last 3 days. It's grand final time, not at Spin Silver, it's Virtus Pro. To kick things off is going to be Cobble. Let's make some noise.
And like I said, we'll see it right away. Navi's struggles have always been on the CT side of this map. Pistol round's going to be extremely important. They're known to only get roughly 5 rounds. And to start it off, Virtus Pro, 4 players in toward the B tunnels. Taz just waiting, as they always do, typical Virtus Pro, to see if there's going to be a push for information and a fast flank from the A tunnels. Simple and Flamey out toward long in a more aggressive position on the drop room. Edward boosted up So at least in the pistol, we're going to see some aggression in this spot right away, and it's very crucial.
No grenades purchased at all for Virtus Pro or Navi. This is going to be a pure brawl towards the B-bomb side, it seems, as well. We can see Snacks above the drop-down room. There is a little boost going on from the CTs as well, which I think has just been cancelled. Oh, Edward has gone up. He's committed here. This frag is absolutely vital. If Virtus Pro find it, they're going to capitalize and push straight in there.
And Bialy backing's going to spot it. Now watch the left, because if he pushes through, Snacks is there. It's a bait and switch. Bialy's hoping he'll go, but needs to be careful in the jump. Second one across. Edward, he's overstaying his welcome in this, but they're a little bit timid to try and find him. Second peek, finally he'll go down, but watch behind, because Virtus Pro, Pasha and Bialy, they find kills on the other side as well. So now Simple's got to rotate back. They've got the split play. Bomb nearly gets caught in the door. Taken low, and it's going to get dropped down by his teammate, no less, as Bialy will catch Pasha. But it's a 2 versus 2. They're completely in the middle. The pincer goes the other way. The CT's on either side, and Flamey just needs to stay alive, but they get through the door before Guardian can act. And he's got to rotate all the way back around. As you said, no utility bot. There's no kits to work with. Immediately on the rock as well. It's going to be a dance with Snacks holding off as the flank comes in. First shot does go Guardian's way. Still on 68. He's got the HP advantage. Tags up on Bialy as well. 16! But the headshot goes the other way from the USP.
We said it would be a brawl in that pistol round. It certainly was there. Edward boosted up at the start. He spots 2 players. He thought he'd be falling back there. He goes down. The A-split comes in, and it seems as if a couple of early round nerves here. Simple not landing those simple shots towards middle at the top there. Actually in the side of the head on the bomber as well. Had he have landed that shot, that could have been the round over. But Virtus Pro starting off with the A-split, falling back towards B, and Guardian did a good job to bring it down to the 1 versus 1, but couldn't finish it off. It's actually going to be Bialy finding 3 kills there. And Pasha to finish things off. It will be the 1-0 here. We have got a force buy from the CTs. 5-7s. Desert Eagles, 4 sets of body armor here. Guardian, obviously the AWP are going to be taking things a little more conservative, but look at the buy they've got here. 4 HE grenades. This can be a very effective strategy. Obviously it has to be timed to perfection. You can see a little 4-man stack towards that B side. They're hoping the Virtus Pro commit, and it's going to be the airstrike at that point. You can actually take out 2 or 3 players and do a ton of damage to the others if it's timed well. I hope it does work out in that sense, because it is very exciting to watch when it's done properly.
So Pasha's going to be the first one in. Molotov ready to check the stairs first, rather than the arch. Smoke pre-lined up. Walk out into the corner. Crosshair already placed. Deployed, but it's all for a sail. And this is exactly it. They pulled the 4 players over from Navi. These pistols on armor. They may elect to just sit back and hold on to these, having already given up the real estate. Seized will be caught in the middle of it as they split through from drop. 3 players coming up from inside of middle. Seized at 75. They've gotten deep inside the site, not yet found him though. That's going to drop bomb as well, so they get a chance out this. Guardian rotates. Bomb drop down is a problem. Metal by time. The rotates might be something they go for and considering having the armor, but through the vent, Neo will find Flamey. And it's down to just Edward and Simple. It's only a 1-man deficit, no less, for them, but bomb will quickly be scooped up, or will at Edward's position. He's gotten in behind. P250 goes immediately, doesn't elect to go for the discipline, and that'll leave him in the open and vulnerable, as Neo will get him back with the MAC-10. It's all down to Simple. As the bomb planted inside the site, Eagle trying to find the shot, reload in the open, Neo gets the kill.
Got a little bit scary there for Virtus Pro. We saw Navi at the start there. 4-man stack towards B. We were waiting for the HE grenade to connect. Unfortunately for them, Virtus Pro is doing the default. Smoke towards the upper platform. Molotov in as well. Flashbangs over. It's enough to bait out those grenades. They hear them go off. They go back towards the A site. Fortunately for them, though, the CZ waiting for them. They get the first couple of kills. That's the CTs. And then Virtus Pro sticking together, using the SMGs in their favor, and actually able to mow them down. So a few kills obtained from Navi, but they're not actually equating to a round victory here. We're going to round number 3. It's going to be the full eco for Navi. Just USPs and a PD1000 for Guardian. Nothing purchase whatsoever. So at this point, you want to be throwing in your SMGs first. Virtus Pro, they've got the MAC-10, the UMP, getting that in there, farm some cash. It's going to be important going forward. And it's like the execution towards B. The flashbangs are over. C's surely going to be going down straight away. There it is. Virtus Pro get the first 2 kills. Simple finds the 3rd, but there's not going to be too much to work with here. As Guardian, he's the last player remaining. He'll actually be towards the connector, so it will be a clean 3-0 for Virtus Pro to open things up on Cobble. We said they were the heavy favourites going into this one, and with the force buy from Navi in the second, means they'll be limited, heavily limited in that first gun run. I think Guardian can just about get an AWP. But still, a great start for Virtus Pro here on this
Exactly
side.
that. Well, and we talked about it as well, the pistol being so important considering the struggles that Navi commonly have on this map. So already we're going to see them deficit by 3. Momentum firmly in the favor of Virtus Pro, but guns just to be drawn. Unfortunately, though, Guardian, they should actually be able with 3 down. He'll be able to get the AWP out early.
Yeah. Well, this is one of the maps where Guardian's known. He has to be the one that carries them on the CT side. We say they normally only get about 5 rounds of it. Historically, he's the player getting it for them. He's the one moving around, finding the shots that are required and getting the opening picks. But the problem is Snax is always very proficient on this map. And here we go, and the first gun round coming in. Round number 4. Guardian brings out the AWP. He has to step up here. Snax, he actually upgrades the UMP. I thought he was going to go for that bonus round mentality. Doesn't seem to be the case. He wants to go straight in here with the AWP himself. He's absolutely nuts on this map. It's kind of very hard to predict or analyze what he's going to do each round. He's a loose cannon in that sense. And Guardian, he'll be heading towards danger. And Snax is waiting for the initial aggression towards long A. So both the AWPers in quite a passive mentality. But the rest of the teammates for Virtus Pro over towards those B horsemen now. They have utility to work with. No one particularly boosting up on the CT side. It's going to be a full default as they are flashed off of that platform.
And the aggression there from Simple. Guardian slowly backpedaling out toward long. He's just going to check the corner once more, but Edwards starting to consider the rotation, and not for the wrong reasons. Snax is waiting as well for Guardian to go for the peak, so I imagine there'll be a counter position to Guardian, knowing that they love, or he loves rather, to get aggressive.
The problem is for Navi, look at them right now. No kits, no smokes, no incendiary. He's got a couple of flashbangs to work with here. If an execution comes in for Virtus Pro, which they still have the potential to do, it's going to be incredibly difficult to actually hold them off. Guardian has to step up here.
This has the potential to be another split. 58 seconds, 3 over toward A. If they can find a kill here, Edwards going to push. He goes all the way through this. Flash in. He's managed to dodge it. Good kill, but it's traded back. Now they could rotate back toward that drop position. Bomb's still over toward B, though, so perhaps rotate through the smoke at mid-top door. The options are unlimited for Virtus Pro, but they've got to start to make a decision soon at 42 seconds, and it is going to be the split back. That means cutting off rotations, but it means confronting Simple. It's only one. Passes there for the trade, and Taz immediately back around the APC. Can't find the follow-up as Flamey will rotate with seized. He's got his back slightly turned, anticipating the arrival, but bomb planted in with a man advantage again for VP, and saving is even hard at this point in time with Taz still lurking in the shadows.
Well, no kits to work with, no nades. They're going to have to go for these kills, and Snax, he spots the player from drop down. That's going to be seized, and the final kill comes in. Pasha finds it. I said Navi would be limited going into that situation. You could see them reacting, trying to get something going there. Edward, especially towards middle, he can feel the execution coming. He needs to find a frag. He tries to get it towards middle, but it's an equal exchange. Navi use that as a cue. And at that point, they can't actually do anything about it. Virtus Pro completely running over them. Guardian not finding a kill in the round either. So it's another eco for Navi going forward. It's going to be Desert Eagles, CZ at 5-7. They've got 1 HE. But this is looking very comfortable for the Poles right now. A classic grand final performance so far. As we get into this one.
Encouraging as well, considering, good shot from Snax, catches Edward looking for the information, but encouraging from both these teams as well. When you consider in 5 weeks from now, we do it all again in a massive event at IEM Oakland. So another American soil event. 7 out of the 8 teams that are here. It's going to be huge, and everyone's put a best foot forward. Liquid again could get back into it, but right now, Virtus Pro and Navi, they want to show that they're ready for that as well. As Neo, slight tag getting to the top of middle. It's Flamey and Simple just remaining, but Bialy's crossed over with Bomb. Taz leading the charge as well to clear out toward the barrels, make sure there's no surprises. And Simple, well, he'll surprise Taz, but not Bialy. He's there immediately after, and Bomb will get planted as a result. They've covered off the wings. They know where Flamey is.
Hello.
But they don't know the Deagle's in his hands, and it's certainly deadly. So too is the Pokeball from Snax. And he'll get captured to make it 5-0 for Virtus Pro.
So far, so good. Another couple of kills there for Navi, but still yet to find that first round. Okay, then. The double AWP setup on Cobble can be very good indeed. Some teams are very proficient with this setup. Navi, for me, aren't one of those teams. It seems like they force this every single time Simple can get the secondary AWP. As announced recently, he was taking over that role. I feel like they're taking that a bit too literally. It's not so much situational for them, especially on Cobble. They're doing it every single time. And we'll see whether he can step up and find something with this one. The first shot to fire in towards mid. Guardian's waiting for them, though. BP normally going to be smoking out that mid-connector area, but Snax, he finds the first kill. Simple drops once again. Aggressive, of course, towards that upper platform. He goes down. It's a 5-on-4, but a kill. Good kill from Flamey coming in to return.
Flash in on Snax means he's got to relocate temporarily, but having gotten the trade kill against Simple, or the refrag, rather, they can backpedal slightly. Edward, again, is going to be the one to try and get the information back over toward A in the lower mid. Similar situation, though, for Navi this time as they put out utility early. They've got 1 Molotov left to work with. That is on Edward on the A site. So if they do go back to B, which it's increasingly looking like they will as we see them heading that direction on the map, it could be a problem. So he's going to try and take advantage of a smoke. There's one in front of that, though, Snax, that he won't see. When this dissipates, he's got to spawn early. Does, but tag back. Bialy finds it immediately. And this will give Snax more encouragement to go because the nose, the first player close up, is gone. So he's got the range with the AWP, and Guardian's the one he finds. Watch him toward KFC though, because Flamey, he peeks out, he goes late or rather earlier than he would have expected, not trying to deny, catches off two with a headshot, drops bomb as well, and that's going to put Neo in a bit of a problem because he's got to backpedal and look already where Edward is positioned. He's got bomb in his sights and he knows that's the magnet that Rick Neo needs to go that direction. He nearly hits it, nearly pulls it back, but not quite just yet. And now the rifle up close with only 20 HP. Neo's got a money shot, and he's getting closer to it. Careful how you bait Neo! Unbelievable as Edward tries to bait it out, and he can't do so.
No way. Edward in a perfect position. Neo's 20 HP as well. He just can't deliver that one bullet. He just had to wait for the time to run out. He had to commit it after he walked out. He knows Neo's got the AWP and he can't find the retort. My God, Navi can't get going in this first half. It will be 6-0. Neo, so good in these clutch situations. And looking at the buy for Navi, 2 UMPs coming out, 5 sevens and Deagles, but they're a maximum loss bonus. They can keep the money around the 2K mark, so it's not so much a forced buy, it's a partial buy, of course. But sticking together, it's going to be Virtus Pro towards mid. Flamey finds the first shot, but once again it's traded. Very efficient in these situations, Virtus Pro have been so far. They'll be committing fully towards mid. There are 2 more CDs waiting for them, but still going to be dealt with relative ease. Guardian finds one in the back. He actually came in from danger there, so this could be a problem. Still a 3-on-2 in favor of Virtus Pro.
Guardian looking to try and get back in toward that bomb as well. Taz, he's going to hold him off. It's Bialy's opportunity to try and grab it, but lost there. And what a shot from Simple. Guardian and Simple together. What a duo this is. What amount of skill they have, but not weapons. Weapons are what they lack, as Bialy does have the AK-46 HP bomb in his sights, but no information on exactly where the second player's gone, and they're going to play this together. They're going to try and double peek. They're not going to allow Bialy to get an easy shot onto the second one. No isolation. He's got the bomb in his possession, still 46 seconds, so he can afford to slow this down, and Navi's got to go looking for it. They've got to get the information if that's been gathered. If it's been picked up, jump over, Guardian's revealed. It's going to leave him in the open, the double peek comes in, and he can't spray it down. Guardian does it. Good execution from Navi.
Well, then they pick up their first round, and Virtus Pro looked like they were doing a very good job there, sticking all their players towards middle and actually sticking together, refragging. The problem is they weren't really watching their flank. They had tunnel vision almost towards middle there. There's actually trying to trade those frags at the initial encounters, and then it was Guardian coming in from danger. He gets the attention from that point, and then Simple with a deagle in the back as well. They managed to find a round on the partial buy as well. It means money has been put into a very positive position going forward. The double AWP setup, like I said, every single time they can do it, they'll be bringing it out. Simple yet to really get going with the AWP. Same story for Guardian, really, I have to say, as we go into this. Virtus Pro, they've got an AWP themselves, and Neo, he's just down to a Tech 9. 5 players towards the B side of the map. Presumably some sort of execution coming in here, going to be smoking over. The flashes coming in as well as the perfect way to shut down this double AWP setup, and here comes the final play.
Inside the smokes, Neo wants to go fast plant. Watch Simple's position. He won't be able to see the bomb though, and as he wide, he goes out, tries to spot them. It's Bialy that'll take him down. So bomb planted, AWP picked up, but Navi's still the one getting the kills. Taz caught by Guardian. You shall not sneak by, and you shall not succeed in holding off the rotations. It's Snacks that has to do so, 1 versus 2, and Guardian still on that AWP. Snacks with the same weaponry, but a close position from Edwards going to force him, funnel him out, but he finds the shot. A lovely shot, and that a Guardian! And oh my God, Snacks, have you ever just stolen it from Navi?
Absolutely godlike. Snacks delivers again. At 3 versus 1 and finish it off. I can't believe he even hit that shot on the bomb side there. There's Nails, Guardian, and Edward once again in a 1v1. Can't deliver the goods when it's required. I don't think it's a hard reset just yet, but Navi, they're going to have to take a pause here. They can't get anything going here. Every situation, it seems to be going against him. This time, once again, it's actually Simple on that B side. He's got that AWP set up at the back. He gets taken down to open things up again. I think they need to be concentrating on the crossfires here with the rifles. So then, Navi going to the next round. Simple, $1,400. C's, $2,300. Guardian, not much more. So I think they're going to have to take some sort of eco here. But Virtus Pro running away with this one in the first half.
They say it's a New York minute that makes everything change. Well, for Snacks, it was 2 quick shots. That was so incredible. And to be pushed out by Edward, who has the information, and still find it above the smoke, to hit Guardian, and then the presence of mind to immediately go for the peak. Not only that, the reset, as you've mentioned, Navi, we know they struggle on the CT side, but those are the ones they need to win. You go back as well to the one-on-one, where Neo shuts them down. There's 3 very close rounds that they could have picked up. Money would be in a different situation. They would be the ones in control. And this game would give them a heck of a better chance than where they are right now, because this is turmoil. So the new rules, the new timeouts, 1 used, and I can't blame them at that point.
This is a force buy from Navi coming in. Okay, then. The chips are down, Matthew, and they're all in. It's going to be Flamey at the M4, 2 UMPs, a CZ and a PD50. I don't really fancy their chances here, but I said the Orcs were actually a little bit of a problem. Maybe they can actually deliver something here with the SMGs. Flamey, he's had a phenomenal tournament so far and was dropping a 40 bomb earlier today. Let's see if we can find some form here as he ends on top of the tree towards B.
Quick boost on the off angle to try and catch C's pushing through. He has been boosted up with that smoke. So they are waiting correctly with this AK. Will patience prevail, or will impatience be impetuous? It's not going to be the case. This Pasha's going to take him down. C's jumping through. Dead before he touched the ground. Man advantage now for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, the problem is now they've got 2 players towards the A side of the map. That's Guardian and Edward. They don't really have the weaponry or the utility to hold off a full execution here. That's exactly what's going to be coming in. The smokes, the flashbangs, the Molotovs, everything. Flamey in a horrible position. Luckily for him, though, the Molotov destined for him does get extinguished. As Virtus Pro, though, they actually go back towards A. They've actually pulled 2 members over from the A-bomb side as well. It's just going to be poor Edward here. He's got the UMP in hand and does find 2 kills. Somehow that UMP working out for him. But problem is, Snacks with the AWP, still hitting all the shots required. It comes down to the 3-on-2. Flamey and Simple with 1 M4 between them to retake the bomb.
And the bomb planted slightly off the wall. Does give them a bit more opportunity to cover it from the top of mid, let's say. Should that be an option? Should that be a possibility? And it will be with Snacks taking down Simple. That keeps the position in play, but Bialy's gone by the wayside as Flamey will push through. Nice nade in. And Flamey on 45, no kit. 1 versus 2, both players full HP, and they'll live that way. They'll survive. 3 kills for Snacks in the round and 8-1 for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Navi at the start of the round trying to hunt for some information about CZ. It gets taken down as a 5-on-4 pretty early into the round. Virtus Pro don't need to fully commit at that stage. They've had lots of success towards that B side of the map. They go for the full execution, but it's a ruse. They don't commit. They just leave 1 player there, and the rest of them go back towards A, and it's perfect. It's only going to be Edward waiting for them with a UMP. Yes, he gets 2 kills, but it's not quite enough considering the weaponry of his teammates. We're going to round number 10. It's 8-1. Edward got the UMP once again. He found some extra cash, obviously, with those SMG kills in the last round. So what's the play as we go into round number 10? They don't really have much to work with here. USPs and 1 SMG. Edward actually positioned towards long 8. That is a common tactic for Virtus Pro, walking towards that area and sticking to as a unit, trying to refrag. But it looks like a B-sided attack once again. It's Simple. And he's going to be jumping towards a broken wall area, seeing if he can get anything going with his USP.
Molotov's out as well. Offside, as you say. Neo finding 1, Mac 10 in toward danger. He's going to run directly by that, though. He thinks that his teammate's going in, is going to call for rotation already. It's going to leave Guardian in a position where he knows Neo's there. Simple's going to go back, but they can't really contest the site. It will be the round for Virtus Pro, as they already have cleared out the B angles. Neo taking Guardian down, just C's remaining. He's in between Neo's position and the rest of Virtus Pro planting bomb on the B site. So maybe just try and do some economic damage. If he can get a gun, it would be lovely, but that's not even going to be allowed. They're winning no battles as Pasha. He'll make it 9 now for VP. 15 kills for Snacks to lead the way. No one into the double digits yet on the Navi side.
Well then, we're at 3rd stage loss bonus for Navi. Money's still not in a fantastic position. They need to start getting some rounds on the boards here. This time it will be the single AWP setup. I think that's all they can afford. It's going to be in the hands of Simple this time, interesting enough. You've got the world's best AWPer, Guardian. Simple is the secondary AWPer, but no one's really actually hitting any shots at the moment, to be fair. So what's the play here? Simple heading towards B once again, but VP, they're fast, of course. They're coming in. The flashes go over, and Snacks leading the charge looking for that first frag.
Oh, they knew exactly where he was before he could be positioned. It's going to take the EWP down. Snacks into second. The bullet was stopped by the AWP on the ground. It nearly cost the kill, but it's going to be pulled back. And how fast has Virtus Pro walked into the B site? And when is Navi? You go to this map, you were so good on it, you got victories, but when are they going to identify their CT problems? Because this is looking far too repetitive.
Well, they call them Virtus Plow for a reason, and that B rush, my God, that round lasted about 15 seconds. I don't think that has been saw it coming at all. They set up for an execution coming in, and Virtus Pro just run through the smokes. The Simple flashes come over as well. They just can't get anything. They're just hit by a bus at that point. It's going to be round number 12, another eco. This half is going very quickly indeed. They're bringing into round number 12. Deagles, 5-7s and CZ. Simple got some head armor for some reason. Doesn't really need it against the AKs, but I guess he's anticipating maybe a Mac 10 comes out in this scenario.
Oh, Snacks just missing Simple, who doesn't even do anything. Cheeky to try and get the peak, just goes for a straight run. He'll be pushed out now by the Flames. Wants to go for a closer position. Still trying to get a pre-aim up toward the top of the box. Once the Flames going back to the same position as well.
Let's discuss what Navi can actually do here to get back into this game. So far, the AWP has been primarily focused towards the B side of the map. I feel like 4 rifles on B, get Guardian on the A side with the AWP by himself, allow him to be the anchor, find that first pick, call for rotations, and then the rifles just have some crossfires going. But here we go then, C's. He's trying to make something happen with the CZ. Only gets 1 kill though. Maybe it's enough to get something going here. But it looks like Virtus.pro will be committing. All 4 players have got remaining towards this A side. There are CT presence though towards the map, so maybe they can do something with this.
Caught in the open though, Flamey goes down. Edward tries with an eagle to find another. Pasha's on the case, Guardian gets 1. And when was the last time in the kill feed you saw 2 blue kills in a row? It's been a while. Everything seems to be answered from Virtus.pro. It's time and time again, the Navi get 1, it's immediately traded. They're being very effective on their entries. Very low HP for Bialy on 4 right now, is Simple. He's got himself in a position to try and spot this, but taken down from below as Pasha sneaks back in with the AK. It's all 1s on the scoreboard, but it's 1-11. Virtus.pro well and truly in the lead and in command of this game.
Yeah, let's have some real talk for a moment, Matthew. The only round that Navi have won so far was a mixed buy of UMPs and Deagles. They are yet to really get anywhere with the guns at all. We go into this one, we'll have a look at the buy coming in. Double AWP setup again. They seem to be forcing that every single opportunity. It's certainly a viable setup, don't get me wrong. It's just you bring it out when you feel like it's required, when you see an exploit there in the terrorist setup, whether they're doing lots of these rushes or they're playing a simple default game, that's when it makes sense. So far for me, it's just not the right call for now. We'll see whether they can get anything going with it. Simple this time, he's been moved towards the A side. Is Guardian gone towards B? Okay. We'll see whether Simple towards the top and middle can actually find his first shot. He's in a more passive position this time.
These ops, they need to find something. Navi needs a sustainable opening. They need to find a kill that's not traded for once and be able to fall back and control the choke points and make Virtus.pro have to work to find kills.
Well, Neo by himself towards the A side of the map. He's actually cleared out long A and danger as well. A lot of information obtained, and his teammates now still grouping towards B. I'd say an A split is definitely a possibility. You can see Edward on the minimap right now, hunting for a bit of information. He possibly will check out danger in a moment, but this could be the first encounter. This frag could be very important indeed if he decides to commit.
Already the utility expended onto the B site. Neo again going to try and lock down the rotation. Simple's going to evade him, but Neo does get Edward, so Simple immediately wraps back. He's not even going. He knows the timing. He's gone as well. He's not there. The rotations are not there for Navi. Simple, he could have hightailed it immediately over to the site, at least tried to contest for the retake before the bomb went down. Doesn't happen. Neo finds him, and Edward sees is now between a rock and a hard place, and well, I'd call it almost hell at this point in time because it's going to be 12 rounds for Virtus.pro and Navi's got nothing. Absolutely flat.
They're definitely flat. This is not worthy of the grand final as of yet. Navi just looks so poor here. Just out of their depth, at least on Cobble for now. Just can't get anything going at all. I think at this stage, they just need to be force buying into every round. That's a serious problem. It's round number 14. You need money to beat a team like Virtus.pro, and considering the form they're in right now as well, they're just picking them apart. We said that key frag towards middle there. Edward had to go hunting once again. They had no information to work with. He gets taken by Neo, and you can see that he's had no idea what was going on towards that B side. No one's hitting any shots. No one's actually making anything happen for the CTs. Round number 14, 3 Famous as a Deagle and UMP. I'm not having much faith for it, but I did say before, the only round they have won so far is on one of these horrible force buys. Maybe they can replicate that form.
So a 2-man position to ward long to counter off any aggressive pushes from Virtus.pro, but they'll slow down a little bit. They've been altering the pace, which is good as well, because you talk about not having much utility on the Navi side. It's not even that they don't have much, it's that they don't even know when to use it when they do, because the pace is so different. If you know a team's playing slow, you can try and save it so you can counter their push at the end. If they're playing fast, you get it out early. But this adulation of play is really costing them, and Simple's going to at least find one headshot, but again, it's traded. And again, Blue shows up, Guardian goes down, Simple. They've all fallen. It's VP that does find immediate trades to make it 3 versus 3, but Neo needs to win the kill and drop wheel. Guardian's gonna fall. It's gonna be a lineup. Flamey this time, the one to trade, but he's gone. Snacks back and forth again. It's a teeter-totter seesaw, but it's gonna be Edward inside of the site, and he'll go down to Bialy. Even when there's a sniff of a chance, they snap it away.
So many rounds in a row for Virtus.pro here. Once again, the force buy not working out for Navi, just getting shut down in every duel. Snacks just doesn't seem to be missing a beat right now. He's actually hit 20 kills. To do that in first half, that's like pretty godlike. That's as good as he gets. Once again, Navi with a double AWP setup. I'm not sure why they wouldn't adjust it at all. Like I said, the 4 rifles go for just a default crossfire situation, allow Virtus.pro to commit before you actually try to challenge them, but Here we go then. It's going to be the final round of the first half. It goes off saying Navi need this to even stand a chance going into the second. The CD half, this has been horrible for them. It's going to be a UMP and a Famous and Guardian and Simple once again to try and find picks, but Simple is towards Chicken Coop this time. Guardian's towards the A site, and he will be challenged as all 5 members actually from Virtus Pro are actually going to be committing to this side.
Even when they've had the up, we haven't even seen the flashy plays from Guardian
go.
to get things started. Finally, 2 kills to the trade of and the tune of 1. Now they're getting rolling. Guardian's the one who started off. He tags up another Simple, will close it. He'll fall in the end to Pasha. As maybe, just maybe, they'll get their second round, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Pasha's only got 4 HP, and surely Flamey's going to close it 13-2. A shocking opening half. And Guardian's the one who normally carries them to success on the CT side, but again, never really got things rolling. Finally hit some in that round, but Virtus Pro's in command.
We speculated this could be a problem. Cobble being the opening map of this grand final. You could see they were heavily affected by it. Nothing really going for Navi whatsoever. Matthew, I'm not sure they can bounce back, but I'm sure we will find out in the second half. What if they've got anything left in the tank here? It's looked very convincing so far, but we'll take a very quick break before we come back with the second half.
Well, it's been all Virtus Pro, but there is something to think about. This round, Neo ends it with a 1v1 with a win. Snacks, a crazy round that comes down to a 2 versus 1. He picks it up. There was chances for Navi to get into this, but towards the end, they just fell out of contention completely. And 13-2 in the first map of the grand finals.
So many big rounds there. Neo clutching, like he said. Snacks with some phenomenal performances and round off the rounds. And you can see it affected Navi. We say they're an emotional team, just couldn't seem to recover after that initial deficit. It's got nothing going. The only real gun rounds they won was that pistol round, well, the Deagle round and UMPs, and then towards the end as well. They do manage to get 2 rounds. If they win the pistol, Matthew, maybe this could be something to be said, but so far, I'm not really believing. They need this pistol, and they need a clean 3-0 after that. If they do lose the pistol, I hate to say it, it is going to be game over, and we'll move on to train, but it's never as simple as that, is it?
Certainly not, especially not Simple when Simple's in the server, because we know he can go off.
Well,
I did say coming into this as well, it's the first time we're really going to see them on a stage with him in the new role where they've been struggling a little bit. I thought maybe his personality, this is where we'll see if he's truly going to respect them. But so far he's been well behaved in this team. Now we're going to see him really tested in a situation like this.
The buy comes in. Navi going to be going with 3 sets of armor. A raid boss in the form of Flamey. And maybe there's a straight up B rush. All 5 players committing to the upper platform here. Let's go.
Pasha immediately taken down. Guardian's got the start required for Navi, but Bialy pops out late. Second headshot potentially there. Ooh, Guardian does damage. But he comes out worse for wear in the end. Neo gone. Guardian wraps back around. Then it's going to be Bialy down in the end to just Snacks. Does find one.
Oh, no.
Let's not leave him out of this. The Big Apple, and Snacks is hungry. He's got 1 kill already on the USP. Low HP as well on Guardian and Flamey. He's trying to bait them out, trying to get them into one-on-ones as he dances back and forth between the box. What a shot on Simple! Oh, Guardian, bye-bye! And it's on to Flamey. He's tapped it. Flamey's got a big... What in God's name is that from Snacks? Unbelievable!
I've never seen anything like it. What the hell was that? That's got to be one of the sickest pistol clutches I've ever seen in the entirety of CSGO. Grand finals time and Snax pulls this off. What the hell?
They can't even believe it. Their heads are on their foreheads.
Get wrecked.
We said Navi might have got momentum. That's gone. What an unbelievable pistol round.
My God, I didn't think there was any chance of that happening. I thought, okay, we'll get a couple of kills here and there. It'll be quite exciting. But I never thought that'd be happening, of course. Now they have to force by after that one. Okay, well, they do find the opening kill. Let's get back into this one. Let's get back to the real world. 5 on 4, and it's SMGs across the board for VP. There's something maybe to work with here for Navi. My God.
Seized is going to catch them. Already down drop. Neo gone. So at least Navi gets something to start this off on the force buy. Flamey wrapping around. He's going to do some damage. It's Guardian. Instead, they got the kill on Bialing. Interestingly enough, it looked from our perspective as though it was both that did damage, but Pash just got the bomb back as Guardian gets found at the top of the ramp. 1 versus 2 for him. He's got the headshot finally. Simple's going to get there with the AK. This is getting close, and the force buy pays off. They desperately needed that.
Yeah, absolutely. It didn't really have much of a choice that the bomb was planted, obviously, but when they allowed Virtus.pro to pick up that pistol, they couldn't let them go to match point straight away, so they had to force. They pulled out the AKs and Deagles, and it did work out for them. So we're finding that first frag, and maybe we're able to string a couple of rounds together here, but still, we should be able to calm down for a little bit. It's interesting that VP would force into this themselves to just allow the bankroll to build up, potentially actually just finish things off in the gun rounds, but they want to answer straight back here. Send out a message potentially as we get into this one. It will be 4 rifles for Navi, another B rush, why not? But Pash is waiting for them. Going to be flashed off for now, but he gets the first kill.
Simple's there to respond though. Bialy drops. A little bit of confusion amidst all the utility that's been deployed inside of the site, flashbangs included. It's going to be Seized that tries to slip in undetected as a result, but the smoke still conceal his entry from the archway. Taz has found one. Flamey will fall, and there's the answer from Seized as he just waits patiently. Snax walks into it. Simple follow it up, but hold on, it's not done just yet. Low HP. Taz has picked up another kill. Bomb's in the open. They've got a cross to grab it, and that means Simple doing so with 8 HP, though. He can't afford to go. AK picked up. Taz, is he going to pull this back as well? He is! Virtus.pro's getting every single clutch, and it's map point already.
You can see the look on his face. He can't believe it. Every single situation they're in, they're delivering. That was an eco. Seized can't even believe it. He's just laughing. He's out. He's done.
I guess at this point, as you would say, Henry G, if you don't laugh, you're going to cry.
Yeah,
and they've got to brush this game off really fast.
I've never seen a game like this, these sort of rounds. You see a couple sometimes, but not like 6 or 7.
Well, that's the thing. There's 6 or 7 rounds that could have gone the other way to start off the half. Momentum changes middle of the first half when if they had to get the string of 3. In an alternate universe, somewhere Navi's winning this game, but that is far, far away from where we are right now.
Indeed. Well, it's 15-3. Of course, they have the force buy. It's match point now. Virtus.pro, they have got 4 rifles this time to battle the force buy. So that's the first frag coming in. I think this one might be done. And Snax finds the first kill. It's towards Edward as well. Guardian isolated towards middle. They know he's here. The grenades are raining, and they're looking to find the second frag. Seized drops. I think it's over, Maffy, but Guardian does find something to work with here. 3 versus 1. It's done. 16-3. One of the most convincing opening maps for a grand final I've ever seen. Snax is on point, Neo's on point, Taz is delivering. Navi just got completely destroyed in the first map here.
And we knew Cobble would be a challenge for them. We said as well, the well-oiled machine, the Virtus Plow, is the systematic breakdown of individualism. And Navi, they never got rolling individually. And unfortunately, they just didn't have the time after the first half to even get a chance to show if they had tactics on the T side. Rotations as well were off. Every single lurk play on A during a fake or just to cut off rotations worked. VP found all the kills required.
Some of those rounds, I've never seen anything like it. Let's just talk about that pistol for a second. Snax, what? Was it 3 versus 1?
4 versus 1.
4 versus 1, okay.
Bomb down as well.
They know exactly where he is. The bomb's down. He's got to kill 4 people and defuse. And somehow he hit some of the sickest shots I've ever seen. That was incredible. And that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg in terms of the clutches. It just kept happening time and time again. But that one, for me, that's going to stand out for quite a long time.
And when you consider they played 104 rounds in the semifinal against SK to finally triumphantly beat them, to take them down after being the only team to take a map at the last 2 majors from them. This one only took 19 rounds.
Yep.
So maybe that warm-up is true. I mean, I agree with what you were saying. It's hard mentally to prepare after playing that many rounds. It's hard to reset, get back into it, find the mental fortitude. Just the fatigue is very prominent at that point in time. And for them to do this, Maybe the break was too long for Navi is the argument you can make. I'm not sure, because they look asleep so far. They're going to have to wake it up and turn this around as we move forward. And the duels, the firepower, all in the favor of VP.
Well then, we do move on to Train F, Maxi, and I guess that's going to be interesting. Navi going to have to pick themselves up, dust themselves down. Let's see what the desk got to say about that first map. I'm sure there's a lot to talk about.
So much to be talking about. Great there from Henry G and Sadakist. And man, oh man, Duncan, Yanko. I don't think anybody here at the desk, or even maybe in the crowd, was anticipating a result like that. Duncan, first of all, 16-3.
Yep.
16-3.
Other lovers forgot about Plow. No, that was classic VP. And here's the thing, okay? You got to give Navi a little break, okay? Remember, this was like the VP pick. And secondly, Navi did choose to go CT side because that was in theory their best chance, right? If they'd have gotten like a nice little pistol run going, they get to guns, they get the double op set up. Okay, this is actually their chance to win the game. And they had to do that anyway because you've noticed they're not like a really great comeback team in contrast to VP. Problem is, VP came right out and played probably the best T-set we've seen the whole tournament.
And it was given to them. Let's not forget, Navi chose to start on the CT side, and you mentioned pistols. There was one pistol moment that we most definitely will not forget. In the words of Sadakist, it was ungodly. I'm sure we can show you that at some point, just to kind of reflect upon how just mad some of the plays made. And it was a grand final performance from VP. Absurd. Yanko, you chose a moment in particular as well, so we'll start talking.
Yes, I think we at the desk in general, I think the term Virtus Plow is becoming a bit overused, but this map...
It's good when I said it,
this map really is the definition of it, right? So we had these clutches as well, but what I also had pointed out, I'm not sure if we actually have it cut. These are both insane, and this is actually the reset round. So there was a round where you could see, as an example, Snacks was having a smoke to throw to connector from team mid. He throws that smoke, and as the smoke is flying, the rest of the VP players are actually, that's when they push mid. So by the time they get to the point where someone from connector sees them, that's the point where the smoke actually timings are so good that they throw their nades and they understand that there is flying time in CSGO and in maps like Cobblestone especially. So they keep running in and flashing in, and then the smokes just pop, but they're already on their way. So you're constantly, it's like a blitz attack, right?
I want to see this.
It's really hard to deal with it. I'd like it too, Alex, but
maybe
you can't get everything that you want.
Hey, if you requested it, maybe we can bring it up. But so basically, is this it? Is this what you were asking?
Yeah, this is one. So you can see, you can just play it out. So Snacks throws the smoke, but they're already throwing flashes towards mid. He flashes for his teammates. Even though Edward gets one kill, he gets traded. That's the second thing that VP is probably one of the best teams in the world at. When they're on fire like this, even the best team, they're so good at trading kills. And that allows them to just, as I said, blitz their way in. They're really fast going into the bomb site because they understand if you slow it down right there, you get bogged down. It gives enough time for the CTs to rotate in. But you combine that with those amazing individual clutches from their players, and Navi just, they couldn't do anything. So I think, and I think you'll agree with me, Duncan, this is actually the best thing that could happen to Navi is to lose like this on Cobble, because if VP continues playing like this, it doesn't matter which team they're playing against and on which map they will run over everyone.
And Train is next. We're going to have an opportunity to talk about that after our break. And there's so much more to be discussed as well. The discussion surrounding fatigue, just surrounding Navi, of course, having quite the break before they're coming in here to the grand final. They, of course, were dancing and boogieing to Cruella, among other things. So we are going to take ourselves a short break. Before we do go, a couple of reminders about how this event did come about. One of which is, of course, the Score Esports application. It's enabling you to keep track of everything that's going down. You've heard me talk about it many a time, and I'm not going to stop right now. It's, of course, available on your phone, and you know exactly what it does. It enables you to keep track of events like this, especially when there's so much esports going on simultaneously. Keep your eyes on Worlds. Keep your eyes on ESL 1 New York. All in the palm of your hand. So go ahead and grab that, and you can see just how well VP played right here, right now. Replays, or rather, you can see some of the highest moments as well over on the app. And alongside that, Windows 10. These guys did enable us to make this event happen, so a big thank you to them, the operating system that's been most recently released from Microsoft. Right, we're going to take a break. When we do come back, we'll be talking about our second map and whether we'll even see a third. It's absurd. We'll be seeing you after the break.
This is the Score Esports, the ultimate esports experience. The Score Esports is your home for everything CSGO, delivering the biggest stories and all the scores, stats, and updates you care about in real time. The Score Esports takes you inside the ropes with exclusive video interviews, features, highlights, and analysis. Even get all the same non-stop amazing coverage on your desktop at thescoreesports.com. The Score Esports. Get it now from the App Store or Google Play.
Its compact design and durable body really felt great for my setup.
It looks good, it feels good, and I highly recommend it to any FPS player.
ESL One New York is brought to you in part by Alienware, Microsoft, CyberPower PC, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, and NVIDIA.
Virtus Pro have gone and thrown down the gauntlet in this grand final. The Polish side not only have bested defending world champions SK Gaming, now they've gone and really laid down the law on their map, Cobblestone. It's a best of 3 here at ESL 1 New York. The grand finals are going into their second map. No doubt the Barclays Center is ready, as is our desk, to tell you exactly why you should be getting excited for Train, our second map in this best of 3. Duncan, Thorin, Shields, and Yanko YNK presiding. Gentlemen, Train. We haven't got an abundance of time, but we do want to make sure we can really cover all of the bases. Duncan, we'll start with you. Train, infamously good for both. So my question to you, albeit a little premature, do we see a third?
That's the thing. It's certainly possible still. Like, this is a map. I mean, it's obviously Navi, Navi's pick. And 3 months ago, both teams were picking this map first, actually. Both really liked it. I know VP still likes it. It's just, you know, there have been games in this tournament where it hasn't looked like the best for them. But I have to say, they already would have felt like, we're going to take Cobble and then we'll have our chances on Train. But the confidence has to be absolutely sky high after that. I mean, essentially everything worked on that last map. The rounds where they actually did the correct thing, they won. The rounds where they were in impossible situations, they won. Meanwhile, for Navi, I mean, I think what showed it all was that look on C's face after they lost, like, the eco, which was like 2 rounds after they did the pistol. Yeah. He had that look where he tried to play it off like, what's going on here? But the level of tilt behind his eyes was unreal. Like, he did that so that he didn't just like smash the computer and like throw it in Flamey's head or something. So
crying inside, of course.
They haven't had a whole lot of time here, but they better have mentally reset, and they better play their game this time, because they had nothing for a Virtus Pro on Cobblestone.
And I think actually the mental side is where our discussion should stay. Excuse me, words are escaping me. That's the mental side for me. But, I mean, Navi, is this a team in their current form, Yanko, that actually do have the capacity to, you know, forget about Cobblestone?
I think so, because you look at that loss and you're looking back on it, you say, guys, we didn't even have a chance in that game. We didn't even get into it. We just got swept off the server. But it wasn't our pick. It's our weakest map out of the 3 that are in the pool. So, as I said, it's the best map that it could happen on, right?
Yes.
Now moving into Train, yes, they start on the T side, but I actually think that's a good thing for Navi, considering the circumstances, right? Because if VP starts as T, that gives them the chance to dictate the pace of the game still. And seeing how they're on fire, that would have probably went wrong for Navi. You know, the other flip of the coin is obviously CT side. If you're hot individually, you can put a stop to Navi's offense. But I feel that Navi just needs to reset now, get off to a good start, and that will cool off VP a bit. They will say, okay, we won Cobble, but the series isn't over yet. We still need to beat them on one of the remaining 2 maps.
I mean, the way in which they finished the semi-final, Virtus Pro, of course, picking up that nuke victory, to the surprise of many, against SK of all teams. Now they've gone and just done this on Cobblestone. Duncan, would this be a big step for Virtus Pro into being crowned the current, and of course using your format of 3 months, current world's best team?
I mean, top 2 already is pretty good. I mean, that's a pretty solid placing to add in some consistency. Obviously, they had the slip up at Starlighter, but aside from that, they're winning, they're making finals. This is great stuff, whereas SK slipping here, that immediately kind of like degrades them a little bit, because those old wins, some of them were months ago. So I actually feel like if they win, I feel like they're going to lock it in. I'd have to look over the details, but they've got a lot of wins over big teams. Obviously, they just beat SK, number 1 in a best of 3. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, it's not like Navi right now can contend for that spot. They're just trying to get to where Virtus Pro is, like be a genuine contender, be a team who is going to be there every time and is a real threat. That's the key thing. It's not enough to make finals. You've got to be a threat to win them as well. At the moment, first map, Navi wasn't a threat.
And my big question, you've been probably dreading this, but I need to ask, do you think VP will end it here, right now in the Big Apple?
I do, actually. I mean, I don't think they're going to be as emphatic as they were on that map. That's probably too much to expect. I think this should be a back-and-forth dogfight, but it just looks like VP's tournament to win. They're in that mode that you want to see them in.
We hate the comparison, the metaphor, but the plow is most definitely up and running into this series, Yanko.
I think that Simple is a bit angry, and I think Navi still has that fire in them, still has some flair to get things rolling on the T side initially, and I feel that they will be able to grind a win here, and that we will see a third map.
I would just want to see more fantastic Counter-Strike. We saw what they were made of on Cobblestone, and now we do dive into the other team's pick. It's going to be Navi on Train to try and take us into a third. We'll see how it plays out with your casters Henry G and Sadakist.
Live.
Well. All right, well, we are going to get back into this one as we jump immediately into this. So, to start it off, Henry, VP, huge round, huge map.
Yeah.
On Cobble, and now we get into Train. Now, they're very good on Train, yes, but they do have the tactical execution on this map more than any other, perhaps, from Navi. And pistol round to start it off. Neo's going to be the utility player. Bialy pushes, goes down to Seized early on. Guardian as well has one smoke to work with.
Here we go then. First kill has been obtained. So that was Bialy going aggressive towards A main, pushing through, trying to get behind them. We thought he might be inside push there, but now that has bought Navi some time. And this is their bread and butter, getting that man advantage and then working towards their execution. They still have a smoke available. Most teams will favor towards the inside side on the pistol. You can see Taz trying to reclaim a kill in towards inside, but Simple, he deals with him pretty easily there. Now it's a 5-on-3. They should be aiming towards A. That's where the bomb is, towards that Ivy area. And the cities don't really have much information to work with at all. As Neo gets the first exchange here, he's going to be taking him down, but I'm sure that's going to be the cue for Navi to make their way out towards Ivy here.
And they're going to wrap around. Neo's going to greet them, but he's low on HP. 22 to work with, no armor as well. Smoke to try and segregate him, but unfortunately that's not going to do much. He's managed to stay alive quite well. Nearly had the crosshair lineup for the headshot, but down in the end, it's Seized and Edward rolling, and Navi finally a lead. Some momentum, a pistol round to start this one off. It's the right foot forward, but Snacks, let's not forget, is alive. It was a 1 versus 4 in the last map that did pull this back. If he does this twice, I don't think I'll have vocal cords left. And thankfully, for my sake, if no one else's, Guardian's going to end it quickly.
Yeah, very convincing stuff there from Navi. Displaying a nice slow round at the start there, holding for any initial aggression, and it did come in. Bialy pushing towards that main entrance position. He gets taken down, then Navi just capitalize at that point. Simple finds a kill towards the upper halls, and then all they have to do is stick together. They go towards the backtracks of Ivy and manage to lock it down for a CD spawn. So a good start, but a nice force fight coming in from Virtus Pro here. We're going to have the Scout and hands to Neo. Some great pistols, of course, as well. Desert Eagles, CZs, and we need Navi to win this one. Surely just to get the 3-0, get something to work with here. They can't be anti-egoed again.
Well, Taz is brilliant normally inside of this B site. But with a pistol, we'll have to wait to see if that brilliance will flare up later. As he's already tagged down to 19. Pasha as well gone at the hands of Seized. Ladder, the approach, Pop Dog down, split out of the A site from both of the main choke points. No one so far pushing into Ivy from Navi, and we know Virtus Pro very much likes to utilize that position both CT side and on their T side. But all the kills coming forward, Bialy does get 2 back, 2 headshots with the Deagle as well. Very convincing fashion. To bring it back to a 3 versus 3, there's low HP, low enough on Guardian to be one-shotted at least from that Scout, but it's Simple instead that will take Neo down. Systematically starting to clear inside of the site. Lineup for Simple, 6 HP. Can't afford to go down on this just yet because Taz is wrapping in. Thankfully, Guardian's got that covered off with the AK. No more Deagle shots found. Simple will get the shot immediately from the UMP, and it's 2-0 for Navi.
Oh, Bialy just found a couple of kills, but that's the round we wanted there. Navi get the 2-0, and they can breathe easy going into round number 3 here. It's going to be the full eco from Virtus Pro. Don't really have to invest too much in this round. A couple of PT50s, that'll be just about it. So Navi can keep the SMGs, of course. You can see Seized. He's got the MAC-10, a UMP in the hands of Simple. Just going to try and farm some cash here. Guardian's actually going to be sticking on the USB completely. He wants to be not spending a single penny going into this round. Maybe get a couple of kills with that weapon, then bring the AWP out in that first gun round. We'll see the cash for Snacks as well. Obviously, he'll be the AWP over here on Train as well. He's actually got 3,300, so he'll be fine going into the next round. As we have the Ivy plate coming in. It's actually going to be an A split with the players from Public as well.
It could even be a B split with the stack because they smoked off toward the third alley. The old bomb train, though, Taz is going to spot Simple through it. That's going to be the invitation to go on B, but they've lost the split potential. It leaves Seized far removed from this as he's got to rotate all the way back through T-spawn. Flamey does stop the rotation on ladder, which means the immediate flank taken down, and Seized will greet Neo on the way by. 1 less to deal with in the post plant. But the UMP still up on Pasha right now is going to make its way toward the back of CT, bottom ramp. Doesn't exactly have range, though, against the head armor. Yes, okay, it's the highest penetration of any SMG, but it's a tough ask and a tough order from that position. It may even be something they consider just to look for exits with and carry into the next round on the CT side. We know you can't really afford investment in the third if you want to buy in the fourth. So now with the second SMG, but they do push forward. Guardian and Edward there. That could have been justified to go for the early save. They won't. They want guns down. They want to force reinvestment. Either way, it's going to be Navi. The 3-0 start that you, Henry, said they very much needed.
So let's talk about Cobble, right? We kind of speculated at the start. They probably weren't going to win it, but I thought they need a decent game. They get some rounds that were convincing and actually felt like it was a competitive game. We didn't get that. I thought that would be detrimental, but this is a good start. Obviously, it's 1-0, but still, this is their map pick, and they're looking to take it to a third here. So 3-0, that's perfect. They're on the less favored side, on the terrorist, of course, but it's where things really start to get difficult. As we get to the first gun round, Snacks bringing out that AWP, and we know what kind of form he's in right now. The good news for Navi is after that force buy in the second, Virtus Virtus Pro are limited. Not a single kit there, limited with just 2 smokes, only 1 incendiary, so it's going to be a brawl on their side of the pitch. But here we go, maybe a fast play coming from Navi. They actually get towards Pop Dog very quickly there. Bomb is still towards A main, but the rest of the teammates actually be working towards Brown Halls here and seeing whether they can get that first pick. Guardian is looking towards upper. But none of the CT's fully committed just yet. Quite a passive hold from them to kick things off here.
Flash down from Guardian. Smoke still not fully dissolved. It's just gone so now. Oh, that crosshair placement. The wooden.
Did he hit him?
Dear God, I thought he did.
Touched.
I don't think he was touched by an AWP through a wooden board. No, that thing does way more. Unless it clipped the edge of the train, but I think he must have been tagged by the nade that went down, so.
I'm not sure. I think it might have done. I don't know.
Well, either way. It's okay, Henry. You don't have to know everything. You're normally spot on. Simple's going to go out nade. Does leave a gap so we can check below the ladder. No one to catch them off from the spool's position, and he's got slight vision on toward the bomb site itself, but he's the one that's holding for the rotations because Navi's elected to go back toward the A site. Instead, it's going to be shut down by Bialy, who's got the shot into Flamey. He's trying to dance around. Pasha comes back out from quad. The sandwich position, but it's going to be Snacks instead with the AWP to find Edward, and that's going to force them back again. Navi can't penetrate through to the A site. And as they still have to find a man to equalize the situation, they're bleeding out. 25-35, 4 is the HP for Seized, Simple, and Guardian, respectively. And Simple's gone forward enough in the B site that he can hold them off long enough to at least get a bomb plant out of this for Navi. And remember, they do have the chance to reset at 3-1, but he's going to potentially find more. Neo, is he going to be ready for this position? Crosshairs there, but he can't land it. Neo manages the jump. That could have swayed the entire round as he spotted Taz coming in from the CT spawn as well. Sees bottom ladder, though, does see a gun barrel. That's one shot for him. Tries to evade the second. Can hear him above. He's got it as well. There's a chance, but Snacks comes in just barely, but with the timing from behind. Guardian has the high ground, but he's the one defusing, not the one defending. And it's going to be Snacks holding him off, and Taz is there, as we mentioned, on the defuse already.
We needed a bit of Guardian magic there. He has 2 opportunities to pull the trigger and land the first shot. If he gets that kill, he's in a fantastic position there. The city doesn't have a kit. He's going to have a lot of pressure. No utility to work with either. And Guardian, he's been pretty lackluster so far in this grand final. Hasn't had the best tournament overall. And he can't find that first shot, and Virtus Pro do pick up the first gun round there as Bialy from the Pop Dog area managing to get that first kill, and Navi just fell apart at that point. Not so much in kills, but the damage inflicted at the start of the round, just couldn't really have much to work with there. Inside does not work out for them, but they still have residual cash as we go into round number 5 here. Still in the AWP. And we'll see whether their teammates with the 4 AKs can step up here. Snacks does recover the AWP himself, and Flashbang's coming in. We'll see what kind of setup comes in from the CTs. It'll be Taz by himself, famed for being so strong in this position. There was a small period when he was removed. They swapped it around, but he's back, and he's looking stronger than ever.
There's 2 positions where Sneaky Snacks is very good on this map. One is Pop Dog, where he can get up close and try and catch them off with a fast rotation. The other is inside the sandwich. And a Molotov went to Hitch, which means Bialy can't be in a position to support Snacks. They double smoked into Sandwich to try and get inside the site, but they haven't made any headway because Bialy, he gets one immediately. Now with Edward finally clearing that alley out, they could start to work the front of the site, but they have to wait temporarily for exactly that. Flamey to come through and catch off Pasha. Neo's still in this position, though, from Old Train. He's going to catch them off. 1 kill on Flamey, second member not making himself known. C's still waiting in the wings. And another kill from Virtus Pro to defend none to Edward is making this more problematic. Simple, he needs to get inside, over the top. Oh, snaps back and down goes Taz. He's got the round in his hands.
A bit of good news finally for Navi here. We said that could be a full reset, and it's actually happened as well. After winning the previous round, the subsequent one goes in favor of Navi, and Virtus Pro, they're going to be down to only getting $1,400 going into this round. So, could be a chance of 5-1 hit on the T side. This is the final play. This is what decided it. Simple flashbang on top of the bomb train there, comes undone and manages to get that whip shot towards Taz as well. So a full eco, presumably coming in from VP. But Navi looking a lot more confident here on the train itself. It's going to be a great start here to kick things off. And I think we have a little tactical pause coming in.
Yeah, this was called by Virtus Pro. So one of the 2, remember, for those of you joining in, for the final, it is the first event where the new Valve ruling on coaching has come into play. Coaches can only talk before the game, at halftime, and one of the 4 timeouts their team, I guess 8 timeouts in total, the other team has as well, and you get 2 per half. They do not stack, so there's no reason not to use them earlier on in these games, which is kind of a nice thing. I think there's some interest to come out of it. I talked to Hiko, and he said it definitely hindered them at moments when they wanted Peacekeeper to make mid-round adaptations or had something he was desperate to try and get in but needed to wait for the team to call the timeout. But overall, he thought there was still good communication from the coach during the timeouts, and the fact that you can use them more means you can also use them to kill momentum.
Yeah, it seems like a mixed bag in terms of the pros' feedback on it. I think overall, I like it. I don't think it adds the the skill required to be in-game leader. I think that's back in CS. I think that's a positive thing. But let's get back into this one, shall we? It's going to be round number 6. Yeah, a full eco pretty much for Virtus Pro. They have got a deagle, a couple of P250s, but it's very difficult to make anything happen with these initial weapons. But Simple, he gets that first kill, and they're going to find a second as well. Guardian chimes in with the AWP. Should be an inner plant here, but Neo, he's sneaking through the smoke here in a decent position, but gets detected by Flamey, and that's going to be the round over. Just Snacks remains.
Snacks remains.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, maybe that's an interesting fact.
Yeah, 2 4-man clutches in the last one. None so far in this. There's another weaponry. Simple's got another kill. He's looking more to form so far to start off this map, as that's his 7th kill in total as we now go into the 7th round. Seized only above him by 1 on 8, but Pash has yet to show up at all, and he's another one on this map. He's the one, typically from Virtus Pro's CT side, that's able to push on to Ivy. So if Navi start to get a little bit testy in that position when weapons are up, there could be a chance he can start to shut them down, but it's going to be rifles and UMP and a 5-7 only to work with for Virtus Pro. They're already in the site as well as Edward makes his way to Ebok. Flashes are over, but Guardian again is going to find the opening lineup. Edward takes Bialy back, but it's a drop down on ladder. That's going to get Taz position, which means Edward has to turn. Snacks has actually killed off Neo, who did at least fortunately get Edward first, but it brings this back to a 2 versus 2, slows the place tremendously, and now Navi's able to get Snacks immediately after. That's a problem. Missed thrown smoke as well.
He just locked himself out of the situation. Okay. Well, that's a real big problem there for Taz. He has to fall back here. He hasn't got a kit or grenades. He's low HP. He's just throwing the worst smoke possible for himself in this scenario. I think he has to save the weapon at this point. That's actually a really nice call from Navi. It looks quite simple there, but the fact is what they're going for. They know the Virtus Pro economy has been fully reset at that point. It's starting to build back out, but it certainly hasn't stabilized. You can see in the Virtus Pro buy a 5-7, 3 M4s. I think a Famous is chucked in there as well. So the outside rush is actually the perfect call there. You've got a huge advantage of the weaponry, the grenades as a whole, and Virtus Pro killing each other. That certainly doesn't help, and the final player smoking himself out of position was quite a convincing affair there for now. They're going to be 6-1, and the lost stage bonus is only going to be a number 3 here, so another eco coming in for Virtus Pro. A great start as Guardian does find the final kill as well. Money looking pretty poor. It's about 3K, just below average for the teammates of VP. They're going to have a CZ, Deagles, there's another eco coming in. Navi starting to come to life in his grand final map.
They are indeed. And oftentimes when you get, I'm not saying at 6-1, I'm not calling this a one-sided game so far. It's had a fast start for Navi, but usually when you get these convincing first 2 maps, it's usually because the map pools favor some, but then it equalizes well. And Mirage for these 2 teams, if we get there, would be an absolute brawl.
Yeah.
But Train, there's no ruling out Virtus Pro. This could still heat up.
Well, the problem is they're on CT right now. It's certainly a CT-sided map, and this kind of start is very difficult to recover from, especially when the money's in the bin like it is right now. So almost certainly going to be 7-1 here. They're going to lose that first frag as well. Flamey finds a headshot towards Snacks. And 2-2 set up here. You can see Taz is trying to patrol inner of his teammates Neo, but at this point Navi once again always describes this is when they're at their absolute best. They find that man advantage, they can slow things down, word picks on each side of the map, wait for the reactions to come in with the CTs, and CZ fires another kill towards Ivy there. The bomb's still in T-spawn, they're not over-committing as we hit the 1-minute mark.
So he's making his way into Hitch, though, is going to put him behind Bialy. Easy kill to pick up, just Taz and Neo remaining. 1 toward Pop Dog, 1 toward Old Train, and Taz will get taken down. Simple will find Neo. We go to 7-1, and as you say, Virtus Pro, hard to get out utility in this situation when they're down so hard in the money. Having only won 1 round so far, they will go back to all M4s this time around. Still can't afford to bring out the AWP, which is a problem, no doubt, with all the, specifically if you can get to the corner at B, but with all the lanes toward A main and Ivy as well.
Yeah.
On A.
You see still not a single kit purchase for the CDs here. They're still trying to find that first round and start building up some economy going forward. Taz alone towards inner once again. He's going to have some company this time. Edward, Guardian waiting for him as they try to control this upper horse. It's a very interesting part of the map. If you can control this as the CTs, especially with the AWP, it means you can lock it down with a single player towards that inner side of the map, allow your 4 teammates to be outside and have the rifle setups there, crossfires all over the place. But if the terrorists get there first, they know it's a valuable part of the map, so you can see Guardian waiting for any sort of confrontation at the start, and they have full control of it now. So at this point, Taz will call for a teammate to come over. That'll be Neo. He'll be joining with the M4A1S, but we know Navi have these great inner executes, and for now, they are going to be controlling the inner halls, but 2 teammates towards Ivy suggest they won't be fully committed to this. They're trying to show their presence at the start of the round, then they'll go back towards Pop Dog and split outside. That's what it looks like right now.
We'll see if it proves to be true. a tight grouping in terms of position inside of the site with Bialy, Pasha, and Snacks relatively close together, but all watching different positions. As Snacks has his sights firmly fixed upon the bottom of Puck Dog. No more pressure on Ivy from Navi should indicate it's going to be Taz and Neo that come under pressure.
We've got the terrorists rotating in. The guys I said were at Ivy actually coming in. This will be a full execute at this point. They got a very strong one indeed. The Molotov, the smokes will be dropped towards Upper, but Neo's position, he's in the open. It's risky, but it could pay off.
And Taz is in his home. Wide side train to catch them off. Flash through though, when you said it, Neo, it could be a risk. He's in the open, the flash. Not enough vision for Taz to respond in time. He only finds one, and it's Guardian to trade against Snacks as well as he rotates from Z. A bomb going to be planted, a man advantage for Navi, as they just have to hold off two remaining players who are already backing out. M4s need to be carried over. Virtus Pro desperate to get rounds, and they don't have the money, so these two guns justifiably are going to be held.
Well, there it is, a pretty textbook round there for Navi, showing a little bit of presence towards Ivy at the start, keeping the rotations honest to themselves and actually allowing the CDs to see them at that position. They've ascertained that the inner area hasn't been controlled at all, so they've got the inner control. Before the execution comes in, and the CDs still are slightly limited. They obviously don't have the AWP. It was Neo in an open position. He was trying to play behind that smoke with the flashbang. Lands him straight in the face there, and he gets taken down. Taz left in a horrible position. You've got players coming in from the upper area, lower ramp as well. He gets completely railed. They managed to find a couple of kills here, but it can't justify going for this. Still don't have a single kit to work with, so Bialy and Pasha will be saving their weapons going forward. They could drop a couple if required, but it would still be another weak buy going into round number 10 here. They're going to be going for it. Well, definitely can't get the AWP still, but they can get 5 rifles. Neo coming with the shotgun, another weapon, or another map, I should say, that's actually, it's very viable to bring this to the table. We can go towards Pop Dog, for example, lower ramp towards inside as well. We'll see where Neo decides to go. It looks like it'll be the latter as he's heading towards inner.
Snacks is often one that can use this gun to success, but Neo's going to get to the corner fast, flashed in from Taz, who's there to try and go for the trade. As Yanko said, when they're on their game, they're one of the best trading teams in the world. Oh, the nade thrown from Simple through the window nearly does catch him off, and Simple, one below, one above, goes back up, takes down the shotgun, and it's going to be Taz that falls in next, and Simple just, the damage, it's Edward to find a kill on Snacks as well, so not quite the ace for Simple, but a good round nonetheless as he picks up 3, and Guardian's going to continue this. We're on the opposite side of the water this game, apparently, because now it's Navi with absolute momentum and a 9-1 lead.
Yeah, Virtus Pro can't get anything going yet. Next round, they will have money. A lot of force buys coming in. They try to change of pace this time as that shotgun and M4 pushing towards the inner ramp, trying to find that first pick, something to work with there, but Simple, he completely wrecks them. He's waiting for it and reads it perfectly as well, finds that third frag. And we go to round number 11. This is starting to run away from this. This is almost exactly what we saw on Cobo. You have to say with the other side, but Deagle, CZs. But things get interesting in the next round. That's when they'll be able to bring out the orb once again. Maybe I'd say a double orb setup is almost guaranteed at this point. They need something working in their favor. That's normally when you're getting a little bit desperate, you pull that out and try and get that first round in your favor. But double digits, when there's still 4 rounds to play as well, it's kind of a scary prospect, isn't it?
Very scary prospect. Pistols again. Not even trying to push in to get any close angles aside from Bialy inside of the Pop Dog position. Snacks with the smoke, gonna try and cross back overseas. We'll see him sprays toward, but can't find. Neo's low as well at Sandwich. He's gonna get pushed back. Flamian sees both with different intentions. He's just gonna try and slip in. Not quite spotted. Smoke does dissolve. He'll turn back to find Snacks. Now they can wrap all the way through. CT in toward the B site. Just Taz inside. Sprayed down from Edward. 5 versus 2. Make it now 4 as Bialy at least gets 1 kill from afar on the CZ, tapping with it. A bomb planted once more. And it's just about letting out this round, letting it go at this point in time and bringing up the guns again. But they've got to change something. They've already used one of the 2 timeouts. Lovely shot from Simple onto Bialy from far. With the tap and low HP, he's got another one tap. Either way, full HP or not, it was a kill. So lovely accuracy from Simple.
Yeah, Simple's starting to get in the zone now. That's pretty interesting. I think at this point, Virtus Pro Day, there it is. Okay, so the double orb setup comes in. I said that was almost guaranteed. You're just going to have to throw caution to win this point and say, okay, we've finally got some money. We can get some kits. We can get some Molotovs. Let's see what we can do with the double orbs. And I think it's going to be required here. It's been a problem with Virtus Pro after getting fully reset after round number 4. It's been a huge problem in the economy. You haven't really had the orb at all. There's a chance to get back into this. 10-5 still doable, don't get me wrong, but Taz aggressive towards the inner ramp. If he gets taken down, it's going to call the signal for them to push inside, but he gets it. So good in this position. He takes out Simple to kick things off, and he falls back as well.
Yeah, really important kill to be able to pick up 1 and stay alive in this situation. No trade coming through. Bombs drop back toward T-spawn as well. Pressure on it, Ivy. Pasha, he's backed away from the smoke to play the wrap side if they wanted to push to the right. So way back in the outback, counter smoke as well seized. He's getting inside of it. He wants to get toward the Cubby side, but the flash in potentially, no, going to be the smoke instead. Either way, they want to get him out. That's the objective, and Pasha's staring him down. Does get to the corner. He's going to hold the angle toward the hitch. That will allow his team to start working the front side of A. Pasha, line up there. He's going to go. That lane smoke on the back. It's going to be 1 kill, 4 C's. Almost a lineup, but the AWP from Pasha does pull one back. Still the man advantage as a result, and he's going to try and go for more. He knows C's was there. Not scoped in. If he does now, it'll give his position away. C's knows it. He lines it up. Headshot comes in as Pasha overextends slightly. The bomb in the hands of Edward right now is going to work with Guardian instead.
Yeah, they had the man advantage there as well. Pasha, I'm not sure that call was required, but still seized towards Ivy edging out, and Navi will be committed to the outside bomb site, yeah.
Bialy's going to go more passive inside the side as well to let his teammates come in and support, not try and get isolated on the bomb train, so it's back to Z Connector for him. One spotted, foot shows underneath the train, so an advantage for Bialy in that sense because he can spot seized sooner and therefore gets a pre-fire into him. But a bomb plant coming in nonetheless from Navi. 2 versus 3. VP desperate for a round. Tags definitely into Bialy. He goes down to 15 HP already. But Neo spots one up. It's going to be him to find the kill onto Edward. It is Guardian remaining, 1 versus 3, and they have to hold him out. Flames will try and push him back. He's got to get towards Sandwich. Instead, he elevates himself. They're on the defuse already, and finally, Virtus Pro are going to pick up a second round.
Yeah, just about. I think that was key frag from Neo there, coming in from Ivy, pushing that smoke. Not committing fully, actually waiting for the perfect opportunity to push through, and Virtus Pro finally do find the second round here. As Pasha at that point, I thought they had the 4-on-3. I thought, okay, is it really worth trying to find that second frag? It's all a bit more defensive. He all went all in again to the 3-on-3, but another reset potential here for the Poles as we go into round number 13. 5 and 4s. They're actually on the double AWP setup before, so where did that go? Did they not recover an AWP after winning the round? It's kind of interesting.
Guardian's got his. They did take it down toward the end, but you're right, it's not on the side of Virtus Pro. Guardian, he's going to put the shot towards Z. That'll let Edward walk in. He's taking down Taz. That's the first man inside the site who's normally so efficient, but Neo's there. Does pull one back, but only one, and Guardian, with the Dragon Lore, has found the shot in return. Pasha did find space with no one an upper in that smoke out on top of the doorway, though, to slide back up and catch him off. It's a simple default plant. And there's still a battle off-site because Snacks held out of this. Is going to get taken down from C's. That means he's coming in from Z Connector, so Bialy can't afford to push forward until they deal with that. It's on to Pasha to try and isolate. Now he's surrounded, 1 versus 3. Flamey spots him. Navi reset Virtus Pro, and it's 11-2 now for them.
Another harsh reset here after they find that first gun round. You think, okay, they've got a chance to get back into this. 10-5, not the end of the world, but still not going to be possible here. 11-2 comes in, and it's going to be another force by the VP. It seems that they're pretty checked out of this one. We said as a CD-sided map, and so far Navi have delivered on all fronts. Another full reset. It's going to be shotguns, M4s, and pistols. That's all they've got to work with. No kits once again. So after winning that previous round, they couldn't salvage an AWP, and it's 5 rifles once again, and Navi just capitalized, sticking together. Simple play towards inside, and just shut it down with that opening frag. They know Taz is normally there by himself, and once they found it, that was it.
Simple drops the bomb, it drops back down the stairs, and he picks it up again. I love pointing out those little things. The important stuff, Henry.
The very important stuff.
Well, importantly so, Guardian's gonna have an AWP. Bialy, he's on the A site, so not in contention to hold this off, nor is there much utility, but Neo does find the first shot, P250. Edward down. Simple's got a high angle, but Taz finds the kill surprisingly. AK rather, doesn't fall quite far enough for him to be able to recover that. He will not overextend. 8 HP, can't afford to do so. They need to play off the man advantage, the 2-man advantage that they've gained. And this is going to encourage them back over toward the A site where they're waiting. Snacks now has Flamey. A double push up. Bialy reverse side of the box. Seized waiting. Will at least get past it, but they can turn the attention back. And Bialy, he's lined that up as he's gone to the M4. He's the one with the rifle, and he's up close. He's going to take Guardian down, and Virtus Pro thankfully will find a third before the round, or excuse me, before the half ends.
It looked like such a perfect setup there for Navi there. They knew the money was low. They could hear the pistols being fired off, and they go towards the inside area there, but the first 2 frags drop. They actually faced from the upper angle there from the platform and actually get taken down by Neo's P250. Taz chimes in with the CZ as well, and they do find something here on the first half. It's 3 rounds so far, and they manage to get a nice healthy buy for round number 15. An open hands of Snacks. I think that's an important factor here as we do go into this last one. No initial aggression from the CDs just yet. Going to be stacking towards outside once again, and it will be Taz alone towards inner. As the fast break comes in once again, it's seized towards Ivy getting that first frag. Hungry for more there, but Bialy shuts him down.
Bialy does indeed, but he's gone. Snacks there immediately to trade it, but it's back and forth again, as with Cobblestone, but this time Navi, the one on the favorite side of the trades. Last round of the half, and look at Neo. Patience, patience, patience. They've got so much experience. He lines them up. He's got them in his sights. And Neo, oh, Simple shuts it down, but nearly gets another round for Virtus.pro. It'll go to 12-3 as Navi are the ones in commanding lead this time, and Mirage is looking more and more likely.
I think you're absolutely right. I think Mirage will be the exciting finish to this one. Virtus.pro just couldn't get going after winning that first gun round, just getting reset every single time they got anything going here. Couldn't find the AWPs, and Navi, they certainly have bounced back from that cobble opening map here. So we'll take a quick break and see whether Virtus.pro can get rolling here properly, but I think it's going to be Mirage, and that's what I'm kind of hoping for at this point, Matthew.
An ambidextrous affair because the boot's on the other foot and it's kicking just as hard as Navi are in the commanding position at 12-3. It's cobblestone all over, but this time it's the Ukrainians, not the Poles, that are so far ahead. 9-1 at one point, and there really hasn't even been as close to rounds as we saw. I remember in the first game, at least Navi was contesting the one-on-ones. There was a chance they could have been in this. This one, Virtus.pro, not even there, and it's trained too. I would have thought CT side there was something in it.
Yeah, the money just spiraled out of control. They couldn't get going at all in that one, and Navi, they played a part of their game, to be fair, very convincing on the T-half here. The problem is now Virtus.pro, they go over to the T-half themselves, and it definitely is the less favored side here on train. But still, if they win the pistols, every chance they can get back into it. Let's see what they bring to the table here. It's going to be Taz working towards inner halls, and he's got himself a set of body armor as well, joined by Pasha, and they have got 3 smokes and a Molotov. This suggests something a little bit more tactical here to what you're used to on train. Most teams will group up and try towards inner, but Flamey, he's having none of it. He takes that first headshot and takes Pasha down with him.
And he'll now get in a position where he's got so much information out toward Ivy, but the problem is with Snacks getting a kill onto Edward, they have to retreat to the site to cover off the push. Or do they? Because Guardian's got a shot bomb, goes down Simple with an even better execution onto Taz. And it's Snacks in the second half, pistol again.
Here we go.
This time it's not Virtus.pro firmly in the lead. It's a must-win situation if they want to try and even make a case to close this in 2.
Yeah, but the problem is the bomb's down towards outer. The CTs have full control of it. They've got everyone on full HP.
Yeah, much different than last time.
Yeah.
And surely they won't make the same mistakes again. They'll be treating this as if it's any situation where they've got to play perfect. Information gathered, Flamey's going to do exactly that. Snacks will drop 13-3. Navi 3 rounds away from closing it out. It should be at 15 before money's brought out from Virtus.pro with no plants early on.
Well, then you can see Virtus.pro, like I said, as I was building up that hype, trying to kind of build a storyline, you know. They had the 3 smokes, the Molotov. They wanted to bring a really tactical execution there. They were trying to fill up the map as a default to begin with, but Navi, they were having none of it. Aggressive towards Ivy. Flamey finds that first headshot, and that just sends VP into a spiral of frags going against them. It's going to be round number 17. They have forcible onto the second. It's pretty standard, to be fair. Considering you don't get the bomb down the pistol, you will be bringing out the Tech 9s and Deagles, but the problem is on train, you just don't have the smokes to work with here. Towards inside could be interesting if they had smoke follow around, but they only have 1 flashbang. So what's the play here? That's going to be in the hands of Snacks. He's towards main entrance for now. We have got someone in T-spawn. That's Pasha. He's actually watching for any sort of Ivy push. That's long range and ambitious with a Desert Eagle, but maybe he can make it work.
I'm still waiting out toward T-spawn as well, as Edward Smoke down at the bottom of Pop Dog, one of the information if they come down, but Pop Flash not looking to be the case. It's Virtus Pro increasingly looking likely to head toward the B side. It's Flamey and Simple as well, playing far back, knowing that they've got the 2 rifles, they've got range. The 2 M4s rather. And the symmetrical buy that has a UMP on Edward, and Famas is seized in Guardian, and Simple's gonna change his angle as Flamey's looking like he's getting a little bit antsy and considering rotating through Z, so it's a stack to the sidewalk, lower sidewalk, not upper, and that's where most players, 4 out of the 5 from Virtus Pro are electing to go in this position. They've already dropped in as well. Ball's been thrown down, but a Molotov dropped out. It's going to deny a default plant. Still, though, Bialy's got 2 and Snacks. He takes down Edward. Now there's a bit of a chance. Neo's on 5. He'll get taken down. Lineup as well for C, so they pull it back to at least a 2 versus 2 as the bomb comes in. Snacks! Bialy even better. Guardian gone. I was going to say Snacks picks up the UMP. But Bialy with a lovely shot makes it 3 kills in the round. 99 HP against the 20 of Seized. He's only got the Deagle to work with, but he does have armor, which gives him a chance on that pistol. And the kit is there for Seized, so we can try and drag out the affair. Bialy spots him, shot comes in. Seized now knows he's gone toward the ramp, but he's evaded him. He's gone up already. He won't get the lineup quite so easily. And he's gonna have to try and pull him back into the play, bait him out potentially as Bialy.
You can see the
needs to
shadow.
execute patience. Exactly that. Shadow shown, just saw it, and he knows he's up on top of the train. Knows he can peek toward it, catches him before he can retreat as well. No gun carried over, and 4 kills for Bialy to keep Virtus Pro alive at least, but I won't say alive and well.
Yeah, just about alive. Some very nice work there with the Desert Eagle, especially in Bialy, of course. To be fair, Seized, I feel like he was overthinking that 1v1 situation. He knows Bialy's going to be hiding. He knows he's going to come towards the bomb at some point, walking all the way and wasting so much time. He's not going to face unless you touch the bomb. He doesn't even get to that point. Walking towards that lower ramp shot. I don't think we saw it on screen. I saw it on mine. You can actually see the shadow from the lower ramp quite easily without facing here. So we do have a force buy from Navi. I'm not sure I'm a massive fan of it. We'll see whether it works out for them. It's going to be 5-7s and a scout in hand of Flame. We have got a little max 7 there for Seized as well, but a fast play here from Virtus Pro. It's going to be Neo making his way towards Ivy, but Flamey, does he land that first shot? He doesn't, but Guardian certainly does. We get 2 kills going to open things up here.
And that scout kill, the headshot bomb dropped, and the result of it. They've got information on where it is. Edward's gone and picked up an AK-47. This is looking better and better for Navi to steal back the momentum immediately after losing on the force buy second round. Snacks and Neo, though, do find 2 kills. They level it. That's going to be the bomb that's the problem, as Edward's still staring it down with the AK-47, and Seized is waiting to play off that information. Snacks spotted. Now Seized will start to get inside the site. Bomb's going to be grabbed on this. He gets to at least E-Box. He can cover off and go for the plant, but they've taken his teammate down, and Edward, now they know where he is, and he's only got a shotgun, desperate from range. Skeet shooting from that range isn't probable, and it's going to be Snacks that will go back out for the fight because Neo survives with 1 HP.
Yeah, that could have got very scary indeed, but Virtus Pro managed to recover. The last player for Navi only having that max 7. It's going to be difficult, that sort of range. They managed to lock it down in the end. 2 versus 1. Didn't have to drop a single frag there towards the end, but still a full eco now. Navi still a commanding lead, you have to say, 13-5, but it's going to be a full eco here. Deagle, PD50, 5-7, that's just about it. It should be Virtus Pro running this one over. They've got the SMGs to build some cash up here as well, but Simple, he does open things up with that Desert Eagle. He's been so deadly with that weapon this event. As he finds the first headshot towards Neo, looking for a bit more here. He's very close to taking down Pasha with a bit of smoke there as well.
Bialy trying to come out with the AK, but he doesn't even need to find the kill up close. Pasha's already done it for him on his second on the way through. Simple, 67 HP. Edward's going to get the kill onto Taz, but immediately go down to Snacks, and then Simple does get found as he tries to dance in behind the bomb train and get a shot on lineup. Just something to work with crosshair placement, but that's not going to happen. And Virtus Pro at least will get up to 6 rounds. Still a chance. Remember, timeouts 2 available to either side per half.
Well, what's the option here? Navi, they've got about 4,200 average for each player. With this huge bed of rounds, I would almost suggest it's not really worth the full investment here. Yes, they could get 5 M4s. That is a possibility. But still, is it worth it? That's the problem that Virtus Pro had. They got so deep into that first half that they had to keep force buying, not having the kits. So Navi do take the right decision, in my opinion. They're going to get 1 scout in the hands of Flamey, some Deagles to work around with here. It's still very early days in the second half. Don't throw anything away. Let's get the guns down and finish it properly.
Bialy's already in position to cover this off. Flashbang over, but Seized is behind the server. They see him go. They see him early enough as well to respond correctly. Nice shot from Guardian, though. The Deagle drops down on Pasha. And AK on the deck, but it's not quite grabbable. Nade's going to go through. If they do rotate off this fast enough, if they get discouraged and go toward B, an AK could still be in the cards to grab before a rotation back over to the inner site. And they'll bring Flamey over as well. If he hits the shot, that'll also free the AK for them, but Scout unsuccessful, he's down to 23 HP. And Edward instead is going to try and push on the main, spotted out by Snacks, who won't get too close for comfort against the pistol. Instead uses the range of the AK, smartly so, and Virtus Pro looking closer and closer to the 7th round, but still 3 players to find inside of the A site. Simple, he's going to rotate back by Old Bomb. It's Guardy that goes down. Simple's going to hold up, but he won't get spotted just yet. They may catch Bialy off, does with an eagle shot, lovely so. The bomb planted. No kit, does have armor if he could just grab an AK. Okay, all right, Simple's gonna go. That's enough. He's got 2 one-taps, he's feeling it. Deagle shot's in. He's picked up an AK as well, and he's electing to stay with the pistol. Simple, he's up to the 3rd, and the AK pulled out. Oh my God, Simple. 4 kills on a round that he didn't even look like he had a chance, and then fused to go to 14 for Navi.
Finally, Navi get a bit of that Snacks magic working for them. Simple with the Desert Eagle. 3 kills of that weapon and finished it off on the 1v1 as well. A massive round for them to pick up. I think that's the pause coming in just to calm down. Virtus Pro looks so confident in that round. It should have been over. Look at the shots coming in here. Sensational work here from Simple.
Incredible, too, to stick with the Deagle in that situation. To hit those shots confidently, as only Simple can do. And you thought for a second when he picked up the AK, all right, he's just going to do some economic damage and slide down Navi. As soon as he hits the 2nd one-tap back-to-back, he's in it. He's going. He's the kind of player that he just builds on that momentum, that emotion. And what a round. Navi now firmly back in control with 2 rounds to go before forcing out Mirage.
Yeah, very exciting scenes here, but we go into the next round. Virtus Pro still have money to buy into this one. They have taken the pauses to adjust and work out how they're going to get the most out of this. 21, it's going to be Snacks on the AWP, 3 AKs to go with, and Neo, to be fair, he's only got the Desert Eagle. In terms of utility, they have 4 smokes. Bialy had no grenades whatsoever, so they're certainly limited going to this one. I'm sure Navi have a ton of money going forward after they actually took a partial buy into the previous round. Not even that, it was just a few pistols and a scout. They will have the AWP and Guardian, they've got the kits, the incendiaries, the smokes to work with. A full array of weaponry and grenades. We'll see what they can do here and get to match points. I should say map points in this best of 3.
And when Liquid took the first map off Navi this morning, it was Simple that stepped up in the 2nd game. He's doing it again here, 136.9 ADR. Average damage per round. He's averaging over a kill, and even if he doesn't get a kill a round, he's doing damage onto other teammates or other opponents that teammates can capitalize upon. Flamey, the only one in the inner sight right now. And Virtus Pro, they're going to go for the plow effect. They're going to go fast this time. Hash has managed to pick up 1. Taz is able to trade into C's, and it's working for them because Taz back through the smoke has found Edward as well. Simple's going to drop down from control, but they spot the gun barrel, and Bialy's able to take him as soon as he touches down, as soon as he hits the ground. It's on to Flamey, 1 versus 4. We've seen some crazy rounds, if not close games, crazy rounds so far in this final, so there's a chance, but that's going to give him up. They know exactly where he's playing from. Neo goes for the pop flash, realizes he's not exactly in that alley, but Bialy can cover off the opposite side from the ladder. And VP will hit 7, but still 7 more just to catch Navi.
Yeah, well, that's what Virtus Pro are known for in this map, especially. Those fast, aggressive tactics. Just coming out of main entrance like bulls there and actually hitting all the shots required. And Navi do get shut down. They only managed to pick up 1 kill defending that A-rush. They're going to have to take another eco here. Yes, they have residual cash, but like I said, they don't need to take risk with these 4 spies. They still have plenty to work with here. And it will be just a chance for Virtus Pro to stabilize once again. I still think we could have a game on our hands here. As we have got the pistols with Simple once again. He's going to get 1 kill for that, but that's all they'll get. As Flamey does find a second, though, to be fair. It's 3 on 3 now.
It's going to give Flamey an AK as well, but unfortunately they've lost Edward in the process of trying to grab that and pull it back inside the site. Look at Seized. He's surrounded by 3. Snacks goes for the off shot. It leaves him for dead because he can't reset in time. That's going to bring Flamey out to trade on Neo. It's down to a 1 versus 1, but Flamey has no armor, but he's got a lineup. The headshot looked promising, but Taz is there, and he'll capitalize as Virtus Pro. Get back-to-back rounds, 5 in the last 6. 3 rounds ago, they did concede 1, but Navi's still on 14. They're up to 8.
Yeah, Taz manages to hold his nerve there against Flamey. Another eco round that almost slips out of their grasp. Virtus Pro, they do find round number 8. Still a lot of work to do here. But the double AWP setup on the T side, going against the double AWP setup on Navi as well. Simple and Guardian, we said it wasn't going to work so well on Cobble, but from Train, it's definitely a different story. Viable in every single round for sure. It's a very strong setup to bring to the table. We'll see whether Simple can start rolling here, but sees he takes a little bit of damage to kick things off. And a full devo here from Virtus Pro. 2 players working towards Ivy. two towards inner, just trying to establish map control here, working what the CTs may lie with. They're going aggressive to kick things off. Flamey by himself towards inner. This first shot, though, is going to be important. Guardian capitalizes, takes down one of those first orbs from Virtus Pro.
Flashbang missed throw, and Guardian decides he doesn't really want his vision, so he'll stare it down.
Yep.
Vision's not important. Rounds are, and Virtus Pro down a man this time. Cannot afford to give up 15 rounds when they're still only on single digits. Double op setup. Guardian, the most formidable of the AWPs, goes back toward Hell. He's got to line up toward Amy, nearly spots the ass side of a player, but can't land the shot. He's smoked off, though. Edward instead is going to find Taz. He gets Neo as well, but Bialy's responded. Guardian does finally take down Snacks. And it's on to Bialy 1 versus 4. Seems like a common situation in these games. Bomb 2 is right behind the E-box, and Edward, he's going to sit on top of the bomb train. Seized has gone all the way out on Ivy as well to make sure he cannot backpedal, and they'll cover the cross. He's got the first shot, though. As Flamey goes, Edward's low as well. He's the next in his sights, potentially, if he wraps on the Z side of the train. But he's going to go up, try and be undetected. Guardian not quite looking yet. Triple AWP as well, so missed shots will be punished. He's legged up, he's going to be tagged, and Guardian will pop out and capitalize. So it is going to be map point for Navi, 15-8, and Mirage, it looms pretty greatly beside us at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Navi just waiting for that moment there. Get the double orbs out and have that setup where they can have the turrets on either side of the map there. Guardian waiting for the first shots, passing the drops first, and then the round falls apart for Virtus Pro. Once they try to capitalize towards outside, we're going to potentially the last round here of training. You can see the money's not great for VP. They're going to have 2 AKs, 3 pistols, limited, very limited in terms of grenades to work with. 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, that's it. Guardian gets the first frag and the first step to taking ourselves to map number 3 here. 5 on 4. And Taz and Bialy, the only ones with weapons here, desperately trying to make something happen.
Edward and Guardian on top of the bomb train. Gonna rotate into control. Edward's the one to do so. Window's already blown out. Could be an indication that he's up there, but it won't take any damage away from his first shot on the M4. And it's the AKs that need to find the openings. Taz and Bialy with them, both split at this moment in time. They're going to grab bomb, look toward the inner sight. Flamey's waiting on top of the tanker.
So how do you do anything with this situation, mate? You've got no grenades, you've got no orb to get the opening pick. If you work to go inside, which it looks like they're going to try and do, you've got 1 flash to get into it. Neo has found the smoke, though, so this is something to work with. This one on the lower ramp, stick together, that flash comes in, hope for the best. As Bialy, he waits towards upper, but the CDs are so far back, and they've got 3 players waiting for them as well.
Oh, shot comes back in. Bialy's going to be the one to get it. So Virtus Pro at least find an entrance, but it's canceled, negated, as Edward's going to take them down coming through the doorway. Neo's pulled that back. That'll give a plant potential to them, as Taz has to hold this off. He's the only one now with an AK. Pasha has managed to run forward and find an M4A1S. And the lane is occupied by Simple. AWP. He's in the open. What a shot! What a snap back from Simple. That's going to give them the man advantage and the chance they need. 2 ops to go for the retake, and Taz drops. It's going to be all over as Navi strike back after getting absolutely crushed on Cobble. It's going to be a map 3 decider in New York City. And it's Mirage. Both teams are so good on it. 16-8 in the end.
Absolutely. Each map pick going in favor of the team there. And Train, Virtus Pro just couldn't get going there, losing 12-3 on the first half. The CT half, no less. You felt like it's not a matter of if they could pull it back, if they were going to lose, it was when. And Virtus Pro are going to be going them to Mirage. I think that's where the grand finals really going to get exciting. That's the map that really could make this special.
I absolutely agree. I think the way that both teams play very different. We know Navi loves to go for mid-control. We saw Tyloo counter them in that sense. And we know Virtus Pro, well, very good on the CT side, specifically controlling off the connecting position. So it's going to be a brawl. Snacks on the AWP going to have to show up in force, specifically because a double op setup on Mirage is very threatening. And we know that a double op setup is exactly what Navi does possess with Simple. He's been great on rifles, great with a Deagle apparently as well.
Yep.
We haven't exactly seen the AWP come to life in full form yet.
No, I think the Deagle, especially for Navi, it's been absolutely sensational. You can see every time they bring it out, they're deadly with it. And Simple seems to be finding these rounds time and time again when he's finding 1, 2, 3 headshots and then actually clutching the round as well. Here's the scoreboards for the train statistics. It's going to be Flamey 13-16, leading the charge. Steeds with 24. But look at the ADR for Simple, 125. That's pretty nuts. We say anything between 80 and 100 is like pretty decent, but that's very high indeed.
Yeah, and I mean, the statistics, a lot of people Simple look at kill total. Seized has 24 and 13, that's fine. He's the highest fragger, but Simple does the majority of the damage. And as we said, it doesn't even need to be kills in every single round. It's damage to the opponents that his teammates can capitalize on. Pasha was a little bit slow as well. We talked about him being a player that could control off on Ivy. They didn't necessarily contest that position very much early on, Navi, but they definitely took advantage of it late in situations. And overall, entry kills were overwhelming, as we saw that first half was so one-sided in favor of Navi.
Well, both teams have shown they're in good form right now, at least on their particular maps. We thought that Navi were going to be out of it completely after that couple performance, but they've shown they have got the mental fortitude and they can close out big games in these grand finals here. So Mirage, that's going to be the ultimate test, a map that both teams are particularly good on, and I think that's when it's going to get very, very exciting and we can actually have that close game we're so desperate for.
Well, I think that's what we're all waiting for. I'm sure there's lots to talk about nonetheless, specifically why things couldn't get rolling on the CT side. In order to do so, it's Alex and the desk for at least one more segment in between a map, because we're going to map 3.
What better way to go ahead and finish a grand final and going to the third map? We've had an abundance of them. Yes, perhaps the Swiss stages, we did see a fair few, a good handful of 16-6s, 16-8s. We already saw double digits, but it seems like the playoffs have brought a different kettle of fish. It's been awful. Let me try again. It's been awesome. Sorry. Just brain fart a little bit there. It's midnight. We've been up for a fair few hours, but we are still riding this hype wave that is the ESL 1 New York. Duncan, Yanko, I didn't mean to say it's awful. Please forgive me.
Okay.
Can you go ahead and start talking so I can stop?
Well, I mean,
Thank you.
I actually called out Simple. I said, you know, in finals he hasn't shown up yet. Admittedly, he's only been in one. It was the major. You know, it wasn't like a team that wasn't his main team. Definitely turned up on this map. This was really impressive stuff. I'm sure there's a couple of highlights they can probably play, like some fantastic one-taps. His AK was just on fire. Navi as a whole, I mean, you said it, Yanko. Like, actually, I think they did go with the logic that you were using. Like, as much as it was tilt-worthy, they couldn't get into the cobblestone game, they could use the logic of like, well, we got so blown out, and it wasn't our map. You know what, forget. We win the series by winning the next map. We get trained, and then we go to Mirage. We get our maps, basically. That's how we win the series. So I think that is like that's a comfort to them, knowing that Mirage is at the end there. So I really think they played like this, and I mean, we were saying they have to have this strong T side.
Yeah, I think that was their main win condition, right? To have a strong start and not allow VP to continue the momentum that they gained on Cobblestone. They managed to do exactly that. Winning pistol, yes, losing the first gun round, but then winning the following round, resetting VP's economy, and that puts VP to a complete halt, right? That stops the plow in its tracks. They need to reset after that. And it's really hard because Train is a map, yes, CT-sided, but when you have a lot of utility, when you have the Molotovs, the smokes that you can stop the rushes early on and maybe save smokes for the late pushes, but Navi did an extremely good job of switching up the pace, right? So VP had to spend utility early. When they do that, Navi did a great job of picking the bomb sites and ending rounds.
This isn't a new thing, or is it, Yenko? Navi having pace in their gameplay. It wasn't that long ago we were talking about how they were the ones to run the clock down.
I think the first big tournament that I saw them really come up with, not come up, but use faster strats and switch the pace consistently was actually MLG Columbus in that game against Astralis in the semifinals. I think that was the great example of how Navi switching their style a little bit, completely caught Astralis off guard, and it was a quick 2-0 for Navi because of it, in my opinion.
And this one certainly will not be quick. An interesting point to make before we do take our break and we can start getting excited about Mirage, I just realized I didn't do it with my tie, is an intriguing point to make about Flamey. 39 frags last time we saw him on train in this very event.
Yeah.
I need to get dressed. But also, he drops just 13 here. In fact, yeah, 13 frags, bottom of the scoreboard. And this is, do you not think this is just a great way to prove the point you were making earlier, Duncan, that it doesn't matter I mean, he's lit a fire underneath Navi as they do head into the third map. It's certainly going to be an exciting affair to talk about. And what better map than Mirage? Two teams that have really been figureheads on the map, and now they're going to be doing battle in the grand finals of ESL 1 New York. Can't wait to pick their brains about it, but first, Headline Hardware sponsors amongst others, and you can see there that they're offering a discount. So be sure to check it out. It is beneath me. You can read that because I can't. My eyes are not as good as they used to be. I'm an old man these days. Let's go ahead and take a break. And when we do return, it's going to be our final map of ESL 1 New York. I hope you're ready.
6% on orders over.
ESL 1 New York is brought to you in part by Alienware, Microsoft, CyberPower PC, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, and NVIDIA.
We are just one map away from crowning an ESL 1 New York champion. Who will lift the iconic trophy and take the lion's share of $250,000 home, as well as the pride and the knowledge ahead of a whole lot of fantastic CS events? To note that they have gone and done it versus 8 of the world's best. It's a grand final, and the statistics that were hunted down by Duncan did state that Virtus.pro historically, when they get to a grand final, they win. 2 grand finals and 2 trophies. Will they make it a third? Or will Navi once again feature in that rather miserable statistic? I think you remember it better than I. Was it 2?
Yeah, I believe they only won 2 of, and well, this will be their 7th final, and unfortunately it was the 2 smaller ones. It wasn't like the ones that had the elite competition at the very top level.
Well, it certainly does point in one direction. I mean, that is just the stats that we tell you all the time. You should not necessarily read too far into the stats. Admittedly, for this one, they've been very, very impressive for Bialy. Just quickly casting my eyes over that one as we prepare ourselves for Mirage. He's rocking close to 50 frags across 2 maps, but let's not get hung up on that. We do keep looking at these numbers a little too often, and we haven't got a great deal of time to talk about Mirage. Actually, I'll start with you, Yanko. Mirage, Virtus.pro and Navi. When you see that map written down and these 2 team names alongside it, what does that make you start thinking?
Probably the 2 teams that have been known for it the first, right? As the tactical teams, disregarding Fnatic, and because they were always so individually based, and for both teams. Now, at this particular tournament, looking at how Navi had the opportunity to watch how VP played that overtime game against SK, they definitely had the opportunity to, you know, look for patterns and think of a way how they can counter VP's playstyle on the map.
As much as that is true, it certainly is, and obviously Navi were literally watching the other semi-final. If I'm watching that semi-final, I'm also thinking, bloody hell, how are you supposed to beat them on that map? Like, basically, even when you figure them out, they're like, okay, well, you like that? Here's plan B, here's plan C. Like, Virtus.pro are really, really tough to beat on this map. So, listen, the Navi that turn up on train, that would be scary for anyone to play. But I feel like, okay, we've had the 2 blowouts. This feels like the map where it's destined to be the real dogfight, and especially because on the Navi side of things, I don't see them being the ones to blow it out, because this is where I feel like this is where the pressure gets to you. This is where if you've been so close that many times, you didn't win, this is where you start to worry, you start to think, oh, like, who's going to step up here? Is it going to be my teammate? Is it going to be him? So maybe if Navi come with a really, really big performance, we see a classic here. I'm actually feeling like VP's going to take it, though, despite last map.
Man, oh man. The apprehension, no doubt, is rife with both, but Navi most definitely probably have the brunt of it. Just Yanko's prediction is needed, and the players are ready to jump in.
I really like the way VP played against SK. They were switching things up on the CT side with aggression. They did make a couple of small mistakes, and I think they will iron it out for the grand final, so I'm going with VP to take the trophy.
Wow, looks like you guys are expecting to see 3 out of 3 for the polls after this one. The ESL 1 New York trophy will be lifted in about 45 minutes time, unless we see another overtime extravaganza. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. These teams have been putting on a fantastic show for everyone who is still sticking around. Much respect to these guys who have just gone ahead and ventured into the next day. So good morning everyone. Nice to have you here in the Barclays Center, and let's watch some fantastic Counter-Strike to get this day started right.
Yeah, good morning indeed, good night, good final. Let's hope we get a game that's actually deserving of the tournament we've had. It's been incredible so far, and even in the final, even though they've been one-sided scorelines, there's been a lot of individual play, there's been a lot of clutches, and I think on Mirage, we're on neutral territory now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think we're going to see that level of play, but from both teams, and I think Mirage is the perfect map to deliver that sort of result. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise on the final map here. We're about to crown the champions here in New York. It's going to be 3 sets of on Virtus.pro. A couple of flashbangs. Looks like they're actually focusing towards the B side of the map as well. Bialy going to be charging in first. The bomb's committed as well. Sees Flash is going to be falling back. A Simple, he gets the first kill. Looking for the second. Gets the second headshot, but Neo takes him down.
Neo does, but Snax has already made his way deep inside of the site. He's rotated around, and Sees gets spotted from the bench. That tap in through the window was ominous as it stared down toward the doorway that was occupied by Navi, trying to control the situation inside of the site. Another kill coming in from Guardian, 2 in fact, as Pastor will drop it, leaves it as just Snacks. Bomb down inside of the site. 1 minute and 5, but they know exactly where he is, and time is not the factor now. It's all about the positioning. Snacks needs to pull back out. Don't much damage done. It is the Glock, so he's got bullets left as well, but he can't close it. Edward on 8, and Guardian, much better than that, will take Snacks down.
There it is, Virtus Pro, quite a simple play there. 4 people actually committing towards the B apartments, coming in together, but it's simple. He finds the first 2 headshots there, gets the information to his teammates as well. Yes, he drops at that point, but they're able to recover the round. Guardian with 2 nice P2000 kills, and it will be the force buy on the second. No bomb planted, of course, for Virtus Pros. It's going to be Desert Eagles, Tech 9s, and a scout in the hands of Neo. He's got a decent spawn as well, looking to get that first shot towards winner, but no presence at all from the CTs there. We'll have a look whether Guardian will be challenging himself. He's actually got the UMP, no scout for him. Still an opportunity to do something with this round, but Virtus Pro have only got 1 smoke they'll play with. That is in the hands of Neo. He's towards mid for now as Edward tends to be looking towards that apartment area, but the first exchange comes in. It's a sloppy one, but Guardian gets the first headshot with the UMP.
Hash is there to respond, but so too is Simple, trading back out inside the middle. Edward, his job done, his obligation. Neo down. Taz still does get 1 on the cross with the Deagle. And as they have pushed them back, they've got the A site, but they don't have the package to plant inside of it. It's the bomb down in middle and seized and Simple to cover off with a crossfire. That will take down the rest of the Virtus Pro members. 2-0 for Navi to start it off. CT side, so for the second game, they're the ones that strike first. Virtus Pro, Mirage, gonna have to wait 1 more with no bomb plants to try and get guns up, so just patience before the game really unfolds, and they're going to stick with that 1 MP9 on Flamey, no armor, he can do some damage with it.
Well, here we go, and the objective of this third round will just be to actually get the bomb down for Virtus Pro. You see they've purchased 3 smokes here, a couple of flashbangs as well. They probably won't win the round, and very unlikely to do that. They can get a plant down, and definitely helps boost the money going into round number 4 here. So, having a look at the buy for Navi as well. USP just for Guardian, MP9 for Flamey. I think they could get the bomb down here, but Flamey's nice and close. He'll be playing in front of the smokes. Maybe he can be the thorn on their side here.
And they threw the bomb toward the Palace position, which means they wanted to drop out quickly and go for the fast plant, but Flamey pushes up. MP9. Note as well as Edward's going to go down and take Snacks. The Guardian is elected to stay just on the USP. He's not even gambling to look for kills on the SMGs. He wants the off no matter what in the next round, and that next round, it's about to start. Neo's going to get pushed back with bomb inside of Palace. Edward survives with 1 HP, so he won't be in this fight. He needs to keep the M4. And they'll allow that to happen as Simple goes in. And it'll be 3-0 Navi, not surprisingly, considering the situation, but importantly, no bomb plant, no AWP on the Virtus Pro side. They elect to go all 5 rifles, but they get decent utility with it. They do have 4 smokes to work with.
Yeah, not forcing around that AWP. This is going to be going into 5 AKs, and we'll see what they can go for. I'm sure it'll be a very default round to kick things off with. If I'm Navi, though, I probably want to be going aggressive here, looking for that first pick. Let's see what they decide to do. Simple actually jumps out the mid window here, goes towards connector, not committing towards the top of middle. Yeah, that's all he'll go. Changes his mind. He's going up for the information straight away here. Doesn't spot anything. It's quite a passive hold from the terrorists for now as they're actually working towards the B apartments, get flashed off, and they have to fall back here. Bomb still towards middle, so not making their move at all just yet. They're going to try to save the utility a little bit more. They've got 4 smokes remaining, just seeing what kind of initial aggression is coming in from the CTs here. Guardian will be positioned towards CD spawn for now. We're actually rotating back from mid.
Neo coming out from the underpass, just checks above. Common now with the angle, especially if you put someone in connector to watch the corner at top of middle. With the angle from window as well, that you can get on top of that fence very easily as the catwalk player to watch down below, so checks it. They're being strategic, they don't want to take chances, not in a grand final like this. Neo pushed through from Edward, he's going to drop inside of the smoke, and Edward, he's still alive in it, but can't find the shot onto Snacks. As the AK-47 will reign supreme. It's Taz to follow up, it's Taz again! Virtus Pro! The plow starts to roll. It's going to be a 3-1 scoreline. Surely as seized. Has to find 4 if he wants any chance. And Famas does have a kit and a Molotov to work with, but unfortunately, it's really a far cry from enough to try and pull the round back as they've got a decent post plant, set up a triangulation around the bomb, and a far offside lurk to try and take this gun down from seized.
Well then, seized. Looks like he will just be trying to save the Famas here. Can't recover an upgraded weapon. Guardian lost his all towards CD spawn, but what a round that was from VP. Holding up in a very defensive position at the start of the round there. You can see they're waiting for that initial aggression to come in from the CTs. That doesn't happen, and Snacks will finish things off. They get a lot of attention, VP, towards the connector area, and as soon as they do, and as soon as Edward's committed towards that connector zone, he actually pushes in, and Taz He comes out of the Palace area, nails a shot on Guardian as well, just as he looks away as well, finds a second shot towards Jungle as well. And finally, we might have a nice close game here going forward. There is money available for Navi. They're going to have the double orb set up. There's a Simple. He'll bring out that weapon as well alongside with Guardian. The other players aren't so quickly equipped, but look at the orb dual kick off here. Neo gets the first headshot, but Simple, he quickly answers back, taking out Pasha on the other side.
And a well-traded kill. It's not often. You can see a double peek from that position, so well received inside the middle again. We know Navi like to put a lot of mid pressure on their T side, but so far, VP using it as well. Underpass last time, this time around, the face at the top of the ramp. Bomb still in T-spawn, it's all about the pick to start it off. But Simple and C's now with that second AWP picked up are gonna try and hold off from either side with the big guns, the one-shot wonder. And this smoke is meant to be a ruse. They're meant to look like it's smoked off inside of A main as Flamey will cover it off, but Seized is on the offside. He's got Snacks down. The smoke I speak of is the one on top of the ramp at A because the bomb's slowly going toward that position. It's Taz that's gonna get found out. The smoke on top was never spotted, but Edward did push through regardless. Taz will drop, Edward's gonna fall inside of the site, cover it off. It's just 2 to find, but they've got mid to work with. The isolation smoke's top stairs as well as on jungle, and this could actually be misleading. They might catch at least one off guard here. How fast can they communicate? How fast can they react? Neo's gotten inside the site. He's watching to make sure he's not going to turn. Oh! Why does he pull the nade? He's got the first shot. The mistake was made, but Bialy's there. And Edward will at least get pulled back, but he's got to find this against 2. It could have been so much more. And Bialy, that flash is going to slow him. They've got a player in jungle as well. Simple just needs to peek for information, but he doesn't even want to take the chance at this point in time as there's 17 seconds. He wants to let him commit to the bomb plant, which he will soon have to do. Molotov will force him out, though, and that means the exchange will come down to the 1 versus 1. Immediate smoke, no fight, no plant, because it is going to be 7 seconds. That's going to be the round, surely, or is it? Nearly catches him in the open. Bialy, and Simple goes for more. Only he would do, and Navi will take it to 4-1.
Bialy didn't have many options there, but the play he brings to the table, that's actually very intelligent indeed. Forces the player to come out from that Molotov, and it's actually the player from jungle as well. He has to face, he has no choice to try and deny the pun. I think they could have allowed it to go down and just waited, but still, they managed to win the round, so no harm, no foul. BP do not get the bomb down, and they're going to be forced buying into round number 6 here. So, trying to answer back and not allowing the CT economy to swell here. So they're coming to 2 AK-47, 3 Tech-9s. Still quite a weak buy for Navi considering, so do manage to pick up 1 AWP, but sees he's aggressive towards the B apartment. Snacks is waiting on the other side of that smoke. That this first frag is going to be important, and Snacks gets it. The B bomb side is open. Will they capitalize here towards short?
Simple immediately on counter entry, though, is going to find one. Taz is there. Angle held off, missed shot. Guardian as well. That allows Bomb to cross. Go for the plan early. And Guardian's going to go aggressive out the window as Guardian would do. Lovely shot on Basha. He'll fall, but so too does Flamey back in the site. So again, it's only a 1-man advantage in the post plant for Virtus Pro. Could have been a 3 versus 3. Guardian still looking, waiting for Edward to get information. Spots one inside the corner. Taz can't necessarily wide peek to go for Guardian. Nearly gets the lineup as well as Edward snaps back down on the aim, and Guardian knows the situation is grim. No kit, AWP valuable. It'll be Virtus Pro with their second round, and Henry 4-2. We haven't seen that scoreline yet. Maybe we got a game.
This is what I wanted to see. We've said Mirage would be the deciding factor here. I wanted to see a nice tight game. It's been back and forth so far. That's what we want. And that force by Virtus Pro is definitely justified. The previous round comes down to a 1v1. Bialy did a ton of damage to the economy. And so then they go for the force by the 2 AKs, the 3 Tech-9s. We said that first kill was going to be so important. It snacks with the Tech-9 towards Palace. He gets it. They capitalize. They've got short control as well. They get in. Simple can't hold them off. And Guardian, he's missing a couple of the key shots there, but he gets a really strong one from out the window. But it's not quite enough. Navi, this is what we want to see. They're going to be buying around the AWP, so Guardian still has that weapon in hand. He saved it from the previous. They've got a scout and some upgraded pistols to work with here. It's looking like Virtus Pro, they're actually going for the execute off the bat. They've got 4 players committed to that side of the map. We'll be holding up for now as Snacks, he holds the underpass. He'll be coming for the flank once the execution comes in. Smoke starting to be deployed towards the 8 side, with 3 players at the CTs ready to hold them off.
Bialy beyond the smoke inside of the A ramp's going to try and go in with the bomb. They need Neo. They needed Neo to try and get inside the site, but Guardian hitting that shot immediately. It's going to make things harder. Pasha's at least found one in Sandwich. Snacks follows up. Simple goes down. Guardian has to look back toward mid, and they get a play with a fast play as Virtus Pro wraps around Guardian. No time to respond. Flamey nearly spots one exiting. He's assassinated. And Seized with a CZ is all but dead as Pasha He's gonna try and just get inside the window. AK-47 vent not broken out, as we know. The Mirage vent, unlike the one on Cobblestone, not easy to shoot through, so with a CZ, penetration not really ideal anyway. It's not gonna be anything fancy, and already he's just gonna have to wait this one out. They don't even really need to hunt this down. They know the money situation. There's no point giving away AKs. They're still behind in the game, and they need to build in fast.
Yeah, the war of attrition should be over at this point. A few force buys either way. Navi knew they were up against it there. They saved the AWP. Guardian gets the opening frag there, but he can't do much more. He's getting flanked from Connector as well. He's smoked out of position, and that's the only kill he picks up there. So Navi's surely going to be coming over Nico as we enter round number 8. And a chance to tie things up, Matthew. The early stages, this really is going to be a close one, and I'm excited to see it happen. So Navi do get a CZ, a PD50, that's about it. CZ has some body armor to work with, but this should be an almost guaranteed round for Virtus Pro. Navi have gone with the approach of a 4-man stack towards B. You could potentially push off towards shore here, but with no flashes, it's very difficult to see a world where they can actually get more than one frag or so.
Seized has gotten into Palace early on. Not only are they on an eco in this round, but Virtus Pro's built up a round in hand already. They stay efficient here, and they actually get a significant lead, considering it's the CTs who struggle with economy. They'll be able to break them down time and time again against Navi, so they've got a chance to actually steal control of the half by doing this round in a very well-structured manner to make sure that reinvestment isn't something that's going to cost them 2 or 3 rounds down the line. Flash round, Pasha's going to go in. 2-man in there, he spotted them both. Simple's gone away to evade. He's going to get taken down. Pasha with both. One for each bicep, as it's going to be Bialy to push through the apartments. Flash in behind the van, no one there, but it's 2 at bench. The stack over toward the B side is being picked apart. 1 kill for Guardian. Keep these kills in mind. We did say efficiency's key. And in nearly a second, it will be. Flamey almost finding a third, but Snacks is there to take him down. It's all on to Seize. Bomb plant to come in to ensure all possibilities are gone. Let's see, he can catch them off early, and he's going to try and rotate around toward the apartments. If he gets one more kill or picks up one of the guns dropped inside the site, it would work wonders, but even that's going to be a tall task considering they're all down inside the depths of the site themselves.
Not the worst round for Navi, considering what they brought to the table in terms of the investment. A few upgraded pistols there, and Caesar to CZ. They actually go for that B stack, but they have 2 players aggressive towards the ladder room there. That's the bait in and suggests the B side's open. Those first 2 kills come down, sure, but the actual players hiding the B side, they managed to find 2 kills themselves, so that's beneficial, you know. That's probably the best they could have hoped for. Caesar gets another one as well. If he can save an AK into the next round, this actually isn't too bad at all. We'll tie things up at 4-4. We'll have a look at the money for Navi going to the next round. Guardian definitely have enough to get the AWP out. C saving the AK as well. They're in a decent position now. That round was successful with damage and money on Virtus Pro, and now this is where the game really begins. Gun rounds for both sides, and we'll see what they actually bring. No double AWP set up for Navi this time, and no AWP for Snacks as of yet. Another map he's very strong on with this weapon. He's going to be sticking with the 5 rifles for now. And Guardian, it does really see him get rolling just yet in this grand final, I would say. Had a few interesting shots, but that's about it.
Pasha will put some utility out toward middle, but Virtus Pro not applying the pressure in that position this time around. They've lost that battle now twice. Execution's worked, well, I wouldn't even say execution. Speed with a little bit of execution, a little bit of utility on the A sites worked for them. And it's underpass late this time. Simple on Catwalk's gonna fall back with smokes in front of him, but Edwards still does find Pasha through the edge of a smoke at Connector. Neo's gonna know he's in there, but the smoke still looms, and therefore it's harder to find the angle, as proven. Edward there to get the second, nearly a third, but Snacks does do the damage in return. He only drops to 56 as well, which is going to be crucial as they walk in. Taz through, but Guardian finally responds. Bombs dropped on top of the box inside the site. Quick stealth flash to try and pull him out, and all right, Guardian, let's not get too carried away. But why not? Take the shots while he can. He's got to wait for the rotations. If he can pick up an extra kill, it'd be lovely, and the rotations do arrive. It's seized again to drop bomb against Taz. Snacks in a 1 versus 3. He's in the site. They don't have the angle. They're going to try and rotate one back as Ward jungle to see if they can catch him off. Guardian, I'm not 100% sure he spotted him with that jump.
Bomb down on the sides as well, but Snacks, he's come here to fight. He gets the first kill, brings it down to 2 versus 1. He gets Simple then, does damage as well. Guardian goes down to 36. So at this point, Snacks in 30 seconds still has a chance here, but it's thwarted. Seized as finding from jungle. And what looked like an interesting situation does come down to Navi taking the lead here.
And so clever to throw that nade and spam into the box right away. All he has to do is a little bit of damage, and that nade could take it the rest of the way, but doesn't work out. Clever thought. In the end, Navi go up to the 5th round, 9 done in total. We're on 10, there's 1 between them. And it's gonna be 5 AK-47s again, this time Guardian, the only AWP, not a double up setup. Simple and seized to the B site, Guardian inside window, not a default smoke thrown out early because there's no pressure inside of mid just yet from Virtus Pro. Again, they'll fan out, cover off the wings. Bialy more passive to see if there's a push, and now they'll work to it late as Neo gets in toward the underpass.
Yeah, very defensive from the terrorists at the start here, not going for that initial mid-control, which we know they are capable of. Pasha will be the first player to get to the mid-boxes here, just working out any CTs are waiting for him. Guardian will be positioning himself in CD spawn once again. VP have been heavily focusing towards the A site on their gun rounds here, and it's going to be more of the same with Edward. He's been a difficult, tricky character here towards the connector. He doesn't manage to get that first shot through the smoke this time, but he does spot a couple of players towards top and middle.
Neo behind the smoke, Snacks as well, crossfire set. It's going to be Edward to try and overcommit onto a peek against Pasha. Flamey wants back into the same spot, but it's too many Virtus Pro players in one small confinement for Flamey to set himself ablaze. It's Guardian and Simple seized. All rotating back to join hands on the A site. Bomb's going that direction, or at least was for a moment.
Well, at this point, Virtus Pro, they have 40 seconds remaining. Don't need to fully committing. See, Neo still has the bomb towards T-spawn here. They're waiting for the reaction. He's actually watching the B apartments. They've got such a huge advantage here. It's very unlikely they're going to throw it away, and there it is. C's trying to do what he can. He gets taken down. 5-on-2 now. 30 seconds remaining. Looks like they will be committing towards the inside, surely considering... Well, actually, I guess they spotted Guardian there. That might be the signal to go towards B, but it doesn't matter. Pasha blows his head off. We know the final player as well. Very clean run there for Virtus Pro. Defensive at the start, claiming middle, slowly but surely taking down Edward, and then the round just falls apart for Navi. And after winning one previous round there, after losing 3, they're going to actually be on a full eco here. It's a hard reset here as we get to 5-5. Could be a double eco for Navi as well. I'd say almost certainly.
Well, this is the thing. If you keep yourself close as the terrorists and you build up a little bit of a bank, CTs are always going to be disadvantaged. Flamey's not moving in spawn right now. Taz is going to take down Guardian and Simple. Okay, he has a little bit of lag. He's elected to move. I don't know if it was an issue or whether or not he was just taking a moment to speak with teammates. C players we know exist is famous for that. Used to stay in spawn, usually as a collective unit, but take time rather than a timeout, although they do have 4 now, so not sure. So Flamey's going to get out toward Catwalk. Late flash comes in. Edward, he's going to try and peek back out, but Flamey drops. Pasha's there around the corner. Second member seized. He'll fall as well as Virtus Pro continues to charge toward the side. All 5 stay alive. This is where, as you said, they're in double eco territory. They've got a problem now because that's a 5-man alive round for Virtus Pro. It's going to be even harder to break them down the line as they've got 2 rounds in hand.
Yeah, considering now we have to take another eco as well here. It's going to be Virtus Pro just building their bank balance. If they can keep 5 players alive once again, they'll be set for the rest of this half for sure. As we enter round number 12, here is the eco coming in. It's going to be a PD-50 and a deagle. That's all Navi have to work for before they're in for that stack towards B. It's going to be more of a default mentality as we go into this one. It's a fast mid play. This is what I'm used to with Virtus Pro, actually just bullying themselves towards that mid area and coming in very fast with those 8 splits, and it's no different this time. As Bialy, he'll be smoking off that first confrontation area. He does do a little bit of damage towards Guardian then. He's actually pushing into that smoke. Guardian's going to try and use their own smoke and see if he can pounce and find 1 kill potentially from that. I don't see it happening, but maybe it could get interesting here.
Yeah, Ali with that small amount of vision underneath the edge is going to try and find something. Instead, it's Guardian as he finds him in the corner. A lovely shot. Bialy, oh, this is such the timing. Is always in CS, but manages to get it back. Snacks is there as well, and Simple will fall. It's Flamey and sees the pistols, not able to accomplish much so far, but he will pull 1 back. Flamey into Bialy. An awkward exchange on Catwalk. Flamey's brought himself back into the fold. There's guns available, 2 AKs. A bomb down on the B site, no kits, no armor, and it's a matter of just saving these to pull them forward. Yeah. Again, they need to get back in, and any gift, money-wise at this point, they need to take.
Absolutely, it's definitely not worth trying to win this round. They've got 3 players to find. They've got the bomb down as well. They've got no kits, so save these weapons. The money's not going to be fantastic. There'll be a 3rd stage loss bonus after this round. The $2,400 coming into about their 2.5k average investment into the next one. So they can definitely get the orbs out. They save these AKs as well. They actually set themselves up for a more successful last 3 rounds here in the first half. Flamey and C's will be hunted though. You can see the terrorists starting to feel out the map. It will be Neo towards A. He's trying to find anything he can out of this. But both the CTs waiting towards T-spawn, and they should be safe at this point. They're going to have 1 player coming in from the apartments is Taz, but C should be waiting for him. He's not even going to have time to find it. So there it is. 7-5 after a double eco. Navi can bring out the double orbs once again. Presumably will be Guardian and Simple. I can't say it's been the most effective duo so far in this grand final, but let's see what they can do here as we get into round number 13. It's 7-5 in favor of the T's. Snacks on the orb himself this time, and we've seen him be incredible on this map before. And VP actually setting up for maybe a set piece. It looks more like a fade though, considering they have 3 players at this side of the map to begin with, as Neo rotates in as well. Smokes and flashes have been deployed. But I think this is the ruse. You can see Bialy picks up the bomb and maybe heads towards B, where Snax is waiting in the halls as well.
So again, a very passive start to the round from Virtus Pro. As you mentioned, they're playing almost defensively to see if there's going to be aggression come out from Navi, and then into some form of default. This time, B bias. 3 players there. Snax has already pushed up quite far as well. He's the one with the AWP. They can hear him scoping in if he elects to do so at this point in time, but seized. He's waiting on...
It's the fake.
Yeah, the nook and cranny. Guardian's gonna find Pasha though. It's Neo that has to do this alone. He's been tagged down, nearly gets a shot back through the smoke, but Guardian only on 74. Molotov's advanced. Early attack from C. Needs to go forward and grab the ball. Minute and 14, he's going to sight. I think the smoke getting caught inside the flames was enough of a noise for Seas not to have heard this, but he's going to realize it now, pushing through.
Oh, we can hear the crowd coming to life there. A massive 1v1. Seas goes up against Pasha. Pasha knows he's got plenty of time to plan here now. To be apartments as well. He has no nade to work with, and he has been spotted now as well.
Spotted indeed. But the HP does favor Seas. He's got a smoke to get on the bomb, a Molotov that he can put inside the hallway of that apartment as well. Pasha needs to be careful of his positioning. And the Molotov goes out, but Pasha catches him off. Perfect positioning, and he'll take the round. It's going to be Virtus Pro on 8.
Those 1v1s can be so difficult. Yes, Seas had the advantage in terms of the HP there, but he's got so much to do. Time ticking away. He was so far removed from it. The thing is, when he knows that Pasha potentially has left and gone towards B, there's always a chance to go back towards T-spawn. He has to just think about that risk and slow things down and just work out where exactly he's gone. Bomb planted. Pasha gets himself in a great position there, and he plays it very nice as well. Knows he hasn't got nades. Doesn't want to wait for that fake defuse. Just challenges him when he pulls out the incendiary. So another force by his round number 15, of course. So Deagles, Max 7s, they have got 3 and 4s, no kits. Very limited indeed. Virtus Pro in a great position to get a commanding lead into the second half.
Bomb dropped intentionally, and Horseshoe Neo's going to go probe out inside of the B tunnels. Taz up toward the key position. Simple not spotted on the jump back as well, down catwalk. And I think the silence suits the slow play. As again, Virtus Pro just trying to establish map control in the top of middle. It's Snax and Pasha electing now to smoke off toward the window.
So Seas, he knows his team have to find something here, something to work with. He's pushed up aggressively in the B apartments as the 4-man stack towards A. Pretty standard stuff here so far from Virtus Pro. They're looking for that first kill towards Connector. They take the most of the damage there. Taz goes down to 72. Caesar, he's in a lot of trouble here if they go towards short. He'll be by himself. The city's starting to realize this could be a possibility as they make their way towards kitchen, but it could be too late. Pasha towards the ladder room. First kill is going to be absolutely everything here.
And they'll rotate back off this, having not found anything as desired. So Bialy now comes into the picture, having waited toward A, but Edwards up in the corner. It's such a tough position to play. Deagle as well. It's definitely a one and done. It may not even be that because Bialy just walks in, perfectly takes him down. Deploys his flash in, bounces the second as well to catch off anyone back towards CT. And that'll bring his teammates into the picture, but Guardian has found a kill against Pasha in the meantime to pull this back. And it's going to be a trade again. Guardian, the one that's the protagonist for Navi. Or the antagonist for the take of Virtus Pro. Look at the shots coming through. His Seized and Flamey set up a crossfire coming out. All 3 of them lined up. No time. time. No kill, 8-7 gonna be the halftime score. And we knew the third map between these two was an equalizer. We knew it was more of an even playing field. And it's a dead even score so far.
Yeah, very back and forth there. This is gonna be an exciting finish to this best of three, the grand final here in New York. It could go either way. 8-7, couldn't be tighter if we tried. And we're gonna take a quick break before the second half begins, but don't go anywhere. I feel like this one is gonna be very explosive to finish it off.
And finally a grand final, finally a map that's close between Navi and Virtus Pro. Teams, foes of old. It's not quite the rivalry that's been brewing all year, but it's definitely one for the ages and very experienced players in this. It's down to the wire of ESL 1 New York. And I really do think this is about to explode, Henry.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The pistol is definitely going to set the tone here. Nothing separating these teams so far. 8-7. As we go into the second half here, Navi going onto the T side, they get 4 sets of armor. 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs. Ladies and gentlemen, he's still here. There you are, let's go. The final half here of ESL New York. 4 sets of armor for VP as well. A diffuse getting the hands of Neo. This could just be a straight up B rushing over Navi. Throwing caution to the win. Flashbangs go in, they're going for it. Pasha, wide to receive. He's gonna have backup as well from Shaw.
Shot does come in, Pasha with 1, but downed immediately after. They've wrapped all the way around to bench, and Edwards is going to be the one to step up so far in the pistol. There's not only 2 kills, a bomb plant as well. A fast flank does come in from Snacks, though, and he's so deadly in these positions. Oh, it's Taz. It looked like it was Snacks, but it was Taz that hit the shot. Doesn't matter. Same effect. The man down into 3. Now plays on to 2 is Taz and Snacks. And they have a kit. They had a kit. Taz gets dropped. Taken down. Snacks his position known. Peek out. Guardian's low. Just wants to bait out a shot or 2. Get the information. There's 6 bullets left in the magazine for Snacks to try and make the play. No reload coming in. He's going to drop inside the site. They know where he is, and it's going to be Guardian to wrap back around. We go 8-8 as Navi. They'll get the momentum early.
Here we go then. Navi, known to be a very slow, methodical team, using all the grenades. Most teams would actually go towards A, smoke towards steps and jungle area. This time they just rush B, get in there as well. Good flashbangs, bounce off the windows, and his Pasha fully blind behind the bench there gets completely wrecked as they enter the bomb. So their bomb planted, the retake is not successful. There will be a force buy from VP in the second here. 3 sets of armor, and they're going to have CZs and Deagles to work with as well. Neo with the flashbang, and they've actually got aggressive towards middle here as well. Taz is going to be flashed in towards the area, but C's are so defensive. He has to fall back at this point. He's not going to win that duel.
Simple and Edward, both top middle right now. No push from Snacks or Neo. Snacks does make his way from looking at underpass toward connector at the exact moment that Guardian gets in the position, and Simple will spot Neo on toward the catwalk position. So it's ladder instead for him. Map 3 of a grand final, last half to play, and you can tell what it means because Navi's slowing the pace tremendously not to get caught off by any of these pistols. An additional smoke toward window will allow them to slide down the catwalk position, and the smoke on the corner will allow them to round it without being picked apart from anyone inside connector at the A site. as Edward looking for the shot. Neo shuffle away from the bench, but it's going to be a triangulating crossfire. Pasha finds the first kill on the pistols for Virtus Pro, but it's Neo to go down after Pasha's got. Oh, Pasha flexes again with the deagle, but the boost up is found. A lovely shot from Simple. 2 for him in return. And that's going to give the bomb back to Navi to try and make a play. They're split. Simple's headshot. It's on to Snacks once more. And Miali makes his presence. Stone does pull it back. Simple tagged. Downed in the end, but Flamey there immediately to come back in for Navi.
Oh, God, that could have gone either way. Actually, a second headshot coming in there as well. The 1v1 does work out for Navi. The force by is thwarted from Virtus Pro there, but they made things very interesting indeed. Pasha delivering with the Desert Eagle, but they can't quite finish it off as Bialy coming from short. At that range, I didn't think he had a chance to actually make anything happen there. He gets one kill and headshots the second as well. This is the replay right now of Pasha and his tremendous work with that deagle, but all in vain, I'm afraid, as they're going to run number 18 here. It's going to be 4 USPs and a PD50 for Pasha, as Navi looking to get double figures here. They're going to have the MAC-10 in the form of C's. He can be the reconnaissance player, throw himself into the B side. Just work out, if he gets one kill and finds out nothing's there, that's great. If he dies in his 4 players, that's fine as well, because his teammates can just adjust. So this is absolutely fine. You can see 4 of his teammates waiting towards A, waiting for the call, and Simple actually opens things up. They're not even going to need him to do that. So they will be executing towards the A site. They know the situation here, but Taz does manage to get a kill in return.
Simple's going to try and walk out from under Shadow, but we saw it reverse firebox. Thankfully, he's found from Guardian. I believe it was Pasha that was in that position. Regardless, it's Snacks now left in a 1 versus 4 and Simple on 39. That's the only really damage dealt on the 4 remaining players, and that's how it'll end, as Seized with the MAC-10 is going to make some money as he takes down Snacks.
This is where it gets interesting, Matthew. The first gun round comes in. What's the buy? They could have got an AWP, but I think it would have been glass cannon at that point. So round number 19 will be 5 rifles, 4 Virtus Pro. This was a problem on train. They could never really get going with the economy. The 4 spies were the thing that are lacking them going forward, and the Snacks could never get the AWP. Once again, they don't have any defuse kits. This normally suggests you have to be hunting for frags. It's a difficult procedure on Mirage. You really have middle and the B apartments to work with it. Actually, I think Flamey, he's got aggressive towards A round by himself. Looking for that first frag. He's almost gifted it towards Bialy. He's by himself. And now it is a 5-on-4. His teammates say we'll be making their way towards B apartments, going straight in here, and it's just Pasha to try and hold them off.
He's actually rotated out toward the window at the right time, but Simple's got Neo down. Simple again is going to take Pasha. It's going to give Guardian a lineup toward the window as well to cover him off for the plant, but one player's already gone by. That's Taz. He could catch them off, and this is Seized is late inside middle. A lovely shot. We don't see it for Seized to take Bialy off the equation, holds the rotation, and as that happened, so too did a kill come in to make it a 3 versus 1. Snacks now the last alive again. Simple. He's on 18, no need to get aggressive in this. The Snacks has no kid as well, so eventually he's gonna have to make the decision. I think the decision's been made to get away, to try and save the gun, flash in, just to make sure no one counter peeks as he walks back out the doorway. And it's going to be Navi up to 11 as they continue forward. Not just the pistol +2, it's gonna be 4 rounds to start off the half with the first gun as well.
You can see the problem here without having that full array of utility. So Pasha's by himself towards B, right? Had he had the incendiary, which you're normally going to have in the gun rounds there, he can hold them off for a few more seconds or funnel them out towards the window. Potentially bought himself some more time. He doesn't have that option. He gets taken down there. Neo gets blasted from the window as well. And once Guardian set up with the AWP, it's almost impossible retake at that point. Snacks manages to save a weapon, but it's 11-8. What's the call here? They're going to take a pause. One of these 30 seconds, new additions to the game. So the Sade M4 is going to be a couple of upgraded pistols. They won't be forcing this by the looks of things. There's going to be buying around it with partial upgrades with CZ, some body armor, some smokes, Snacks with that rifle.
And if you want feedback on how this new coaching rule has changed things, that's the coach to talk to. The longest standing active in-game leading coach in Counter-Strike on Navi, Starrick's former player. They brought Flamey in to replace him when he moved into that coaching role. He's the one that'll be able to tell you how this has changed. He's the one that's going to be just chomping at the bit, trying to speak when he can't anymore. So take this time out. I think the 30 seconds as well, it hasn't killed the pace. There's not as much momentum shift as I would have thought. It's almost just enough, I think, for the teams to get the communication in.
Well, the buy has come through. Neo brings the scout to the table as well. Not fully investing, leaves himself about $1,500. If they lose this round, there will be maximum loss bonus, so that's fine. He'll still have enough money to go forward into the next, but still something to work with here. It's not the end of the world. You can see the scout, the M4, some CZs and Deagles as well. It's limited in grenades and no kit here. So let's see if we can get that first pick as we go into round number 20 here. It's going to be Neo. We'll be waiting towards mid, see if we can get the first shot, but very fast from Flamey once again. He's got the MAC-10 trying to find Pasha, who's stuck towards the bench.
Snacks has the cross set up though, baited in. Pasha and Snacks again, Simple. He seems to be the answer every time, but is it enough to finally get around for them? As Neo, he finds nothing inside of the smoke. How does he do that through the wall? He gets C's down, and Guardian does respond. It's the bigger sniper rifle, but Simple again. He's got 2. Taz drops. And the stars on Broadway aren't the only ones in New York, because here in Brooklyn, it's Simple stealing the show with another headshot on Bialy.
Simple coming to life here on the third map. What a performance it's been so far, Mirage. Just getting him out of trouble time and time again. That round is no different. Yes, it was only a partial buy from VP, but still come down to a very tight situation where he finds 4 kills. And a pause comes in this time, and I think it's technical. Okay, so a chance to breathe and work out what the next situation is going to be. Round number 21, the money starts to stabilize for Virtus Pro, and they finally can get the AWP down. It's going to be 5-0 against him here, 12-8 overall. Open the hands of Snacks. 4 and 4s around, and they have Keds and utility this time to work with. Pasha, he's been struggling towards B. This time he has the smoke and the incendiary I described before. It's very important to have the incendiary. Use the initial smoke to stop the rush, and then the incendiary to actually stop anything towards the end of the round as well. We'll see what goes into round number 21. The unpause comes in. Flamey is the final AK to come to the table for Navi. Quite a simple gameplay for them so far. Just using the spawns and trying to stay together as a tight unit. Haven't seen too much tactical depth in terms of full-on executions yet, but they've just been working the economy of Virtus Pro and just grinding them down.
Edward already out toward top mid as well with the AK-47. Smoke on Cat's going to allow them to push back into those boxes as C's will try and take the underpass. It's Neo waiting on top of connectors, excuse me, on catwalk rather, that's above where Seized wants to come out, so they do have to consider the probability of that, put a smoke potentially inside of that position. Instead, they're just going to watch it with 3 players there, crosshairs firmly fixed upon it. Needs as well to push them back as Edward will start to clear the angles. Navi, flawless so far for Navi. And we're finally seeing Simple arrive, 22 kills. This is the potential we knew this roster had. As they mentioned on the desk, I think it's 2 of 7 for Navi in finals. It's always been a problem. They're perpetually second, and this time, maybe, do they have enough to take down the king of the finals, Virtus Pro? Well, Edward certainly seems to think so, as Neo's going to get taken down. Bialy found on the top of the balcony position. It's Taz that has to come up big. No smoke, no on the cross. Nearly catches out for Flamey. The nade will do damage, but the Molotov in front. Taz likes to go. He's caught by Seized already in jungle. And another round. Yeah. Slipping away from Virtus Pro, and the money starting to be a problem now as well, as Virtus Pro's got the momentum in hand.
Yeah, they only get $3,400 into the next round. Pasha desperately needs to save this weapon. Another quite simple player for Navi. They get the mid control, not really challenged at the start of the round whatsoever. They're coming that A split once again. A simple execution, actually just landing all the shots required. Navi are happy to hump for this final kill. It's Flamey to get the last headshot there. So what's the call here? I think VP have another pause available. Maybe it's time to take it. If they don't buy into this round, it's 14-8. It looks like it will be an eco coming in. A UMP purchased by Taz. Deagle for Bialy, but never discount these guys with the Desert Eagles. Still one of those teams that can find something out of nothing. They have got 3 smokes to work with as well. And maybe an aggressive push towards middle as they jump out towards window and towards the underpass area. I think that's going to be Taz as
he's down already there.
UMP
he's
down.
almost at the corner. He doesn't want to push around it, though, wisely so, because C's just staring it down with the AK-47. Oh, shows himself. And that's enough.
Yep, I'm
I
out.
saw the scary man at the top of the stairs, and I didn't want to go any further, Mommy. I'll go back toward middle, thank you very much.
Yeah, he gets away with it as well, so still a lot to do here. I think eventually Navi can just go into an execute here. They know the money's going to be very low indeed. Treat it like a gun round, drop all the correct smokes and stay together as a tight unit. Been very good at that so far in the second half. 5 players making their way back towards A. They've got Guardian in the orbit to cover these initial angles, see if we can find anyone close range. Not going to find anything for now, but Neo, he is committed towards the lower ramp and seeing if he can actually do anything with this.
WP to find the opening, corner covered off. Neo will grenade the flash. What a shot from Guardian. That is so lovely as he sees it. Aims, fires, execution. Neo's gone. Simple wants to go in on it, but Bialy gets a lovely shot from Deagle. He's flushed out, tries to get a kill while he can before the Flames would have inevitably taken him down, and Flamey not done so first. They will get slowed temporarily. Their own smokes covering off the rotations will give them the confidence to push through. Sees safe plant inside default. Edward gets picked though. And Snacks and Taz managed to walk back in. The UMP wreaking a bit of havoc from afar, as too is the P250. Flamey falls. There's a real chance. Guardian's got a lineup bomb. It's inside the edge of the smoke, but he doesn't know if they're on it or not. Quick tap. He's going to have to consider the possibility if the man never shows, and it's a 10-second defuse inside. He's got to find the first player first. He's got it. It's going to force Snacks off it. Now he's got a real chance to close out the round. Back to the AWP. Smoke on the other side, and Guardian's reactions are ungodly again. It's 14 rounds for Navi, and we're a far cry from Cobblestone, where Virtus Pro once had control.
It seemed like the round has slipped away. The force by Virtus Pro was going to work out for them, but Navi leave Guardian in the 1 versus 3. We said he's been pretty quiet so far in this series, but that's a massive round to bring them one step closer to being champions here in New York. Round number 23 comes in. Money's done to stabilize for Virtus Pro. They bring the double orb set up in. Pasha and Snacks trying to keep the dream alive here. 14-8, and Snacks does get the first shot. He nails it as well. Takes out Flamey, but Edwards there for the return frag, and it's going to be up for... Okay, Bialy shuts it down. I thought there was going to be a chance to have to fold apart.
And we knew the mid-pressure would be relentless from Navi, and Snacks was the one that had to shut it. He gets a kill there, but immediately they get up toward Connector. This time, though, the HP and the man advantage does reside in the firm favor of Virtus Pro. It was taken for only a moment. Less, in fact, as Bialy gets the trade kill. But Guardian on 2 HP, it's an AWP. You know he's capable even still. 1 HP. We're talking a millimeter from death.
Yep.
But again, it is an AWP. The same statement applies. That he could find a shot to change everything. Look at C, he's just waiting for an opportunity. It's an awkward position to be in, though.
The thing is, they have 1 minute to play with here. Still every chance they can do this. Guardian 1 HP short with the AWP in hand. He finds 1 kill. C's in a great position here towards the window room. He can definitely make something happen with this position. 45 seconds now as C's, he'll be making the move first. Easy shot there to open things up, but it's too late. He waits to shoot. He has the trigger discipline there, but it actually works against him. Bialy takes out Guardian before getting killed.
C's knows there's inside of the box is Neo, but he can't find the lineup through it. He's done damage, taking him down to 44. The nade as well is going to be wide of the mark, and Neo swings out. Finally, Virtus Pro get around on the CT side. It's only taken them, what is it, 7 rounds to get there first, so reset becomes a massive factor, and a reset that would put Navi on 15 as well.
Thing is as well, C's just taking the shot as soon as he saw that player there towards lower ramp. He would have actually saved Guardian's life, and that could have been a very interesting scenario there. But still, Virtus Pro, you're absolutely right here. They do manage to get the first round. The problem is, Matt, we've described it so many times in the series so far on the first 2 maps, but the reset potential is more dangerous than ever here. If VP do manage to drop this round, and it's going to be Navi finding match points, series point, championship point, they will have absolutely no money going into that final round. So I guess this pause is definitely justified. It's Navi taking it, but still a chance to breathe for both teams and work out their game plan. Virtus Pro still have the double orb setup going forward. 3 M4s around them, of course. But this is it. They will break the economy of Navi if they can win this round and potentially get back into this game. So this is absolutely massive. This is everything.
Yeah, on the opposite side of that, like we say, it's a reset. So it's all to play for Virtus Pro. A chance in the game or all gone. As we get back into it, seized. Flash set to go over top toward B. Guardian up close. He has the AWP to try and find the pick against the CTs. Pasha, Snacks. They're trying to accomplish anything as possible. Neo as well spamming through. As Neo's still trying to wreak a little bit of havoc from inside B. It's slow play. They've stalked it up slightly on the Navi side as Edward and Simple are waiting out toward Horseshoe. Guardian sees looking like they could easily switch back and head toward Underpass. And again, that would mean Navi try and take that mid control.
No one giving anything away just yet. Everything rides on this round. Guardian, he'll be towards the B apartments, trying to open up this first pick, see if Pasha will give anything away, but they're quite defensive at the moment. The double orb setup means he'll be sitting back towards Kitchen, not going to be playing his traditional van position here. And a B execution could be on the cards here for Navi. They're actually sending a few players towards the B apartments, can smoke out that kitchen area very easily. As the first flashbang comes in, Guardian still holding strong though.
Comes out from the underpass. It's Taz to find first. Is it the start of the end, or is it a return fire as Virtus Pro find 2? Flamey does pull back onto Neo, but an entrance from Pasha, and Papa's back on the AWP. But can he hold off the site long enough for the rotations because the bomb is inside? Simple's rotated around. He spotted him with a pistol. It's missed shot from the AWP, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2. 1 HP for Simple and 28 for C. So a chance still, specifically for the M4 of Bialy. And Simple's going to try and get the bomb down as fast as possible with 17 seconds. As he elected to do so, that 1 HP, those flames. Oh, that was hot, too hot. The nade's enough. And C's has to hold this off at 28. They've got to go in. Virtus Pro, this is it. This is break point for them. A tag in, Snacks. He's solo, down to 15, and he gets the shot regardless. Virtus Pro will survive. And the money, as you say, for Navi, not ideal at all.
Pasha steps up there. He gets 2 kills. That's everything. His teammates fall around him, but he manages to stay alive just long enough. Simple, 1 HP. I thought he was going to do something about that, but avoiding those flames. The HE takes him down, but a decent retake. Virtus Pro stay alive just about. I think they have maybe broken the economy of Navi. I think at this point they know it's going to be bad news for VP going forward as well. They might as well try and force into this. Simple can drop a weapon if required. Actually going for the more conservative route here. So they did have the option to get 3, maybe 4 AKs there with Simple dropping, but it's going to be going in with Tech9, some smokes, and maybe another AXQ here. Definitely still have the potential, considering the form Simple's in right now. If they get the first kill with the Tech9, he has a chance to actually display his aim. Who knows what could happen there.
Inside the smoke, the Deagle awaits. Simple, the 1 AK and an AWP of Snacks. Staring him down. Fast reactions required if Simple goes wide. And here it is. Oh, lovely. Doesn't even get that for Snacks with 2 as he goes through, flaming into Guardian. And he's looking for more, but Taz will come bail him out. Virtus Pro with a little bit of life late. May just push this a little bit further.
My God, Snacks is back. He absolutely controlled everything on Cobble, and that's another big round for Virtus Pro to bring in their favor. It wasn't a forced buy, but still, Simple with the AK-47 could have made that first kill and actually completely opened it up for his teammates there. Not meant to be. It's 14-11. The money's back. It's not amazing for Navi, though. You can see, yes, they have the AWP and the AKs, but limited with the Molotov. The first kill comes in, though. It's Guardian. He takes down Snacks. This is it. Chance to get match points. They get 5 on 4. And this was Navi at their absolute best, breaking down their opposition after they get the man advantage.
Neo's going to try and creep out late on Catwalk to make up for this position, knowing that they're going to be inside of main. There's so many smokes, but can he find a gap? Yes, he certainly can, but can he get the kill? He'll follow it up. Oh, needs to be careful as he goes towards an 80, strapped in the corner. How does he pull that back? Seized will go down, but Guardian's got a kill. It's Flaming that apparently is not flame-proof because he'll go down to a Molotov in the end. It's the man advantage for Virtus Pro, and Simple's going to try and go undetected deep inside the site. Quick wide check towards CT, no utility, fast plant, Guardian gone, Simple made it. He's going to get taken down, and Virtus Pro is going to find number 12.
What are these rounds? How is Neo surviving there? He gets the kill, pushing through the smoke after they lost that first frag, and somehow retreating, he gets a second as well. Virtus Pro still got some fight in them yet, as they manage to keep 3 players alive once again. There still is money available for Navi, though. This could well go to overtime. What's the play here? Are they going to be buying into this round? You can see Simple, $6,000. Looks like the buy will be coming in. They can bring out the AWP as well, but I'm glad this map has finally delivered the grand final we deserve. Double AWP setup still for VP. Guardian back on the AWP himself. He's actually got 26 kills. A great performance here in the 3rd map. Well, here it is. Quite limited in the grenades once again, and Flaming just down to the Galil, but more than enough to work with.
Edward, Cat Smoke crosses over, fast mid. Guardian there as well on the AWP. He's looking for any pushes to come back in from Neo. He'd like to do so last round to pull back the difference. This is the game. This is what we wanted in the grand final. We knew it was going to be close, and Pasha's going to take down Simple to start it off. Much to the delight of the diehards. Thank you, everyone who's still here. You are what CS is so wonderful for, and Taz, a lovely skill, but he's going to get caught out with a quick switch. Seas comes back through, and Taz will get caught. Flaming on an AK-47 and a bomb to work with, but they have to pull back the deficit. Navi's starting to lose that control of middle, just due to late utility. Fighting back from Catwalk, it's been a problem for them to try and get to connector now.
Well, the smokes they had starting to dwindle now. It's going to be up to Guardian, as Seas does get boosted towards the window room. Guardian will be joining him towards ladder. They just need a pick to work with here. It's a 4-on-3. Definitely still possible, but only have 2 flashbangs to work with here. 35 seconds remain. What's the final play? Looks like they'll be committing towards short potentially here, as Flamey does join Guardian. Need to get something going here, but the problem is just don't have enough time to clear out every single angle, and Bialy, he certainly doesn't help them out as he gets a headshot towards Seeds.
Bomb gets dropped on that kill as well, and Guardian in a 1 versus 4.
He's out.
He's not even going to go for it. 15 seconds, there's no way it's possible.
So then, after being 7-0 down, VP managed to pull back 5.
Pasha's going to be in the position to do this. Flash goes in, he's blinded. AWP gone. Pause Pause was already called before the end of the round, but that's insult to injury at this point in time. Navi, we said it. Simple, he's stealing the show, he's playing so well, are they finally gonna get over the curse, the perpetual second, the failure that always seems to strike in the finals, and they get 2 rounds away and Virtus.pro show up, start rolling and say, no, this is how championships are played, we know how it's done.
They're never out of it, like I said, 7-0 down, then they find 5 in a row. They seem to be very comfortable now, they just needed to get that economy going. They've got the double orbs now, the kits, the grenades, everything, and they're starting to come to life, and the double orbs setup working very nicely for them indeed. So, what's the play here from Navi? It's 14-13. You can allow Virtus.pro to close the gap and get to 14-14. If they were to force into this, I think it would be suicide. They've only got $3,400 across the board. I think they have to take an eco here. Potentially some Tech 9s and smokes, try and get a plant down, make things uncomfortable for the CTs, but they can't force this. That would be absolutely ludicrous. As we do get into the closing sectors here, the final map of the grand final. It will be that partial buy I described before. So upgraded pistols, a couple of smokes. And what's the play here? Is it going to be mid-control they'll be going for as they smoke towards the opening of that sector and probably smoking to window as well and trying to maybe push still up the way towards short.
Well, the Deagles set the positions at mid once more to try and find a pick. Behind the cinders out toward Cat. But the Kitties got claws, as we've seen. Window? They did miss the smoke.
Oh dear, that doesn't help.
Certainly not.
That's
you never miss a smoke, Henry.
It's true.
But then again, with Space Jam juice, you sometimes elect not to use them.
Let's not go there.
Flamey's gonna try and work up. Lovely shot. Snacks goes down. The Deagles will finally get some control of middle. And I said the Kitties got claws because Neo's been striking back from that position, but so far he's electing to just sit back, passive approach, and it'll work out as Flamey gets found from the M4. Taz does get into the corner. Simple though, in the window. Different execution. Finally, they don't go up connector. He's gonna catch off Taz. But it's Bialy still inside the sight spot. Sees shoulder coming out from Palace. He's got to back off this. He's got to retract. And as he does, Simple elects not to push through. He's going to go towards Spawn. Simple spotted though. Bialy does get it. That could have been big if the op goes down.
That was
still
huge.
Though, it's a 3 versus 3. And there's no rotations immediately onto A. They're trying to play it with Neo anchoring cross all the way from Catwalk, which puts a lot more pressure immediately onto Bialy, but he's struck to the occasion. He's found one already on the top of Tetris. Neo does get the lineup. There's no utility to cover it off, and sees has 3 HP with the bomb down. And 3 players, all right, seem to want to commit suicide in his crosshair, but Pasha will pull it back. And Virtus.pro's gonna get another round. Henry, guess what?
It's tied up.
14-14, Virtus.pro come back after it took them 7 rounds to get 1 on the CT side. They've now got 6 in a row.
It's come right down to the wire here. Both teams with money. It's going to be a full buy to decide who will be getting the first championship point here. Round number 29, double orbs for VP after a difficult round against the Tech 9s. It doesn't matter. They've got money for days now. Open the hands of Guardian. He's got no grenades around it, but let's see what they decide to do. It's quite a passive default here to hold things off. We haven't seen much in terms of the CTs pushing up towards middle. They've actually just been holding off and using these double orbs to try and work the picks once the executions come in. Smoke will take the vision away for Snacks for now, but they're not going to be committing towards it. Seeing if there's a reaction from the CT, seeing if they'll nade in towards it perhaps, or boost up from short.
Slow play from Navi. They want that lower position. Neo's going to blow out the vent from windows. They're going to know now that a CT player's in there. You can hear that surely from the positions where Seized is down below. Quick check as well onto the corner, make sure no one's there, but the smoke's still in position. Will hold off Neo's advantage of trying to see down below. And he's elected so far not to drop all the way off the cinders, so he can quickly elevate himself back into the ladder room. Sees backs out, headshot in. Lovely, there it is. They knew he was in the corner. They knew the vent was gone, and they walk in with the crosshair placement. Finally, Navi with something to work with. Guns out as well. A man advantage. Is it finally going to be that map point, that championship point they've been vying for so long?
Guardian with the bomb and T-spawn for now. Looks like he'll be going towards the B apartments here. The problem is Taz and Pasha, who have been playing tremendous so far, both waiting in the B site. Yes, they have the man advantage, but not anymore. Snacks finds Flamey, and here comes the commitment from Navi. They will be going in towards B. Guardian with the bomb, open hand as well, but Pasha's waiting for him. This next kill, this is so big. Can they find it as they edge their way towards the B site?
Flash in. The Molotov's there, seized, he's on the edge of it. They're gonna push through, they're gonna try and get to the site, but they've lost the advantage firmly. Guardian's gonna get Taz down at least, and another shot in as Guardian finds Pasha. There's a chance now for Navi. 9 seconds, they'll get to the plant. Snacks has to hold off toward the bench. And the AWP's got a lineup. There's no further utility to be deployed from Navi to hold off these positions of Virtus Pro, and the kit is in the hands of Bialy to work with. Snacks is gonna go aggressive. AWP out, Flash goes in, pulls it back. Both blinded, but no one peeking. Tries it, seized, has it. Bialy now a 1-3. And it was an incredible comeback to get it to 14-14, but they may have to play for overtime unless Bialy can come up with something incredible, and he will not. It's going to be simple to put Navi onto championship point.
After losing 6 in a row, we do have a pause.
Navi's the one to call it as well.
It's a good time to take it, I'd say. Let's work out. Let's make sure we don't take this to overtime. We've had struggle in the last 6. We did manage to pick one up there. It was seized with that first kill towards the window room. Like he said, they detected that there might be a player coming in from that vent area. So what's the money like for Virtus Pro? Round number 30. There's no AWP available. They've been running with double AWPs before, so there has to be a change of setup here. Maybe this is the chance to see that aggressive play towards middle. We'll see what they decide to do here. As we go into round number 30, it's actually gone the distance here. No one getting stomped. And Virtus Pro need one more for overtime. Navi to close things out in regulation.
Need in on the Guardian. He goes down to 76. As a result, he's gonna, I like to push back slightly as well. Smoke behind him, not forward. He'll still have vision in this tiny little crevice. Nooks and crannies. The alcoves. Flamey just waits for anyone to push back through pillars as well, but no one there. As a result, they'll give up Palace. Bomb's gonna go in the hands of Guardian back toward A site instead. Edward, simple, waiting in Horseshoe. Late potential play from Navi to try and take over mid-control, and no one wanting to peek out from Virtus Pro.
Yeah,
no one wanting to go down early in this situation and be the reason, or part of it. You can't really lay blame on one person, but part of the reason why the last round slipped away. So trying to get a read as passively as possible. Taz will hear utility expended toward the bottom of connector. That's going to call for Neo to get to jungle early. Taz using that smoke to his advantage, gets away from the flames. So they've got a 2-man position, and Neo actually might go, all right, that smoke kills the chance. Go for a late play. He actually finds it. He gets seized down. I was going to say he could flank them out going through connector. That smoke would have negated it, but he's still able to find the kill.
25 seconds as well. Man advantage for VP, could be overtime here. This next kill is going to be huge. Snacks gets it, Taz gets a third as well. 4 versus 2 for Fleming. He's fighting back. Can he find his kills toward the steps area? Going to be backed up by Edward, who gets it as well. 2-on-1.
He's isolated them as well. Neo is the gun barrel going to show, sprays it back. Oh my God, is Edward really going to pull this back on a 1 versus 3? Bomb gets played in fast peak, but Pasha's going to put us in overtime again for Virtus Pro. Their 3rd one today. And this is a battle of attrition. This is a battle of stamina at this point.
You can see Navi, they look frustrated with this one as well, especially Flamey. He thought that was it, a chance to close things out in regulation and break the curse, become champions. But a few more rounds to go, I'm afraid. It will be overtime here on Mirage. We said this map could be good in overtime. What a great way to finish this grand final. They will be staying on the same side they started here. So 10K MR3. Edward, though, so close to finishing that one off. Fantastic performance from him to actually get himself in that situation. Would have been the hero for sure had he managed to pull it off. So close, but Pasha holds his nerve. This kill was everything coming up in this screen right now. I thought that was it. He's going to do it. And here we go then.
Here we go indeed. First round of overtime. MR3. First 3 rounds, and then we swap over to the other side for those of you who are playing along at home in the words of Sponge. So he's going to go try and push out back inside of the underpass position. As always, Navi want to try and establish a presence inside of middle. Good Molotov. That'll hold off C's temporarily, but ultimately it's just going to delay the process, the proceedings, as there's still 1 minute and 26 to work with and nothing thrown out from the Navi side.
You can see VP are more than happy to sacrifice middle for now. Snacks is going to be with the AWP looking towards the top of middle. He's going to be smoked out. That's going to be him gone. So he has to fall back. That's what's in towards that connector. And sees he can hear the footsteps as a retreating Snacks just trying to get back. Smoke off to buy some more time here as we hit the 1 minute mark. The bomb's still down in T-spawn, so you suggest that Navi won't be committing just yet. They want to get that connector control first, but I think the CTs are pushed back through to smoke it. This kill is going to be huge, and Snacks get to with the AWP. Taz picks up the AK-37, 5-on-4 in the Poles' favor.
Virtus.pro, they get the next kill as well. Snacks over top of the stairs, going to find Flamey inside of A main. They're flawless thus far, but that's changed. As Edward Simple and Simple again are going to bring this down to what is a 2 versus 2, as Snacks will find at least one response. And speaking of, he's going to take the AWP in toward connector, and now as the last man remaining, he's conceded the A site in doing so. Smoke late toward the top of the connector, but I think it's got a gap. In fact, it does. Thankfully, however, the bomb not going to cross. Guardian's going to elect to go for a safe plant. And this is a problem for Snacks. They're on either side. If he can figure out these shots, if he can pull it off, it's going to be huge. Tries to bait out the second player by shooting in, and Edward spots him. He can't locate it. First blood in overtime goes to Navi. And a 2 versus 1, it's close, but Virtus.pro, every round counts, no need to save, money still up.
Yeah, Snacks needed to get the ace set of finishing things off. Already found 3 kills with the AWP. Lots of return frags there, as you said. Simple coming in from that connector. It does manage to light it up, but unfortunately, Virtus.pro can't close it out. It's going to be round number 2 coming in. Single off setup. The problem is with this one, if Virtus.pro are to lose this round, their money's going to be very limited. It's the curse of MR3 10K. As we get a little bit more aggressive here. Taz actually going up towards the top and middle. We didn't see much of this, as I suggested in regulation. We'll see whether he can do anything at this time. That smoke suggests he might have to fall back here as he's trying to get flashed in. Edward will be waiting for him there. Once again, Navi not giving anything away. Taz has dropped that smoke to give him some protection from the underpass there. He has got a teammate with him as well. That's going to be Neo boosted on the fence behind him.
Neo up on top of the fence, as you say, can watch both the underpass and play support role to Taz. We haven't seen a lot of mid-aggression. We have a surprisingly small amount, in fact, of CTs trying to push up and take the fight aggressively, especially when you know Navi has slowed the pace in taking mid-control. The opportunity is there, but at the same time, they anticipated it perhaps in doing so. Seized sets for the top of the stairwell smoke. Jungle to be thrown in as well, undoubtedly, and Edward sets towards CT spawn. It's going to be all a coordinated approach as they land timely. Piali inside of all these smokes, though, is going to have a Molotov thrown in by Simple. Easily to coordinate. He has to swing out. It's Flamey that finds him. Well-timed and well-executed from Navi on the way through. They're so good in these executions on the A site, but there's a lack of a smoke, I'm aware, towards CT. I think it's already dissolved. As Snacks tries to find a shot, they'll follow it up, but he gets it seized down through the edge of the box, no less. Not just the smoke. It's going to bring this back to a 4 versus 4 as Neo he's trying to find some real estate to work with, and Flamey's going to stay toward the firebox, but the other 3 are in good positions. Taz, he's not in a bad one either, though, but timing is everything. He's got to get into the play sooner, as they're just waiting, and he'll go. Pasha's giving him the distraction. Here it is. Taz has arrived. He's got to drop down, turn back, and find the kill. He'll do it, but it's into a one-on-one, and Edward's still alive. Bomb planted on the inside. It's a kid. He's off it. He's going to catch him off guard as well,
No way.
and Taz is going to bring it back to 16-16.
It's going to be close, but he has got it. Okay, let's just confirm he's got it. It was a very perfectly executed A attack there from Navi. Full default at the start. The A play comes in. All the smokes are dropped. The Molotovs are perfect. They get the first frag as well. The bomb goes down safely. Snacks somehow hitting that first shot through the smoke, nailing through the bombs. I have no idea how he managed to do it, but it works. And he buys enough time for his teammates. It's very much a brawl on the A side there, but it's Taz. He's the hero of the round. He's coming in from the Palace area and managed to pick up 2 more kills to finish the round off in a tight 1v1. Round number 3 comes in. We said the money would be a horrible position for Virtus.pro. They lost that round, but they managed to pull it back as we entered the final round here at the first half of overtime.
And as always, Navi again inside of middle. Edward, ball behind the boxes. Flaming up toward the key position to cover off toward Neo. Pasha just waiting deep inside the B side as well. He's not on an AWP this time around. It's just Snacks to wield it.
Yeah, they've gone a little bit more aggressive this time. Navi actually not going to be holding all the way back towards top of mid. Guardian sees actively trying to hunt for this first kill, but you know what? It's in vain. As Taz, he actually finds one of their teammates towards the connector. He gets the headshot, Flamey drops, and it's a 5-on-4 in favor of the Poles. It takes a lot of damage, sure, and C's still trying to commit towards the B side to see what he can do here, but Pasha can hear him. Does he jump up and try and find the first kill here?
Pasha's good in this spot. He is one of the players who seemingly, I know Cold's the most famous for it, as with the mural on the wall, but he's so good in this spot at jumping and getting information and getting kills as well, as it's going to be seized to go down. They brought the bomb over in this position via the underpass in the hands of exactly that man, Edward, who's going to take Pasha back, but as he drops in, he goes low on HP as well. Bomb plant to come in. Taz has found Edward. Bomb plant denied, and Snacks will close it out for Virtus Pro, who take the lead after the first half. Evan, I'm going to say this, Henry, the first overtime, because we never know what's going to happen between these two.
Yeah, it could go either way for sure. It's 2-1 on the CT half, and Virtus Pro, that second round, that was absolutely bananas. I can't believe that Navi managed to drop that one. It was a great play from Taz. But that final round does go in favor of Virtus Pro. The B attack comes in, and Pash, like you said, very good in that position, manages to find 2 kills there. And we go into the second half of overtime. It's the first to 19 here. So Virtus Pro need 1 round just to force a second set of overtime, 2 to have the victory. We have the double orb set up for Nardus Vincere. It's going to be Guardian with the first orb. He's not buying head armor, which is sensible, considering what we discussed with the money situation on the CD half.
Flamey, the only one immediately inside of the A side, is everybody right now from Virtus Pro. Stark contrast to the mid control we talked about. Everybody from Virtus Pro inside. We're on the A side of the map.
Yeah, this will be a full execution here. No fakes here. Straight up, smokes down, Molotovs in. See who can land their shots.
Edward already starting to relinquish mid-control, though, and get in position accordingly. Smokes, CT, under shadow, on the stairwell, and cutting off jungle, so Edward has to try and spray through desperately, and Taz, he's going to capitalize on this by flashing over, fully blinded up as Edward. He's on his head! And he stands tall underneath. The shoulder's too broad for Edward as he body checks Taz down. It's going to be Bialy that gets Flamey back, but they're running so low on HP. And Virtus Pro might have had the lead at the half, but it's slowly dissolving already as they start on this terrorist campaign. Bomb has made it inside the site, but it's dropped in the open. Full visibility from CT Spawn, but look at Pasha go! As he finds 2, it's back down to that many remaining on either side. Guardian, though, does have the bomb immediately in front of his vision. And a jump up to try and change the elevation. What a fast shot from Guardian. Bialy's so low as well, 22 HP, no utility left. It's gonna have to be a BDP to try and grab this bomb and pull it back in a position to plant. Is simple, just waiting for the information. Guardian as well staying passive. They're gonna allow the plant. Money not a factor in overtime, so they're gonna play it off information. He's low, but Guardian still hits the shot, and it goes 17-17.
3 kills for Guardian there, and Virtus Pro trying to close that out as quickly as possible, going for the full execution. It's unorthodox, certainly can work when you know you've broken the CD economy, but normally you're gonna be going to default first, then falling back into those sort of situations. It does work out in the sense they managed to get it down to a 2 versus 1. The bomb's not planted though, and Guardian with 3 kills, he delivers the goods for Nardus Vincere. 17-17. Now they need 1 more to get the draw here. As we get the double orb setup once again, it's going to be Snacks on the orb himself. No execution this time, so it'll be more of a traditional default.
Interesting note for you as well. Not only are we going deep in this building, and so too is our production staff. There's a hockey game here in 17 hours. They've got to clear the ice, clean it off, get things ready, get the glass back up. So
17
long
hours.
night at Barclays Center for everybody. Because, yeah, 17 hours the Islanders play.
Good luck with that.
Hey, they did it in Columbus. They had a game the next night, so it's possible. These buildings are impressive. So too are their staff. They've treated us well. And so too of the games, as we're getting treated to an overtime grand final, map 3 to decide it all, as Neo in the underpass going to start to clear off catwalk. Smoke in the window. Allow the players from the top of mid to slowly converge upon the connector position, and that's where Edward will reside at the top of it, inside of the smoke. Neo as well already inside window. It's going to be a problem for Edward if they start to push in from both sides of where he's playing. And Snacks with the AWP trying to see toward the Palace position. The jump gives away, but a flash comes back through. He's saved perhaps by that, as Edward would have had full vision onto him. Instead, it's Neo to find it. That's the man from window. That's the pinch play. But Guardian responds by taking down Bialy. Taz wants to bring the ball in that direction, but he's the only one at the front of the A side, and simple. A lovely shot again to take down Neo. A Molotov as well to make sure he can't be counter-pushed. And Flamey, with Flames in front, is going to wait inside of that A site. They need Pasha and Snacks to find space. Flamey swings back. Snacks will retreat it, recover it. But Taz with no smoke out, plants thankfully no one on top of connector.
Oh, it's the fake plan though, so 10 seconds remaining, the CT's starting to come in here. This is the full commitment. It is a 2 versus 3. The bomb goes down, 2 orbs for the retake here, but it doesn't matter when you've got Guardian on your side. He hits the final job there, and it's going to be Taz to go down as well. Navi tie things up here. 1 more for the victory in their favor.
Exactly that. They'll get championship point. The first one of overtime, a huge round to have. Simple, your birthday might be over, but your gift might still be on the way, as all they need is 1 more. After looking completely dead on cobblestone as well, to be in this now is an incredible performance.
We'll have a look at the money for Virtus Pro here. Championship point, as you just said, 18-17. 4 AKs, 1 Tech 9 for Snacks. He hasn't even got a weapon here, so they have got the grenades. Could go for another execution. It looks like another depot here, but Guardian has been ripping them apart. And there's an adjustment as well. Flamey brings out the auto sniper. He's going to be towards CG Spawn here. A great weapon on Mirage. And as smokes drop towards window, as Guardian has to fall back here. That's trying to get his connection control as they do manage to ascertain him. Flashing in, is he to commit and push through?
He absolutely is. He's fully blinded and finds the angle. Just barely didn't get in behind the chimney as Edward almost evaded it. They've gone for Neo. Double push again through the window to try and pinch that position at connector. The difference this time is they haven't lost anyone on the entry. So Virtus Pro have a fantastic opportunity with a one-man advantage to get a bomb down, to retreat into post plants. Flamey does have an auto sniper, but no one's showing at this point in time. And on a retake, he can't be the turret with it. It becomes almost impossible to try and run and get the angles. It is still a Tech 9 though for Snacks as Neo falls, which starts to turn the favor into Navi's. Seized in the open, nearly gets caught toward the sandwich as Pasha, and he will go down eventually on the repeat, but not before Snacks gets one. Flamey's on it, you called it. They're on the defuse. It's a championship inside smoke. Navi! And what a way to do it. A chaotic finish, but fitting to what this whole final was, as they steal it quite literally inside the smoke away from Virtus Pro.
First 2 maps were a little bit lackluster, but we knew Mirage was going to deliver.
And as we said as well, Virtus Pro so dominant in finals. Navi brings Simple in. We doubted it with the new rule changes. He's shown now that he's more than capable.
There we go then, Virtus Pro, what a grind it was there. Great tournament from them overall, but Navi, on their second showing with this lineup, managed to become the champions here in New York.
And as we said, there's more stages in New York than Broadway. Navi have this one. They're the champions of ESL New York 2016.
Champions of ESL 1 New York, Navi! We're just going to try and get a few words from some of these boys. Simple, just come over. It's gone past midnight now, so technically it's not your birthday, but this is a bloody good present.
It's so insane. Thank you guys, thank you crowd. Thank you.
Fantastic games from you. Edward, very quick. You played out of your skin. That was a vintage performance from you. It was fantastic. Your words?
Speechless, sorry. I have no words. It's amazing feeling.
It's amazing indeed. Guardian, come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. I've been with you for a long time. We've known each other for over a dozen years. I know how much this means to you. Can you put it in words for your fans?
I can't. I'm just speechless. It feels so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, the champions are Navi!
You can see it did mean a whole lot for them. We said it already on the desk. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Well, today they walked down the aisle in New York, and Guardian specifically definitely felt like he worked hard for that one. His brothers around him, Simple new blood in the roster, and they do lift the ESL 1 trophy here in the big